Yo! Yo, how's it going? I'm back after a couple of days off. Oh, man. How's it going, guys? We good? Good morning. I've got a delivery coming at some point soon, so I might need to just nip off to get that, open the door. Okay, it's, for fuck's sake. It's out for delivery now. It's so annoying, isn't it, Amazon? I'm putting an emulator on my Steam Deck. So I've just got all the gubbins that I need to do it. How do you soy nod? Just subscribe and you can soy nod. Right. I think the camera's a bit... Oh. See that? See my monitor? Back of it. Can we just... No. No. There we go. There we go. How's that? Sick as a sick... Guys. Sick bros. Sick bros. I ain't feeling so good. I'm feeling so good, sick bros. It's never been more over. I feel myself turning into dust as we speak. Listen, look, we'll get into it, okay? Let's just say my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Okay? But we'll get into it. Okay? Look, we got to try and see the funny side in all of this, okay? There is a funny side to it. Just remember the funnies. Ugh. Fuck. Short-circuiting. I'm so distraught with what's happened. I can't even speak properly. God, sometimes when I look at myself like this, I feel like I look really old. Look at my eyes. My eyes look so old. I've got bags and shit, and I don't know, man. I'm getting old. 38 next month. I'm getting too old for this. What am I going to do? I'm gonna have to actually get a proper job. Go and work in an office for the rest of my days until I, top myself. Hey, thank you for the sub. Yep, 6 stocks are certainly down horrendous. That's for sure. There we go. That's better. Although we need to just adjust it a bit. I'm so honestly, oh, fuck. I don't know how long I'm going to be fucking saving for, but I obviously really want to get my own place because this place is too small, honestly. But interest prices have just gone up again in the UK to 4.5%. So it's absolutely hopeless getting a mortgage at the moment. Not that I've got enough savings to yet, but Hey, Rhinox, thank you for the sub. Limerence, thank you for the sub. Yeah, it's to try and combat inflation, but obviously, I mean, to be honest with you, it's the best position for me because I'm starting to accumulate savings. So to be honest, I can just save. It's just I'd like a bigger place, Oh no, I didn't up the TTS. I forgot. Fuck. Can I do it now? I was going to do it to $3, wasn't I? Void, thank you for the bits. I'm going to be covering that drama you sent me, but I'm a bit lost on it, so we'll have to figure it out. But thank you, I will be covering it. Adriana Chechik stuff. Caddy, thank you for the gift of sub. Appreciate it. But yeah, there's that. There's obviously the 6 stuff we're going to cover now. I haven't actually looked at LSF at all, so I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, the Panda stuff. Panda sent me some DMs too, but I don't know what to make of it, so I'm going to be going totally fresh. Oh yeah, Willie Max got a new video out. I'll watch that as well. Apparently it's about Fresh and Fit, right? Trax, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. But yeah, just been with my kids the last couple of days. Picking them up from school, stuff like that. Usual stuff, dropping them off. You know how it is. Well, and if you've got kids, you don't. But yeah, it's a good day. Right, guys. Okay, this might seem hypocritical because of what I'm going to talk about later. I'm going to talk about copyright stuff and some of the recent stupid takes on the CNN DMCA stuff. So it might seem hypocritical for me to ask this, but I'm only asking. So, okay, I'll ask this first of all. Is there a place that I can legally buy, like en masse, like PlayStation 1 ROMs? Is there a place where Sony just sells them and I can go buy them and be like, oh, can I just get like, Resident Evil 2 series, whatever the case may be? Is that possible? It's so annoying. I have bought them before. I mean, I don't own them anymore, but I used to own like Resident Evil 2 and stuff back in the day. Thank you, Eldrazi, for the... Oh my god, Eldrazi. Damn. How's it going? Thanks for the sub. Okay. The thing is, because the way I see it, right, I'm happy to legitimately buy stuff I want to use. And I'm setting up... Listen. I'm setting up, like, my emulator, right, on my Steam Deck. And apparently it can do the lot. And I can integrate it into my Steam Deck game library and stuff. It's going to look fucking snazzy. Okay? But it's like, where do I get the games from? Where do I get the fucking ROMs from? Because I can't go and buy Resident Evil 2 on the PlayStation 1. Like, it just doesn't exist anymore. How much is Resident Evil 2 to buy, like, second hand? I bet it's an absolute fortune, isn't it? Okay, I do own the remake. Does that count? Does that count? Does that count? What? 26? That's like $30. That's like $30. What the fuck? Okay, well, okay. Can anyone can anyone tell me where I can get ROMs from so I know where not to look? Because I don't want to go anywhere where it's illegal. I don't want to break copyright. So does anyone know any places like where I shouldn't look for them? Pay up, brokey. Look, no, but that's the point, right? I'm not broke. I could easily just like, if I could spend like 50 quid and just get the ROMs for like, I don't know, what would be a fair price? Like just whatever the cost is. Like not as long as it's not too crazy. Don't go to Emu Paradise. Don't cdpromise.com. I don't know, man. I won't do, the only thing that I would want, like I've just really got a taste for playing Resident Evil 2 Classic on the PS1. Like, I don't know, I just was watching a video of a playthrough. I was like, damn, I really want to play this again. That's like a childhood game. I don't know, man. Streaming emulated games is a bit dicey, isn't it? You need to claim you own the game or something. But I don't like lying. Going outside and enjoying some fresh air is free. Yeah, but I can do that with my Steam Deck. I can go out to the park and chill and play some video games while in the park. Also, by the... Why would your ex make you throw away your PlayStation games? They were gone long before that. Man, I don't know. I can't even remember what happened to them. But yeah. I remember once when I was a kid, right? One of my mates, right? I lent him Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation 1, okay? It was when I was like 13 or 14. And, you know, he was a bit of a rough background kid and that. Thought it would be fine. And he sold it for like a tenner at the time. He fucking sold it, didn't he? That's probably worth a fortune now. Little fucker. But yeah, it's a long time ago, so. Actually, the last time I saw him was about 10 years ago. And he came around my place and sold me and my friends a bunch of cocaine. So every cloud. He gave me a good price for it too. So everything balances out in the end. But yeah, yeah, PlayStation 1 memories. But yeah, I've just downloaded, what is it, Emu Deck, and I'm getting like a, you know, a memory, external memory, and all the stuff to put the stuff on it. So we'll see. I think, okay, getting PlayStation's a bit dicey maybe, but what about getting ROMs for like the Sega Genesis? That's got to be legit, surely, because they're not even available anymore. No one can have a go at me for that, can they? Vim.net. Am I going to get a virus? Is this legal? Is Vim.net legal? I don't know. This looks a bit. I'm not gonna lie. This looks a bit dicey. Now, man. Do you know it's annoying? It's like, you know, I want to do it the right way, but do you understand how inconvenient and crazy it is to like go and buy a PlayStation 1 game for the collector's price? It's so frustrating. I might watch it on stream later. But when we watched that video that showed the Point Crow thing was bullshit and Point Crow did some stupid shit, which is why he caught the wrath of Nintendo. I watched a video about the other one where everyone's sawing out because apparently a guy has got to pay money to Nintendo for the rest of his life. That was also bullshit, by the way. That was also total bullshit. It was, you know, we'll probably watch the video on it because it was interesting. But honestly, everyone is just sawing out about copyright. And I understand it's annoying, you know, but it's like, I don't know, people do insane shit and then they get caught and then they get in trouble and they're like, oh, I'm just trying to help gamers. It's like, no, you're not trying to help gamers. You're trying to stuff your own fucking pocket with someone else's copyrighted material. You're not helping gamers at all. And everyone buys it because they hate copyright, basically. Obviously, we've got some Twitch stuff to talk about with that, which enraged me earlier. It's preservation of art. Yeah, but this person apparently was doing it for commercial reasons. Like I think someone doing it as a preservation tool is one thing, but if you're using it for commercial purposes, that's where I would take an issue with it. Do you know what I mean? At that point, I'd be like, hang on a minute, you can't just fucking claim, you know, you're doing it for the right reasons when you've got a fucking price tag associated with it, you know? So yeah. Yeah, the problem is with the games on eBay is it's like it's $30 just for Resident Evil 2. I mean, Sony presumably has got all, you know, some access to some of the ROMs and stuff. They could just do a package where they go, hey, if you want to use an emulator, okay, if you want to use an emulator, here's 100 ROMs for $100. You know, it's money for old rope for us. We're not really monetizing these properties anymore. Oh, you know, Capcom, whoever, you know, come together and figure something out. Do like you know, have like an emulator shop or something like that. I don't know. There must be a way to do it, surely. You know, well, they went, listen, Resident Evil 5 is Resident Evil PS2, do they? Yeah, it probably is, to be fair. It's just frustrating that going, you know, I've set up my Steam Deck with the emulators and it's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. Even $5 a game. If you could select the games, if I could pay $50 and get 10 PlayStation 1 games to play on my emulator, I'd do that. No problem. Okay. I will not go. Okay, I will not go. Also, the other problem with $5 though is, you know, they need the reason streaming has been successful in like helping to reduce piracy, which I believe it has, off the top of my head, is because they've made it like cost competitive, right? Is they've made it cost competitive. So they need to make it cost competitive to like downloading it for free. Yeah, sure. The thing is, what people need to realize is that Nintendo were shitty, but also you know, there's a whole video about it you need to watch about why Nintendo are so protective of its IP. But what it basically relates to is that they had a legal battle with Universal over their character Donkey Kong, and Universal tried to claim that it was a copy of King Kong, but Universal lost, and it basically meant that King Kong was not their protected rights, and other people could make King Kong movies because it's an interpretation of a character rather than the character. And what that did for Nintendo is they went, oh shit, this could happen to us if we're not careful in the future. And that's why, even if you release some shit fan art, Nintendo are going to come and crush you. And the thing is like, I'm not, you know, as you know, I'm not a fan as such, but as someone who like, I don't think it's right necessarily. I don't agree with it. But, you know, you can at least, if you're not being a total retard, you can at least understand the logic that Nintendo use, even if you disagree with it or don't like it as a fan or whatever. They're so protective because if they go to court, they don't ever want to be in a position where it's like, well, you allowed this, you allowed this, you allowed this. So therefore, we're not going to protect this. And then they lose the rights to that and everyone can just reproduce it. You know, and the thing is with that Point Crow one, which really brought into focus for me, is the fact that it wasn't just like, you know, he was modding a Nintendo game and, you know, a multiplayer game. He paid $10,000 for someone to create a multiplayer mod for the game, and then was, I believe, uploading footage of it. Bro, that's insane. Like, what were you thinking? Of course you were going to get fucked. So, you know, I just think it's one of those situations where there's certainly cases where you can look at it and you can go, yeah, Nintendo have definitely been heavy-handed. But yeah, Bethesda Soft and Scrolls. Bethesda's generally a bit more flexible because they support moderation. But even then, you can still get in shit if you go too far with it, I guess. Like if you modded a game to be free, they're not going to take kindly to that. Thank you for the sub. But yeah, there's definitely problems with copyright. Disney are particularly egregious when it comes to bending copyright legislation to their will. But you know, my take on it is generally like, yeah, the rules are there. There was a mod called Skyrim Together that got released. I'm looking forward to Sky Oblivion. I'm playing through Oblivion now. It's insane, right? I never completed this game when I was a kid, but I played it a bit. I got 40 hours in it. I've been playing it for 40 hours. I looked when I saved earlier. I was like, fuck me, I'm playing this thing for 40 hours. What the fuck? Mixing potions and shit, you know, all that stuff. It is amazing. The only downside is I haven't got the right... I took stupid skills at the start. So, you know, I took stupid skills at the start. So now it's like a fucking effort to level. And I can't go back and change it. It is stupid. It's absolutely retarded. 299 in Skyrim. Yeah, honestly, the enemy's scared. You want to be able to go into a dungeon with your Dradic sword, Daedric, whatever it's called, and your Daedric armor and that, and all your fucking enchanted stuff, and you're like, yeah, come at me. And fucking 5-level trolls and will-o'-the-wisps and all this other shit. You're fucking chugging potions. You're chugging a bunch of potions and they're just like fucking boom. And you're like, fuck me, I've got the best shit in the game. What's going on? I just want to smash some fucking, you know, low-level enemies and I'm getting absolutely battered. It's so stupid. It's okay. You know, it's not as bad as it was. There's a point where you reach like, I don't know, like level 10 or something like that. And it just becomes like impossible. You've got to start to adjust the slider or you get just fucked. Yeah, it's very janky for sure. Very janky for sure. But that's why the slider exists, because they fucked it up so bad. But yeah. Well, no, because in Oblivion, I'm always a. Whenever I play an RPG, okay, warrior, soldier, okay, that's all I'm interested in being. Give me a sword, I'm gonna go hit that guy with it. Okay, give me a gun, I'll shoot that guy with it. Right? Oh, magic, that's for gays. Okay, walk by the Mages Guild, that's gay. No, thank you. Where's the fucking orcs? Let's go fight them. Where's those bandits at? Strength build only. I literally can't stop myself. I'll go, shall I mix it up a bit? Shall I be like a stealth wizard mage or something like that? No. Sword, shield, helmet, fucking straight at the enemy. That's it. That's all I care about. I've got, the warrior. Very savage. What race do I play? Always Imperial. Imperial, human race or Imperial, okay? I don't want to be any weird monsters, all right? And I'm certainly not going to be a red guard, all right? I'm not going to be a fucking Imperial soldier with a bit of mercantile and speech. That's me, okay? That's all I am. That's all I am. Skywind. Oh, is that the Morrowind update? I might actually play that because I never played Morrowind, and it looks way too janky for me to try now. Those little weird lizard ones. Yeah, I completed Skyrim. I completed the Skyrim quest, the main quest line. I thought it was fun. The problem with like Oblivion and Skyrim and stuff is like they've got like different problems. Like if you merge the two gameplay systems and styles together, it would probably be really fucking good. But like they've each got their own issues and problems, Well, this time around I didn't bother, but I do try and make it look like me to great. I can't do it. Yeah, the storyline's a bit weak. The dragon shouts are fun though. That was a great addition. Knocking a fucking drower little zombie man back. Whoa, and he goes flying away like a fucking leaf. That's fucking hilarious. Just shouting at zombies, making them fall over. Anyway, listen, I've been talking about fucking. We need to get into the drama. I'm gonna get to the Indie Fox Amaranth stuff. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna get to that. Don't you worry. Right, let's watch this meme and then we'll get into it.
You didn't have to pick a sushi spot just because it's Asian month. I feel like that's what you did.
It's AAPI month, all right? And I thought this would be a nice way to celebrate that.
What's up? You guys know what you want yet?
Yes. I was looking at the...
You good?
What's going on? Why are you being weird?
It's right here.
Just say the name of the...
I'll have the
Thanks for the sub.
It's pronounced King...
The Ching Chong?
It's pronounced King Kong.
Jesus.
I thought that the...
Why are you arguing with me right now?
when I studied abroad...
Stop.
Are you done being racist, Dan?
I think he's done, yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
Anyways, you know what you want, man?
Yeah, I'll take the curry monkey roll, please.
Excellent choice. Let me get a brown monkey curry roll!
Oh, that's a good meme. I like that. Oh wait, Ashes, how's it going? Okay, let me get rid of this disgusting illegal emulator site. Disgraceful. Okay. Right, what's happening on LSF? I'll save the LSF memes till in a bit, okay? We need to get into this. Oh man. Right, guys. I come to you with terrible tidings, okay? I come to you with terrible tidings. There's been an allegation. I guess technically this is a rape review, isn't it? If you want to be technical about it, because we're going over DMs and claims and stuff like that. So you know what that means. You know what that means. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, in this situation, I don't know if it's LAV we're going to be milking. That's the problem. So basically, long story short, Sick made a 2-hour documentary about LAV and kind of revealed some stuff from her history that people were very critical of, including myself. LAV has perpetuated a narrative that Sick is like an obsessed weirdo, which up until now seemed like a deflection. However, there has now been new evidence released, which at the very least lends more credence to this claim and certainly puts Sick in a negative light in some ways. So we'll get into it. We'll have a look at it. We'll see what's going on. Figure it out. Obviously, you know, I'm no fan of LAV. I don't like LAV at all. Got a lot of problems with LAV. You know, I like Sick's video. I think Sick has, you know, made some mistakes in how he's dealt with like stuff. Like, you know, he was blind drunk on stream one time and some other really stupid shit. So there's definitely been like a decrease in my estimation of Sick and some of his actions. But nonetheless, you know, generally speaking, if I had to choose between Sick and LAV, I'd choose Sick. So just to lay my biases on the table a little bit. But yeah, we'll have a look at what's going on. Have a look at the claims. Have a look at Sick's response. And go from there. Let's get into it. Okay, here we are in the R review rape review center. So, okay, basically, long story short, okay. Let me change the phase thing, otherwise it's going to mess things up. Long story short, LAV released these DMs of her and Sick from last year, okay? Now, it's not made clear. Thank you for the sub. It's not made clear in these DMs what the situation is, but from what I can understand, it's essentially that LAV and Sick were in a Discord server together. Sick was a Janny, a moderator, and Sick reached out to her about something that was happening in the server. That's my basic understanding, you know, going into these DMs. But beyond that, there's probably more that will come out in the TwitLonger and maybe some other information we can, you know, gather from the other stuff about this, okay? So, here we go. So, the deleted user here is confirmed as Sick, and obviously, femoid is LAV, okay? Okay, before we talk about this stuff, I got to mention, I have a girlfriend and I find you attractive. So if I'm giving advice, I'm just saying what I like and how I got there, and that my intention is not at all meant to make you uncomfortable. Sorry if that's forward, but if you're going to ask advice, I want to make sure I'm as honest as possible. Ha 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 ha. Is that a boundary, or are you hitting on me? It's hard to tell. So one factor to bear in mind is these messages from the 23rd of May, 2022. So actually like a year ago. Interesting. It's a boundary and a compliment. Okay. So I wouldn't call it hitting on you at that level. I imagine you know you're attractive or have an attractive personality. Yes, I'm very hot. Lol, okay, bring it down. You don't need to rub it in. Hee 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 hee. Do you want the advice or do you plan on teasing me all night? So 942, 946, 946. Okay, these are a continuation. So within like, you know, quite soon of the conversation, I believe, starting. It's, you know, it seems like Sick is trying to take it down like a sexual route, right? Somewhat. When you say things like talk about teasing me and stuff like that. Let's continue on. Oh, that's. I can tell. Yeah, so that ass, you keep distracting me. So I don't know if this is maybe like in reference to something that's happening in a voice call or something. I think that these screenshots were taken recently. So this voice call here is from a server called OTE, which is like a spin-off of another server called ETO, which itself is a spin-off from the Mr. Girl server. So one thing to bear in mind in looking at all of this is that a lot of this is rooted in, you know, like weird Discord spin-offs of Mr. Girl servers. And you'll see when we look at Six Twit Longer response, there's a lot of kind of weird degen shit going on in these servers. So yeah, it's obviously just a hive of grotesque, weird shit, essentially. Yeah, the Mr. Girl server lore is very deep. And there's and bear in mind, these are like offshoots of Mr. Girl's Discord. So they're like the people who like are too much even for like Mr. Girl's community potentially. And yeah. So a lot of this is gonna just bear it in mind basically. Right, anyway, I can tell yeah, so that actually keeps distracting me. So your advice is I guess it's to have him spank me. There's more than that. We haven't even finished with the spanking dweeb. Go on. You're skipping steps. My hand is on my cock. Lamau, I hate you. This is within like 15 minutes. Yeah, within 20 minutes we're at this stage of the hand being on the... Okay. Okay, so I think what my understanding, and you'll see as we go through this, I think this is supposed to be like Sick is speaking to Lav about how to have sex with a partner or something like that, I think is what's happening here. That's the kind of intention, I believe. Yeah. What's that? I'm stroking my shit meme. Anyway. Jittery in what way? It should be weird, right? So this is a couple of minutes later. We haven't got the in-between, I guess. I want to respond, but I'm going to get really hot if you tell me your clit is throbbing again, lol. Yes, ask him. Tell him you just want him to spank you for a bit. Be weird about it. Thumbs up emoji. It doesn't help this is weird, like, kind of cuckold shit, does it? Oh, that is a tough read. That is a fucking tough read, I gotta be honest with you. Oh. I'm throwing ice water on you through the interweb. Ask him in normal clothes, and when he says yes, you ask him to hold still, and then you'll go change into a bra and panties or a shirt with no bra. You're not asking for sex at this point. It's important not to make it about anything but the spanking, so that way he knows that's exactly what you want. This is also why he'll be in shorts, though. So the premise of this is supposed to be Lav wanted some advice. That's the claim I believe that's made. Lav wanted some advice about sex. So Sick is giving her advice about sex, but doing it in a way that it's clearly about him getting some sexual gratification out of it too. And then this comment here, when I looked at it the other day, I didn't really understand it. But I think what this is in reference to is she's saying, like, when she's talking about ice water, it's like a coded way of saying, hey, don't be so horny, right? Yeah, to cool him down because he's being too horny. Okay. and he's going full on. He is full on. There's no stopping him. There's literally no fucking stopping his weird little cuck sex fantasy from just continuing on. Jesus Christ. Okay. Wait, have I got? No, that's number 5. Oh no, there's more here. Okay, you're not asking for sex at this point. It's important not to make it about anything but the spanking, so that way he knows that's exactly what you want. This is also why he'll be in shorts though, to trick him. You'll be rubbing your belly over his cock, and this will get him all hard, and then that lets him feel like he's the one making it about sex. So yeah, obviously, you know, there's a couple of problems with this. You've got like the weird cuck stuff, okay, which is coming through this, and it's the intricacy of it as well. Like clearly he's thought about this. Clearly he's had some thoughts about this, you know. Yeah, not good. And also, like, clearly, you know, based on the messages here, there's something we'll point out in a sec. But based on the messages here, there doesn't really seem to be like much reciprocation. Like it doesn't seem like Lav is like massively engaged in this. It doesn't seem like Lav is like particularly interested in this conversation and is just playing along. Obviously, she could be a lot clearer about it and say stop doing that or whatever. But nonetheless, you know, I'm not really getting an impression that she is particularly engaged in this conversation. So, and bear in mind as well, it's pretty soon after the conversation has started, from what we can see here at least, that it's moved to like a hardcore sexual conversation. Listen, Kai, I got to be honest with you. I don't think that's the case. Well, also maybe she's talking more on the call and he's typing instead of talking. I don't believe they were. I think they would have been in like maybe a public voice call or something. I don't know what the exact situation was, but yeah, I don't believe that's the case though. Jesus. Well, he's responded. We'll get to it. Don't worry. I've got it all lined up as best I can. Okay. Don't worry, Captain. We'll get to that as well. All right. So while he's tapping you and you can feel your cheeks getting tingly, then you can ask him to do a little harder of a tap and work from there. I mean, yeah, it's the thrust, excuse the term, but it's the thrust of the conversation that is just so excessively and insanely sexual to like a high degree, you know? And I believe, from what I understand, yeah, Atari, we'll get to that. I believe, from what I understand, the pretense of this is he's giving her sex advice, like he's just giving her like friendly advice about sex. But obviously the way that he's describing it is excessively and unnecessarily sexual. Like he is, you know, the way he's talking is designed to get sexual gratification out of it himself, right? Like if someone came to you and like if your male friend asked you for sex advice, you wouldn't go into detail about how he needs to touch his cock and stuff like that. You know, you might just give like generic advice, broad advice, because you don't want to think about your mate in a sexual way. That would be a bit weird, right? So, you know, there's clearly, from what I'm reading, Sick is getting like some form of sexual gratification out of this. Chud being pro-Lav. I'm not being pro-Lav. I'm just looking at what's in front of me. I'm just looking at what's in front of me and saying what I see. You know, yes, I don't like Lav. Obviously, you know, I've got more affinity for Sick, but I've got to say what I see on the screen. And this reads as someone who is engaging excessively in a sexual conversation where, you know, it's not really appropriate to do so, especially on the basis the conversation has only recently started. You know, is it a rape? No, but it is, you know, creepy. Sure, it's creepy. It's like a bit creepy, isn't it? You know, to so quickly, boom, get into the conversation. Now, again, I've not read his response, so we'll look at that and we'll go from there. But, you know, there's definitely some issues here for sure. Mind reading his intention is kind of pointless. It's not about mind reading his intention at all, okay? I'm not mind reading his intention. I'm saying that these messages read to me as I mean, how can you read these and just be like, oh no, he's just given her advice about sex? Like, obviously, he is writing this with the intent of getting sexual gratification out of it himself. Right? Anyway, listen, I'm getting one guide, okay? Let's continue. And work from there. So that's 6. Make sure when he gets hard to feel his cock for just a second and notice it, but don't ask for it. If you're getting steamy, this would probably be a good time to tell him to feel over your panties. You want him feeling you properly wet. Enough that if he held his hands to his mouth, he'd get a taste. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Don't mind read, guys. Guys, don't mind read this, okay? Come on. What's the point in mind reading his intentions? Like, come on. It's quite obvious what's happening here, right? He's seeing an opportunity to have a sexual conversation and he's diving in feet first, right? That's it. That's what's happening here. And also he's doing it in like this weird cuck perspective too, you know, which obviously just adds further degeneracy to the recipe, right? Like, I don't know, like obviously these messages look pretty terrible on 6 part. Now at this point I would like to just note, whilst I think that like I'm not off the mark in like how I'm viewing this, because there'd need to be quite a lot of other content for me to recontextualize how I view these messages. It is worth noting you've got original message was deleted. So it's worth bearing in mind that LAV deleted messages. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily recontextualize just having deleted messages there. We need to see what they are. But it's just worth noting because it certainly calls into question maybe some of the extremities or some of the claims that LAV is making if she's deleting messages. Because it's like, well, if you're looking to be transparent by releasing these, you should release them in full. You shouldn't release them with deleted messages, because that then calls into question, you know, like your reflection on events if you're finding the need to delete messages. Nonetheless, though, I mean, I don't know if that significantly changes my interpretation of what I'm seeing here. How do we know deleted user Sick? Because Sick has said as much, and he self-references as Sick later. I do my best. You think I'm not as well? Wee woo boundary police. So what was that message and what's this about? Because this could be recontextualized by this message depending on what this was. Because maybe that's in a reference to him being the boundary police of her. But then also what it could be, which based on what we can see is what I would interpret it as, is she saying, hey, she's trying to like softly state a boundary. You know? So, you know, Sick bros, I've got to be honest with you. It's not looking, these messages look pretty bad, you know, in terms of like an interaction. Not the ads. I'll wait for the ads before we move on. I know Lav to be a dishonest person. I mean, the problem is Lav, I believe Lav's a dishonest person, and I don't, I wouldn't like get on board with like necessarily the extremities of her claims, particularly if she's deleting messages. I just think that like at the very least, like this is a very weird sexualized conversation where the context is supposed to be, asking, allegedly Lav asked for sex advice. That's contested, but at the very least, Sig is proposing like sex advice, but doing it in a way that's about, personal sexual gratification for him, right? No. Sig isn't. We'll get to his tweet. Let's let Sig speak for himself on his tweet longer. I'll read it, and obviously we'll go from there. Okay. Hey, thanks for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. Keep them coming. Yo. Right. We were talking about cuffs another day. I hate cuffs. Boring. So hang on. Does it skip again or? So that was 7, 10, 15. Oh no, it doesn't. Wait, what did I miss there? I hate cuffs. Boring. We're talking about cuffs another day. I hate cuffs. Boring. Rather than feet, or a tool, okay, hands. Any belt or tool or anything else is just going to add a layer between you and him, and you want him to feel like he's the one raping you. Spicy chat coverage number 1. Spicy chat owns you, white man. The problem with the spicy chat coverage is it does look good, and I would strongly recommend it, but it's also 4 hours long, and I just don't have time to watch a 4-hour VOD and react to it. I will watch a small portion of it when Sick comes on, and I will strongly recommend it. But I did decide to go my own separate way with this one. Any belt or tool or anything else just going to add a layer between you. I'm still here, by the way. Just finished my food. Whoa! Hang on. What? I skipped a bit. Okay, let me read that bit again. Right. No more chat distractions, because this is important. Any belt or tool, anything else is just going to add a layer between you and him, and you want him to feel like he's the one raping you. Yo! What the fuck? Where did that come from? What on earth? No. He says, look, right. Okay. Again, if there's like a bunch of crazy deleted messages, I'd obviously be willing to, bear that in mind and whatever. But what we've got here, and you want him to feel like he's the one raping you. I'm still here, by the way. Just finished my food. And then you there. That looks like 2 separate messages because she's not responding because he just said, feel like he's the one raping you. This reads to me like, Lav is like, what the fuck? And then he's like messaging again twice to try and re-engage the conversation. Yeah, it comes across as like a desperation situation, right? They are separate. You can tell by the spacing. Now, I know they're separate, but what I'm trying to get at is like, when you message someone and like they give the indication or sign that like they're not, like a double message. It's like a double message. It's considered a faux pas. But it gets to the point after like a day where you're like, well, is this person going to respond or not? So you just drop them another friendly message. And then maybe a couple of days later, another one. And then you cut it off if like they're not responding because they're probably not interested anymore, right? That's what's happening, but he's doing it in the course of like a short period of time. I'm still here, by the way. Just finished my food. You there? Yes. Lol, right now. Yes, right now. So this here, I'm thinking, yes, there's lol, right now. Yes, right now. What is that in reference to? That comes across as maybe there's like some deleted messages here, perhaps, because, I'm thinking like this doesn't really make sense as it reads, does it? Sick is explaining how to get this dude who isn't sexually forward to get a taste for being more sexually forward. It isn't out of the blue. Okay, tuna chip. I mean, that's all well and good, but he's doing it in the most lascivious, sexual way possible, and stated in like, you know, a way that he's clearly trying to garner some sort of sexual gratification out of it himself. I mean, again, like, I guess what I'd say is there could be deleted messages here that would make me drastically change how I'm reading this. But like, what would they be? What would they read like? What would they say? Like, what would like I don't know. Like the narrative he's just trying to help her is just baloney. It's complete bullshit. Like clearly he is getting trying to get sexual gratification out of this combo. Which, you know, just I think that's evident from the messages. When is this in relation to Six video on LAV? Oh my god. Psycho Kage. Thank you so much for the $50. That's very generous of you. Thank you. It relates in as much as a narrative that some people have been looking at is the idea that the reason that Sick did the documentary is because he was like a scorned lover. So, you know, I'm kind of taking that into account looking at this too. This is from last year. I mean, Sick will give us more info in his Twitlong about what maybe the context of this is. But I mean, just reading the conversation, there'd need to be an absolute ton of deleted messages for me to interpret this any other way than Sick is engaging in a lascivious sexual conversation with someone who isn't isn't like is giving some prompts that maybe they're willing to continue, but they're not like fully engaged in the conversation, you know? So yeah. Anyway, let's continue on. Yes, yes, lol, right now. Yes, right now. I'm glad you got to have some fun for yourself. Smiley face. So this is 24th of the 4th, 4:19 a.m. 23rd of the 5th, 10:21. Wait, what? 24th of the 5th, sorry, I'm an idiot. So this is like a few hours later, right? So this is 10:16 p.m. This is like 6 hours later. So then it cuts off, and then it goes to May 24th. Okay, here we go. I'm glad. Wait, she's engaged. Yeah, sure, but like, sure. And again, if there's deleted messages, I mean, potentially change my mind on this. But she doesn't seem to be like fully engaged in the conversation. She is clearly like, you know, to me it seems she's not like super interested in this conversation that's occurring, right? She just doesn't seem interested, right? I'm glad you got to have some fun for yourself. Smiley face. Vol sell my ass. Lamau, I'm right now because I'm fighting with my girlfriend and I won't have sex with people unless I'm into them emotionally at that moment. Otherwise, I feel like the sex isn't a choice, but compelled and is therefore rape and not in the good way. I'm okay with periods of celibacy. Just bringing up rape so soon after starting to speak to someone in a sexual way, particularly when it's more one-sided. I don't know, man. That's my advice is not to do that. Okay, my advice is not to do that. If you want to engage in whatever fucking sex fantasies you want to, whatever, okay, but there needs to. This is why there needs to be like a lot of trust before you ever go near those topics, because this sounds insane, you know. But yeah. It does seem weird that it's like it's out of nowhere it's being brought up, you know? And it makes it difficult with the deleted messages, certainly. But even then, you know, you should be very cautious about that sort of angle with someone you haven't had any sort of, you know, real interaction with. But yeah, like I say, there'd need to be a torrent of deleted messages for me to change my kind of broad interpretation of this. Sounds like you're a pussy. Maybe having problems because you're not fucking her. I'm not fucking her because we have problem. I'm not fucking her because we have problems, not the other way around. We had sex like a week ago. Also, I'll be honest, I like gatekeeping the sex. Keeps the power in my court. I don't want to be one of those sad fucks trying to get any little amount of validation from the woman in this Discord. Jesus Christ, man. Sick. From the past. I got some bad news for you, bro. I got some bad news for you. Unfortunately, they're saying that that's exactly what you're doing. Sadly, that's what's being said. Okay, so that's number 9. So sensitive. So this is later in the day. Sorry, these messages. Look, so you got 4:19, and then presumably there's some sleep that happens. 10:35, 10:38 a.m. And then we jump to 11:34 p.m. You're the one getting butt hurt. Never in my life have I gotten butt hurt. I appreciate your kindness. I'm fine. Go back to bullying me, please. I handle it much better. Just catch me in another debate and I'll explain why you're an idiot for thinking I'm infantilizing women. He 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 he. Also, I liked it better when I was giving you tips anyways. You're a lot better to talk to when I get to treat you like a fuck toy anyways. Jesus Christ, sick. What the fuck? How can you defend this? Well, the thing is, I guess it's like, what, you know, what is he defending against? Do you know what I mean? That's the thing. What's the accusation that's made? And I guess we'll look at his tweet longer and see what he says in response. Because, like, did he rape her? Like, no. But did he send, you know, DMs to someone that were heavily and unnecessarily sexualized, without a seeming reciprocation? Obviously, you know. I just, you know, I think I agree that there's likely DMs that will deleted DMs here that could change the context and interpretation of what happened. But how much is it going to change it by? You know, that's the thing. That's the thing to bear in mind. It's like, what? It's so difficult, and this is why it's so frustrating. You know, having to take these DMs from LAV, because obviously, with these deleted messages, it calls into question like her goals in doing this, right? Like, why is she releasing these DMs in this way, deleting messages? If you wanted transparency, you just release the whole lot without deleting them. So it's like, whilst I think there's definitely, you know, worthy criticism to send 6-way in this, I just hate the idea that LAV gets a free pass on releasing these DMs whilst deleting messages, essentially. You know? Because it's like, that's... And you know, I've heard the kind of, oh, well, you know, it's bad to release the DMs. Yeah, sure, it's bad to release the DMs. But Lav is going to feel justified because Sick did this 2-hour documentary on her where he went and, like, looked into aspects of parts of her life she considers private. So she's got, like, that response, you know? Like, to her, she feels justified in doing it, right? So, I don't know, it's tricky. Like, sure, just releasing DMs fucking sucks. But then, you know, she believes, you know, just trying to see it from her perspective for a second, which, you know, obviously I'm not a fan of, but she obviously thinks, well, this guy was a freak who went and dug up on private life and wanted to make a thing about me, so I'm going to release these to further my narrative, right? Everyone wants to perpetuate and show their narrative of what's going on, and she feels these DMs do that. So yeah. Does anyone else not really give a fuck? I give a fuck in as much as, you know, just going over them and talking about what I think it shows and demonstrates, you know? Anyway, let's continue on. Hey, I'm trying to talk to Button about my May 31st. I'm trying to talk to Button about my... Okay, we don't know what that said. And then this is from June the 2nd. Jesus Christ, I hate you so much right now, lol. He, punish me. And then June 4th. Hey, I don't know if you're okay or not, but I just wanted to let you know, people like you, and yeah, I get it, herder, sick, you're better when you're mean, but don't mistake people disagreeing with you for not liking you. You're an appreciated member of the community in Mr. Girl and Bitch Palace. Thank you. Sick, are you okay? What do you need from me right now? Can you hold your own, or do you want to squash it? So this is going to go into in the twit longer, I think. But what this relates to is someone Sick had sexted with someone else in the Discord who was a sex worker, and I think that he'd sent her like pictures of himself naked, and this other person was alluding to leaking the what essentially be revenge porn. I don't think she actually posted the full nude pictures, but posted like clipped pictures to make it look like she was going to do it. So this is what this is about, right? What do you need from me right now? Can you hold your own, or do you want to squash it? There's no recourse. I was trying to operate in good faith, and this is what happens. You can't assume everyone else does. You're getting some pretty serious consequences for your actions thrown back in your face right now. Kind of a bit prophetic. Good thing is it stays in chat. Now it's okay. She gets away. No way to make that situation healthy. What would you like me to do? Are you good to hold your own? I mean, she's posting revenge porn. No, I left. I'm not good on that. I think you should respond. Doesn't matter if it's cropped. I agree. That's why I keep deleting it. I don't want to respond. It's the responding that's going to make me unwell. Just for future reference, that's the type of person you ban. I think you two can learn from and grow from this with me as a mediator. No. And that's it. That's the end of the DMs. No. I don't think that's anywhere. Okay. So I'll just, for full transparency, okay, obviously we've looked at what LAV has leaked. For full transparency, this is Sick that sent me this, okay? But obviously this is a response to the DMs getting leaked, so it's only fair that I show this too. And I believe it's an effort to show where the deleted DMs are. So this is his response to these DMs essentially. And then we'll look at the twit longer, okay, which is quite long. DMs from Lav and I are missing here. She says this conversation was conducted with her in VC. I wouldn't have ever had this conversation over VC. She said on Tomfoolery's stream that her and her friends were in VC making fun of me while this conversation was happening, but then also saying the reason you don't see some of the responses from Lav is because she was responding to me from inside a voice call. None of this makes sense, just an outright lie. Okay. So I guess there's some context that we're missing. I guess there's some context that we're missing from some of this stuff claimed here. It's a boundary and a compliment. Missing Lav response. Missing Lav response here as well. Lav cuts off some sort of emoji image response. Possible text here. God, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone for full forensics. He's gone full forensics mode on this. In the next screen, I'm responding to her, but a text is missing. So yeah, that's the deleted message. Lav said on Tom's stream that boundaries comment was her saying I was going too far, but this was her teasing me about my, albeit disingenuous, boundaries about my ex. See, that's what I was. I mean, I didn't know that this. Obviously, Sick hasn't even released this yet. Apparently, he just sent it to me then. That's what I'm saying is, you know, we're gonna have to. It's just a he said, she said on what this boundary comment was. Was it her stating a boundary or saying a boundary or alluding to it, or was it responding to this message was about a boundary? Lav said on Tom's stream that the boundaries comment... Okay, we just read that. Don't know if any texts are missing here, but the time jump between DMs is 5 hours. Yeah. Missing DMs from her or her and I. Yeah, I think the thing to bear in mind with this is I don't think my overall characterization of these messages is wrong, but there's certain particulars of the interaction which, because it hasn't been released in full, because there's parts missing, because there's deleted messages, there's certain specific narratives that it is a he said, she said situation, you know? So, yeah. Message here, but unrelated to the drama. The next message is me responding to a comment. The only person I've received text message from is Sick. Oh, okay. Warning signs, obviously. Don't know if anything's missing. And that's it. So even in Sick's response here, I don't know if there's enough here to change the broad characterization of the messages, which is essentially him, you know, having an unnecessary sexual conversation in what is alleged to be a request for sexual advice in regards to her partner. That's what it seems like to me. Anyway, I think those deleted messages are gone forever. I don't think we're ever gonna, you know, see what they say. But obviously, Lav is someone who has twisted narratives around DMs to suit her ends. So the fact there is quite a bit missing here, it seems, kind of diminishes her side of the story somewhat. But unless there was some crazy messages deleted, I just think this is, like, you know, inappropriate from Sick to engage in this conversation in this way. Like, clearly he is seeking to gain some sexual gratification out of describing in vivacious terms how Lav ought to have sex with a partner. Like, that just seems obvious to me, and it's kind of undeniable. Will Lav ask for sexual advice? Yeah, but if you ask, like, your mate for sexual advice, and they're not even friends really. But if you ask someone for sexual advice and they started giving you graphic descriptions of how to have sex, you'd probably be a bit like, no, not like that. Do you know what I mean? You'd probably be like, hang on a minute. I mean, certainly, you know, it's not explicitly clear that Lav isn't interested in having that kind of conversation, but certainly, you know, there's clues there that she isn't particularly engaged. Again, presuming there aren't, like, lots of deleted messages. It seems like she's not particularly engaged in having that kind of conversation. But yeah. Anyway, so that is the initial DMs, okay? Sick actually went on to Queeman's stream. I think there's a bit of disappointment because I'm not covering Queeman's stream about it, but unfortunately it's 4 hours long, and it was like calling my Discord. I'd recommend it if you want to watch this drama from, like, another angle. If you want to watch but if you want to watch DK read the messages out while some autists scream about how no one cares about it. I'll link it here. But this is Sick joining the call, so I just want to listen to what Sick's got to say about this. But I'll link this if you want to watch the rest of it.
I don't think it's this
That-
deep.
No,
It's
that's
never
where I
this deep.
Do you guys
started.
hear me?
That's where I started.
And
my-
for the record, I don't think. For the record,
Right.
I don't think.
Okay,
we're
we've got
that
sake.
good.
Everyone shut up. Hold up.
Hey, shut up! All right.
Yeah.
All right, sake.
Do I need to be watching the stream?
No. Well,
Okay.
you might want to, but
Okay. Okay.
you don't have to.
No, I will. Okay. I mean,
All right. So you missed our a few hours of coverage of the drama.
how long have you guys been here?
4
that
hours.
long?
3 hours. 3 hours.
Jesus Christ.
The verdict we came to, I think, was that, and Boots may be upset with me saying this, but I think the general consensus is that you are a weird freak for the messages that you were sending Lav.
Jesus Christ. Is DK the judge? Is DK the judge? I mean, I don't even necessarily disagree. I mean, it is, you know, to jump into such vivacious sexual messages like that's kind of crazy. And to the cock angle, just the cock angle makes it worse, okay?
But that it's not particularly bad, and that it doesn't have much of any impact on the hit piece video. Does everyone agree with that?
Yeah,
That's pretty fair.
basically how I summed it up as well.
That's pretty fair. I think so. I know there's some people that are more, they're saying this kind of scorned lover narrative, and certainly I can see why people would see that. But I don't know if there's enough there for me to say, like, he made the documentary because he was a scorned lover. I think it's, you know, possibly contributed to his decision to do it. And there is like a timeline I've got that maybe we can look at to kind of shed some light on this too. But yeah. I just think that, I mean, first of all, I don't know if, apart from Lav, I mean, Lav obviously wants to perpetuate this image or impression that the documentary is null and void because he was a weird, obsessed, scorned lover. But then, even if that was true, doesn't matter because, you know, it's assessed on the information provided within it. Anything beyond that is irrelevant. But then on top of that as well, it's like, you know, I haven't actually seen that many people say the documentary is null and void. I've just seen people say it comes across like he's a scorned lover, which, you know, yeah, I can understand why someone might think that, you know, after looking at these messages. Or look at the timeline it's set. But let's just play this out.
Okay. So why was my presence requested then? Because that's, I mean, here's the thing. I don't think that the messages aren't weird. I don't think that they're not embarrassing. I knew that that was going to happen, but that's the whole reason when I made the fucking twit longer, I just decided to put in as much as I remember because Lav could only ever confirm something that I said before or correct it in a sense. She's not going to catch me like lying about what happened between us.
So, do you? First of all, I'm just gonna ask this for everyone in here because it is like the question that everyone was wondering while we were going over the things. Do you consider yourself a cock?
Okay.
Come on. The key question first.
I'm not laughing while I'm asking this, but this is like, for me, this is serious.
Okay. I got a shirt in the mail, and it was actually the Mr. Girl getting cucked by DGG, and getting DGG'd, the ones you guys hated the design on. I think the universe, in a sense, is trying to tell me that I am definitely cucked.
Well, we know you are cucked, but do you consider yourself a cuck?
Yeah, it's a fancy way to avoid that question.
No, I think it means I can't deny that I am because the universe has already spoken to me.
Still not answering the question. Yeah, saying maybe.
Bro, is this guy on weed?
All right, so 6
Okay.
o'clock.
I mean, the answer. I was gonna say the answer is
He's kind of avoiding the question. Come on, just listen. Say it like it is.
yes. You guys
Okay.
just don't like the way I'm answering
Sick,
it.
are you willing to enter some kind of like therapy or rehab or like something to correct this nature of yours?
Unironically, I already went to therapy. Like
For this situation?
between 8 and 6 months ago. Yeah.
What exactly were you trying to get to the bottom of? Did you make any breakthroughs?
My personal relationship shit, and then the stuff surrounding it. Yes, this was a part of it actually.
Oh, I guess I want confirmation on something.
Sorry. Sexting Lav was a part of the therapy.
No, women in general.
Okay.
Wait, hang on. No women in general, or no women in general?
I think the latter.
Oh, no comma, or no period. Women in general.
I just want to break down a couple of these. If you're okay with that. So these boundary messages, you setting your boundaries when you first went over this. So I think we all agreed that what's going on here is cheating.
Yes, agreed.
And this is not actually setting boundaries.
No, there's messages before that, and that was the end of me setting boundaries. Again, she was just being flirty and dismissive. So I was just.
But you started out by being flirty, and
no, she started out by being flirty. This is what I'm saying. There's not just shit that's not being shown. Even in what is shown, there's like I don't really send people like 8 consecutive messages. And I don't remember that being how things were between her and I. Yeah, I just, again, I still don't disagree with the characterization or the way that I described things inside of the twit longer, because there's just shit that's not being shown.
Are you saying that you going, hey, this is just advice? Like, that's a serious thing that you're trying to say?
Yes.
So
that's a lie.
Come on, Sick. You've got to see it wasn't like, come on. It wasn't just advice. Like, if you read the messages, that isn't just plain sex advice. That is sex advice with the flavor of trying to get sexual gratification for yourself. I don't even know if I call it sex advice. It's like, you know, he's like trying to do some weird cuck sexting thing.
Well, Robin went out in this conversation, bro.
Say that again?
Time. This was not you just giving advice. This was you giving like graphic descriptions of how she should jerk off her husband, bro.
Yeah, no, it definitely developed that way. Yes. Agreed.
It developed that way. I mean, you know, 942, okay, you know, setting out this boundary here, this boundary is a boundary and a compliment. 946. $9.48, he's talking about teasing. And then 10 minutes after that, talking about the ass. And then we're into spanking. Like, I don't know, man. Like, to me, that's such a quick turnaround on that development. You know, I don't know if it's correct to say it developed that way. It seemed like it started out and that was the intent, right? So, yeah, I'm a little bit... I feel like Sick's being a bit slippery here. I think that, to me, you're best off just admitting what it was. I don't know why he's trying to act like it was just advice. Like, I don't think if you're talking about spanking within 20 minutes, you're genuinely just trying to offer advice to someone of a sexual nature.
So, okay, I have a real question.
I'm just saying, when the initial message was sent, it wasn't.
Wait, hold on.
I would consider almost everything afterwards to be, yes, cheating.
Sick, this is serious. So you're saying that it started out this way, but it ended up being more sexual. So
no, okay. Here's how I would describe it. At the beginning, that was not my intention. Very quickly on though, I think
I don't think that's true. I think that's cope. I think that's big time cope.
Became apparent to both parties that you couldn't talk about this shit in the way that I was going to talk about it and she was going to talk about it. without it being like
Okay,
cheating.
okay,
Would you
sick.
say she broke your boundaries that you set?
I would say I allowed her to, but yes.
Sick, do you realize that to the outside observer, in these chat logs, it looks more like what's actually going on is you say, oh, listen, I want to have sex with you, so we can't have this conversation like the way you want to have it. We have to have it this other way. And then she's like, haha, are you sure you don't want to have it the way I want to have it? And then you're like, actually, yeah, I do. And it just feels like you were just testing and saying, like, is she going to push past this? And then when she did, you took it. And that seems like the more logical explanation rather than you were actually trying to set a boundary while saying that you want to fuck her.
I think you're removing. Yeah. No. Okay. First of all, I didn't shut it down. You're right. Second of all, I would only disagree in the sense that LAV was setting lures the entire time.
Sure, but you're like taking them and setting more.
No, but the way you're.
But I mean, he is like graphically describing sex later. Like, I just think that like he is jumping into the pool. Do you know what I mean? He don't care if the water's hot or cold. He's just fucking jumping straight in there. It is LAV style. I mean, one thing to bear in mind in your analysis of this is that this is back in 2022. So we obviously all know a lot more about LAV from some of the dramas that she's been involved in. So obviously at the time he had no idea about any of this. But I feel like his characterization of these messages is, to me, dishonest. I just don't think, based on my read of it, that's what was happening. You know. Yeah, I don't know if he's embarrassed or what it is. And obviously, look, to be fair, it's a fucking Discord call. You know, this is my Discord. This is lots of people from Spicy Chat. People have been fucking needling him about this all day. Sure. But then don't jump into the call if you're not wanting to do that. Like, prepare your defense or whatever you need to do and go from there. So, yeah, I mean, I think overall the way he's handled this has been really bad. And he's just not kind of tackled it in the best way. And this just, you know, it just creates more holes. Like, I just don't buy this idea that it was just genuinely going to be about advice, and then all of a sudden we're talking about, you know, spanking and shit.
Describing it is like super one-sided.
He answered the siren's call. That's what happened, you know.
I think that's what's going on.
I think
like,
it's fair
a boundary
to say that.
and a compliment, bro.
Yes,
you're
unironically,
so hot,
you can.
But we can't have this conversation. Oh, really? You think I'm hot? Okay, yeah, let's have this conversation. It's like the most obvious. Like,
I gotta agree with
women
here, unfortunately. Women and I don't see eye to eye on many of these kinds of things, but
unfortunately,
okay. I don't think it's unfair to say that you might want to set a boundary because of an attraction to a person.
But you wouldn't state that. You would never state that in your boundary setting.
I would
unless
say
you wanted them to push the boundary.
First of all, even having the conversation in the first place, I would say was inappropriate because it's really hard to like walk that fucking line and stay straight. And then, second of all, I would consider almost everything afterwards to be like the boundary break is mine on her end, but like me allowing her to. Like me opening the door for it to happen.
Well, let's try to be honest here. I'm gonna give you. I know how you Twitch poll people work, so follow me here for a second.
I've got an analogy as well, DK. But go.
Okay, so let's say I go out to I don't know. There's someone I know, and I go out into town with this girl, and when we meet up, I tell her, all right, there can't be any touching while we're hanging out because I find you really fucking hot.
Yeah.
So that we can't touch each other, but we can hang out. If Boots heard about that, how do you think she'd feel? How would she see that?
Wait, what the fuck? I just started listening again.
Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, take your time, Sick. Get your answer straight.
No, again, I would say again that this is, yes, it was inappropriate for me to state.
Okay, so you see how when it's inappropriate from the outset, it's hard to believe that you didn't have sexual intentions going in, and it was
No,
just
there's
something
a
about
wait. There's a
the
difference between
message
saying that
after.
There's a difference between saying I'm engaging in inappropriate behavior, and my intention is to like make this an inappropriate thing.
Well, you've
You're
already
having a
made
laugh
it
moment
inappropriate.
right now. For
No, it just
That's what's
means
going-
it was no, it was
Right.
it means it was a short-sighted thing to even allow that conversation to happen and me to
Right.
offer it. And like, yes.
Why do people care about these three hooking up? Well, they didn't hook up. The reason people care about it is because, well, first of all, Sick did this 2-hour documentary about LAV, and unfortunately, these messages do lend credence. You know, whether you agree with it or not, the conclusion, they at least lend credence to the idea. You know, that there was some other motivation for making the documentary, perhaps like a scorned lover angle or something, and you know. It just seems that Sick's responses on this are like a bit lackluster, you know? I just think, you know, he'd be far better off saying, listen, yeah, I went into the conversation. Obviously, I thought she was hot. And, you know, I hoped we might go down a sexual route, and we did. And that was that. I don't know. I just feel like that would just be the better way to deal with this. I mean, maybe this is his genuine feeling of the situation, but I don't know, it just comes across as disingenuous to me. Does the motivation matter of his claims or wealth? Yeah, well, the thing is, the motivation doesn't matter for the documentary, but it certainly calls into question, you know, at the very least, Sick's actions, and you know that can be looked at, and it's like, well, why did you do it or whatever, right? I'm a bit quiet. Am I? Hello, test. Hello.
Like
Hey,
the appropriate way for me to engage in this conversation would have been to again DM her, tell her not to get her advice in the Mr. Girl server, and then leave it at that. That would have been appropriate. In no way should I have involved myself.
What is that mic?
I was your
What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, listen. I appreciate this being arranged. Okay, I know there's a lot of muting going on. But anyone that's got a fucked mic just needs to be insta-muted.
biggest defender in this conversation. I really desperately want you to just admit that yes, like you thought that you knew something about the subject and like you wanted to say it to her because like you had sexual intentions with her.
What? Is this guy for real? Who is this? I'm going to fucking ban them immediately from my Discord. Who is it? No, I'm not really going to ban them. It's just so, like, bro, you're on a call with like 50 people. Everyone's trying to find out what's going on, okay? And you're just making loads of noise. Mute your fucking mic. What is going on?
Because I feel like we can all see that.
Yes, but I was there messaging her at the time. Weirdly enough, these are my messages.
It's also so funny how the
what do you mean
pretense
you
of you
were
coming
there
in,
messaging her?
the pretense of you coming into the DMs is going, oh, I see you're talking to these nerds about sex. Well, unlike these guys, I actually have sex, so allow me to talk to you about it instead, privately.
No, hold on. You're not.
I mean, I feel like Queenman's putting it. Look, Queenman fucking hates Sick at this point, okay? And whilst I think there's definitely stuff to criticize here, like, it feels like he's putting a lot of narrative into these messages. But, I mean, I've not seen enough to say that part is correct, right? Like, I think there's enough to criticize without just, inserting entire narratives that aren't even present in the messages.
You're not even being fair there. Because, yes, my whole entire point of messaging her was to not get her advice from inside the community. Yeah. And then she replied to that with asking if I've got any advice of my own. Yes.
But those are lost.
That doesn't mean that I was intending for me to be the one giving her that conversation as an alternative.
I don't understand how you logic your way out of that in your head.
So strange.
Wait,
this is really weird, guys.
You replied to me. Like, I don't understand what you meant. Like, when you... Okay, so yes, you could have had, like, in the front of your head, I guess, like, good intentions where, like, this woman is getting, like, bad sexual advice. But, like, I don't feel like you would do the same for men in this case who are, like, trying to get into, like, BDSM shit, and you would not talk to them in the same way. So, like...
Yes, Boots is correct. Yes, exactly. If one of your mates messaged you and said, oh, hey, I'm thinking about getting into, like, spanking and stuff, what do you reckon? You're not going to suddenly start going, oh yeah, well, let's talk about her having a hand on your cock and all this shit. Like, you would go about it in a very different way. Like, I just don't understand why Sick can't just go, hey guys, listen. Yeah, it was a sexual thing from the start in the back of my mind. Like, that to me seems like the far better interpretation of this.
You can admit there is something in you that is like really into her sexually. You said as much in the first fucking message. So like you can say I messaged her because
Downboard, man.
I was into her and like I found her really attractive and I found the idea of a conversation with her enticing. But
Titillating,
also
even.
Wait, do you mean it in the first message or the first
Hang on.
message you see?
But you can also say I messaged her because I actually have something to add to this conversation and I was trying to help somebody that I know.
No, the only reason I messaged her was not to add anything, was to get her the fuck away. The only thing I had to add when I messaged her was for the purposes of letting her know everybody else is not informed on this subject or just needs to get the fuck away. Or she needs to get the fuck away from them if she's asking these specific kinds of questions.
Oh, man. Okay, this is... He was trying to protect her from the hordes of virgins. I don't know, man. Maybe Creamer was right after all. I don't know. These answers are fucking so lackluster. I don't know, man. These answers fucking suck from Sick, I've got to say. I understand he's under pressure. It's just happened and stuff like that, but fuck me. He's making a dog's dinner of this. Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so why didn't you just say that publicly?
What do you mean? I did.
So why did you message her it?
Oh, I already say this inside the doc. The whole reason I didn't say this shit publicly is because a lot of people, the only investment I had in the communities was in the Mr. Girl Discord community, and I had a bunch of people nipping at my heels because I just got back from a break off of not being a moderator where I punished a bunch of people in the process, and I wasn't trying to start shit.
Like
you realize
Lab
it seems more like you were
correct?
trying to open a channel of communication, like quote unquote sliding into the DMs. It seems more like
I know that phrase. I know that phrase.
Yes. Yes. Okay, that's reasonable. This seems like sliding into the DM, certainly. I think that's a good way to characterize it, right? Slide into DMs, low pressure, and then turn up the temperature as time goes on. I don't know. That's the way I'm reading these messages.
I mean, it seems like it would start more conflict instead of just like being casually like LMFAO. None of these people know shit about BDSM or like how to get somebody to be interested in you. Like that's not starting shit.
Wait. How would it start shit to confront somebody in private so the entire rest of the server does not know that I'm specifically diminishing their opinions in the process?
Well, because you would know in LAV for a little while at this point, right?
No. She joined the server. I think she joined the server on May 14th. If I time it out correctly. I can't remember from all the evidence I had for the doc. But I think she had been in the server for 10 days by the time that this happens. So a while is like a really big stretch.
You said that like when she joined, she was like trying to
We're gonna read that.
Be like super horny and like get everybody to her OnlyFans or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So there's no genuineness coming from her. She's not genuinely doing any of this shit.
Yes, and I point out that she was getting more involved in the community, which means there was more genuine interaction, just not for this type of subject.
Okay. I've got the timeline here. This is Sick's version of the timeline, so take that into account, okay? Bear that in mind. The entire timeline, 2022, February. Lav calls Destiny a sexy professor in DMs. May 14th, Lav joins the Mr. Girl server. May 23, Isex Lav. June 4th, Isan Lav nice messages. June 8th, revenge porn I delete account. So that's the revenge porn incident we were looking at or talking about a second ago. July, Cygnus Lav drama. This is when Lav and Cygnus was being... Listen, I can't explain it all. It's on my channel if you want to watch it. It's also in the documentary. August 14th, Cream and Chud Lav panel. I make new account. August 25th, I tell Mr. Girl to platform Lav knowers. He suggests doc. September, I learned all the crazy LAV shit. September 25th, I asked LAV for our old logs to include in the video. So obviously we'll go over that when we go over the twit longer. November 10th, LAV missed a girl Weinstein accusation. November 11th, doc releases. Chud watches it. So that's the proposed timeline from Sick about what happened. So that's the alleged timeline.
Okay, but you engage with her on this type of subject.
Because she brought it up. Yes, this was probably one of the first times she even brought up some kind of like negative situation or problem with Connor McDonald, CMO of the Ridge.
Okay, but okay, so she brought it up publicly. You brought it up with her privately.
Yes,
because this is something that you were invested in more than.
Listen, I got to be honest with you. Okay, I don't know if I like these little Connor McDonald memes anymore from Sick. I don't know about that, man. That comes across a bit cringe with everything that's happened.
Than you would be with like a normal message in the server of somebody wanting help. Why?
What do you mean more invested in?
Well,
I feel like things are being attributed to me that are not like congruent with what I was actually thinking at the time.
Well, because I don't know if you're like unaware of what you were thinking at the time. If there's like a disconnect because like you hate LAV so much now. Or
No,
if it's, like...
the only reason I ever messaged her privately was because the entire Mr. Girl server had a problem with even being able to keep women who weren't toxic inside of the community, because anytime they approached these types of subjects, it was like met in the weirdest fucking ways, or I don't know how to say it.
No,
that.
I can understand and like potentially believe that, but I'm curious like how it actually like it got explicitly sexual between you two, like where like not just talking about sex stuff, but like you guys getting horny. How did that start?
Because we both invited that behavior. We're talking about what I said I was going to.
Who invited that behavior first?
I think we both did. I don't know.
That's not how text messages work. So like one person sends one.
Like who would be the first flirtee, so to speak?
Yeah.
Oh, Sick
That would
open
be
DMs
her.
with her.
Yes, I did. Nobody's disagreeing that I messaged her first.
Yeah, and what did
Nobody's
you message her
disagreeing
about?
with that.
How did your messages with her start?
She deleted a DM, so who knows? I don't know if that's a fair assessment. You know, it seems like he's sliding into the DMs, as they say.
He just said all of that. Just listen. Jesus Christ.
I'm asking to clarify for me now.
Who's trying to drill down to the bitty bits?
And you come interrupt and be like, "Oh, let's go back to the fucking beginning."
Oh, this is good. This is good.
No.
How did those messages start?
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Okay, I'm ignoring you, Queeman.
Okay, because
yes.
you know that if the messages started with you going in and being like, "Let me give you some advice," then that's the whole fucking point, bro.
Yes, but I already put it inside of the twit longer, dumbass, that's not what I had offered in the first place.
What? No, you went in and said, "Hey, I'm just saying, don't get your advice from the Mr. Girl server. They're all virgins." Yeah.
Yes!
So, bro, that is what I'm saying. You're going in there and tacitly implying that that you're going to be the one to give advice. That is absolutely true. If the shit he opened the DMs with is that shit about being like, "Hey, I'm just saying, I'm setting this boundary."
But that is not being sexual. In fact, he could give her advice on this subject that was like not a sexual, like a reciprocal sexual relationship.
I am saying to you that he's.
I mean, that's true, but I do, you know, the fact it escalated to sexual, communication so quickly, it does suggest to me that, you know, that was, you know, sliding into the DM. Like, you never slide into someone's DMs and straight away start bringing up sexual shit, right? Because that would be, you know, that's not a very good way of like drawing attention from a woman. Normally they're going to be put off by that. So you go in with something softer, and then over time, you know, if there's a connection there, you might eventually escalate to the point. But, you know, obviously in this case, it happened extremely quickly within the matter of minutes or 20, 30 minutes or so. So yeah, I think it's possible that very probable that there was a back in the back of his mind he's thinking about that.
He sees her talking about sex in a public text channel. He's like, oh, here's a hot woman talking about sex in a public text channel. I'm sure
I'll be getting tomorrow after work, alright?
in the DMs as well, pulling a little Bryce tactic.
No, we
DMs.
Honestly, Koyman, why the fuck do you interrupt right now when I'm trying to drill down to like what actually happened?
Okay,
it's like you're
because
just saying nonsense.
Because this is no. This is just facts. This is just facts.
Okay, yeah, there's obviously a disagreement here between the jury or the judges. I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know, man. That's obviously not helping matters. I mean, I think obviously Sick is being dishonest about the start, but obviously Boots is also trying to like establish, well, beyond that though, obviously it could be that he went in with a thought in the back of his mind, but who like escalated the conversation to sexuality first? You know, it seems like Sick was the one that was pushing it forward more. Obviously, yes, there's the deleted message aspect to take into account. But yeah, it seems pretty clear that based on what we've got at least, that Sick was the one that was escalating the sexual side of things.
You're not saying anything.
I am saying that Sick started the flirting.
Okay, yeah,
Sick is
yes,
saying
everybody knows.
started the
No,
flirting.
you're not saying. Okay, so flirting is not saying don't listen to these people about sex advice.
Going into someone's DMs and opening it up,
it's not.
trying to talk about sex, is flirting.
He's not trying to talk about sex. He's saying don't talk about sex with these people. I'm trying to look. Okay, yeah, you're like 19, right? So like you have no idea.
Yeah,
Oh my
how
God.
to talk
That's
to
it.
people.
Oh no. It's breaking down before our
Let
eyes.
me just read here. Let me just read. This is what he said.
Wait, can I fucking finish the line of questions that I was asking? It's important. I'm trying to figure out who started this shit and when
People
it started.
always mean the exact words they're saying, and they're never trying to deceptively bait people in sexual conversations online.
What?
You're saying that Sick actually meant it when he said,
No.
Don't...
I don't know what Sick meant because I have no idea when the fuck any of the actual like sexual shit started. I'm trying to ask questions to figure it out. But you're interrupting me to say like nonsense just to fucking roast Sick for no reason. Like to just repeat the same shit that we already knew that he said in the fucking tweet in the first place.
I just don't think you're listening. But carry on.
Clayman's just saying that the first message was already that. Like,
Yes.
pretty clearly.
Yes, I know.
Well, I think like Sick isn't agreeing biting that bullet, but I think we can all agree. Well, obviously, maybe Boots disagrees. It like at the very least, in the back of his mind, that's what's going on, right? But then what Boots is trying to establish is something different because, you know, at what point did this like sexual escalation occur? Based on the messages we've got, it does look like Sick is the one that is pushing forward the sexual conversation more so than LAV. So I don't know, like. I think Sick needs to at least accept at some point he was looking to escalate the sexual nature of the conversation. I think that much is obvious, right?
I know, but you're not making a convincing argument.
You're not saying...
You just
because I'm saying that there is no circumstance in which you cold DM someone from a public VC being like, don't talk to these nerds about sex.
Yeah, I love the fucking voice you do before it just to make sure that everybody in the call dismisses it.
He's right here. I hate to say it.
Just make sure that you don't listen
I
to
have made my point. I have made my point. Boots, say what you want to fucking say. Go.
Just wait. Just to clarify, it wasn't a VC. They were talking in text.
Oh, I mean
and
text
then,
chat. It doesn't matter. Boots,
I mean, it matters to me because you're getting a lot of details wrong.
Look, okay, so he sees this as his community that he is like kind of been ousted from, and everybody's really mad because of the Mr. Girl mod drama. So he doesn't want to talk and chat and like get everybody super aggro at him again. But he still cares about the community. So he messages a new person in the community who is being like sexual and trying to get sexual advice to say, hey, this is not something that you should do in this community. None of these people fucking know anything, even though they pretend to. That is not like a super controversial thing to do. That is not flirting. It can be flirting, but that in and of itself is not flirting.
I don't buy it. No, I don't buy it.
I don't care if you buy it or not.
You don't send that message.
But the thing is Boots has got a point here because I agree with this idea that Sick has got an idea of like what he wants to do with it, but then. What's happened, but it happened very quickly, and Sick seems very forthright in putting across his sexting shit. But like, what else happened? Like, this is why I feel like we're giving too much leeway to LAV. Like, what happened between? Like, is there something we're not seeing? Do you know what I mean? It's like, I just think that it's possible that Sick was like, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to start talking about sexy shit, including mentioning fucking rape, okay? But it's also possible that LAV has deleted something, left something out. We've got one clear point where she deleted a message where we don't know exactly what that series of messages meant exactly after that. You know, she says one thing, he says another. So I think what Boots is trying to get at is, well, when did the escalation of the sexual stuff occur? And now obviously we've derailed into like, going back over the initial messages. So I don't know. This is getting a bit messy.
You do is say that it is possible that happened another way, and I'm trying to move on.
Just give me a
Something
moment.
that matters more than this.
You don't send that message unless you have sexual intentions.
100%. Yep, totally agree.
Oh, crazy! I should check my DMs and see all the messages I've gotten from people that don't have sexual intentions with me.
I would disagree about that, but
okay. So at this point, I think Sick has left because of the absolute fiasco that just occurred. Oh my god. Okay, well, Sick ran. Sick slipped away.
Please show those, actually.
yeah, please. We'll analyze that. Analyze that claim.
Wait, what about you? You've DM'd me, Koyman. Do you have sexual intentions with me?
Yeah, but I don't dare you, like...
Okay, I've heard enough of that argument. If you want to watch the rest of that, I'll link this. There's obviously coverage before, coverage after, which you can go and check out if you want to see my Discord's take on the drama. Okay, so there we go. Go and watch that another time. Okay, so we're now going to move on to 6 Twitlonger, which is quite the hefty beast. But I promise you, there are some good moments in this which you're going to get a kick out of, okay? And then we'll look at some of the Twitter responses. But first, I need to take a very quick break. And also, where the hell... Oh. Okay, I think... It's literally just around the corner. Okay, give me like 5 minutes, okay? I'll be right back. I think I can hear it outside, maybe. Anyway, check out the latest video. Why is it that there's... Oh no, watch this one. This one's funny. Like, who the f would want to work with this retard? Seriously. Minorities shouldn't have rights. Based position. I'm for it. Oh my god, no way! Look, they're doing the thing. Do these people know what a fact is? Oh my god, man. Oh my god, who f***ing cares?
This whole thing has just made me realize that, like, white people are not serious. Yes, white supremacy is actually at the root of everything.
Strategically going after Professor Flowers was the first time I sensed vibes from him.
Also, the idea that these disgusting online freaks are worth nothing. Like, honestly, how many videos have we had of some black bread tuber complaining about the whites in breadtube? This must be like the 5th or 6th video about it at this point. Like, dude, what the fuck? Right, so we got this video here. This is called The White Leftist Industrial Complex, okay? I've seen quite a few videos like this. Now, I'll be honest with you, there is one point I've seen a clip of that from the outside looking in looked pretty racist, but we'll see what happens, okay? We'll see what happens. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Content warning, racism, transphobia, misogynoir used unironically, and a whole lot of caucasity. I'm going to start a video, okay? It's going to be called The Problem with the Blacks, all right? The Problem with the Blacks. And then it's going to say at the bottom a whole lot of, you know, I can't say because of TOS, sadly, but you know what I mean? That's what we're going to do next time, all right? Anyway, let's continue. Here we go. I can't believe I'm watching this.
To some, the title of this video will be seen as hyperbolic. I and many other people of color and queer folks don't see it that way, due to our understanding of leftism with the intersectional lens.
Okay. Let's go. We're 20 seconds in. We're 20 seconds in, and we're already getting some banging memes in there.
Leftism that isn't based in intersectionality is upholding white supremacy. It ignores the BIPOC contributions such as microaggression coined by Chester Pierce in 1970.
I knew this was going to be a soy nod fucking fiasco. I knew this was going to be soy nods left, right, and center. I could tell. We're already 30 seconds in. Come on.
To intersectionality from Kimberly William Crenshaw in 1989. So much of American leftism is based on the collective fight against systematic racism that Black, Indigenous, Latine, and others have been on the front lines of.
Yo!
Knowing who Angela Davis...
Wait, hang on a second. First of all, are these... Wait, hang on.
Of American leftism is based on the collective fight against systematic racism that Black...
Is Loner Box white? I thought he was of like Middle Eastern descent, and he doesn't. I mean, listen, I'll be honest with you. If I ran into a guy like this in a bar, you know, I would probably be able to clock that he's like not, you know, like white. You know, do you know what I mean? Like you could probably be able to tell, right? But my point is like it feels weird to like refer to Loner Box as a white leftist because I don't know if like even his white presenting, I don't know if he himself sees himself as white, but I don't know either way.
Black, Indigenous, Latine, and others have been on the front lines of. Knowing who Angela...
Also, this is Shark Zero, right? That's this guy's name. This guy's black. This guy's black. But spoiler alert. They make some comments about this fella later, which we'll look at.
Davis is, but not reading or applying her calls to be anti-racist is grifting at best. Before I go further, let's break down what the white leftist industrial complex looks like. The white leftist industrial complex consists of varying traits, behaviors, and dog whistles. Commonly, you'd see them feeling vindicated when pushing misinformation, attacking the very Black and queer people that correct their colonizer approach, having an inflated ego when discussing BIPOC issues, focusing more on appearing to be correct than actually having a true understanding, blindly pushing right-wing narratives in terms like woke scold and identity politics.
Okay. Yeah, this obviously. Do you know what I was thinking when I woke up this morning, right? When I woke up this morning, I thought, do you know what we really need? We need another video from a black leftist complaining about whites. That's what we need. I tell you what we're missing out on is some black leftist moaning about whites. It's been too long, if anything. I tell you what.
It's more common than not for them to lack tangible connections with the communities they state to advocate for. Usually only surrounding themselves with other white people, but some might have their token BIPOC that they weaponize against people of color. If I were to limit my description...
Everyone's got a token BIPOC they weaponize. Yeah, mine's called Kwame. He's locked up in the cupboard. I've not had to use him recently, okay? I've used him before when I've been off camera, but I've not had to... Kwame's locked in the cupboard. If I need to get some points, some BIPOC points, I'll just bring him out on his leash, on his chain. Whip marks all up his back, obviously chained up, you know.
Description to a handful of words and phrases. I'd say arrogant, cognitive dissonance, insufficient contrition, argumentative, ruthless, and self-serving. This can make doing work with them very difficult with their consistent struggles with allyship, lacking proper etiquette in BIPOC-led spaces.
Like, who the fuck would want to work with this retard? Seriously. Like, who out there is going to watch this that isn't already on board and go, yeah, you sound great to work with? Like, who's going to be like, yeah, I want to spend effort and time to work with you. You sound fucking insufferable to work with and engage with on any angle. It sounds like it would be an endless nightmare of identity politics, woke skull bullshit. And before you say, oh, that's a right-wing term, I don't care. Good. I'm a right-winger now. Based. Yes, fuck you. Okay? Minorities shouldn't have rights. Based position. I'm for it. You're making me want to put in place laws that restrict the rights of minorities because of how fucking garbage your video is. Okay? That's where I am now. It's your fault. Fuck me. This shit's so
wanting
annoying.
To be the loudest in the room. Surely in 2023, we should be able to expect so much more from our cis and white queer leftists. I and others are done entertaining their strawmans and moving forward spending our time on genuine leftist causes like combating Cop City, anti-trans bills, and the demonization of woke. I can keep this going all day, but let's get into this caucasity. Before I dive in, I need to define some terms.
Okay, this feels unfair because there is obviously a couple of words you could use to describe the opposite of caucasity, but I think that would be a problem, wouldn't it?
Terms and give some context for the foolishness you'll hear. Woke school, genderqueer, and identity politics, shortened to ITPOL, are dog whistles that they enjoy weaponizing against marginalized people. Woke school being an offshoot of woke used disingenuously by right-wingers. Like Erykah Badu said, it's just another way to say black or thug, let alone woke being AAVE. Genderqueer is a word that has different meanings person to person. But the way I see it used is equivalent to a queer version of woke school. Lastly, ITPOL, or better known as identity politics, is the most mask-off racist term used by these flock.
Identity politics is a racist term. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The levels we're getting to now. Identity politics is now a racist term. Dude, okay. Fuck. Dude, Amazon are like amazing at everything. However, their "you're the next stop" shit is fucking insane. Okay, I'm just going to start the Twitter, I guess, and you know. Oh, I'll have to go get it in a sec if they knock on my door. That's so annoying. Oh, well. Anyway, there's the video if you want to react, if you want to watch it, okay? Very true. Very true. Right. Let's get back to it, okay? So, Sick responded with a twitlonger. Okay? So let's get into it. Now, it's quite verbose, and there's a lot to it, so we'll just rattle through it as best we can, okay? Hey guys, it's Sick. I made the LAV doc exposing LAV and her lies. LAV recently today posted a bunch of screenshots of DMs between her and I in a private server that was originally an offshoot of the Mr. Girl Discord server. I intend to go through these messages and detail missing context. If she would, it would be welcome to release the full extent of the logs, especially from anything from my recollection is incorrect. The title is Sick. Oh my god, I didn't see the title. Sick Come Chained and the Sorcerer's Bone. I mean, what are you doing? Why is he doing stuff like this? Why has he dealt with this so bad? Like, just put out a tweet longer that you want to respond with, and you know, just deal with it just down the line. I don't know, man. It just seems like just deal with it down the line. I don't know. This just seems like unnecessary and just doesn't. I mean, I like the meme. It's the kind of meme that one might make, but like, I don't know. I just feel like Sick just is kind of half trying to joke about it and half trying to take it seriously. And then he's like soaring out on Twitter about it, which we'll look at in a sec. Like, to me, I would just go, right, these are the allegations, here's my side of it, and move on. I just think that stuff like this is just not helping him, his case at all. Anyway, I intend to go through these messages in detail missing context. If she would, oh, we've read that bit already. January 2022. In the past, the Mr. Girl Discord server was a server that I'd personally been a mod of. And for a short period, been the muscle behind a lot of the bans. Okay, calling yourself a muscle, this is only a small thing. Calling yourself muscle when you're a fucking Discord mod is extremely cringe, and do not do that, okay? That is very cringe. Muscle behind a lot of the bans, decision making, and helping organise the meat of the rules. I was not a streamer nor a Discord user before this. I was just a Destiny viewer who happened to like Mr. Girl's content and joined Mr. Girl's server upon announcing it at an advice and confession show where viewers could go on and vent details about their personal lives to the benefit of Mr. Girl and the growth of his platform. Eventually, I got sick of moderating for Mr. Girl and left the community temporarily because the head moderator, Baby, would not remove my role. April, May 2022. I left the Mr. Girl community sometime in February and came back in late April, early May. Shortly thereafter, a girl named Brat Mitzvah joined a Discord server. You know Brat's Mitzvah as Lav. Without hesitation, she starts flirting with everyone in the text channels of the server. She is goaded by me and a few friends to join VC to tell her to fuck off for promoting at OnlyFans, to which she says she's not. But one Google search basically entirely disproved that point. Over time, Lav became more ingrained in the VC side of the community in ways similar to how you saw on relevant streamers' streams. Destiny, Erudite, ChudLogic, Brittany, Simon. There would be conflicting statements and debates, crazy comments made directly towards women, victimization of herself no matter whether she was willfully engaging in a behavior or the source. Eventually, okay, this bit is interesting. Eventually, Mr. Girl's mods became overbearing, they're not without reason. The overbearing nature was actually in response to a private locked VC that happened within the confines of the Mr. Girl server. I and 10 other individuals were drinking in a VC and had coaxed the most drunk of us to drink. Sorry. Thank you for the Amazon advice. Appreciate the bits, but this bit's important. I and 10 other individuals were drinking in a VC and had coaxed the most drunk of us to drink his own piss for $20 so he could go and buy more beer to last himself the night. What? What is this? I thought, you know, I'd seen the worst of it, but this is pretty insane. I mean, I don't like. How do you even react to that? That is like I cannot fathom what like. I cannot imagine being in a VC, even if you were getting drunk and then trying to get someone to drink their piss. That, you know, it's not as bad as it, but it reminds me of like Maximilian trying to get that autistic guy to eat his own shit. It's like, you know, we're getting there. We're getting there, aren't we? It's just insane behavior. Also, do you really need to mention this? I think one of Six's problems is he overshares quite a lot, which, you know, like, some things don't need to be said publicly. Some things don't need to be said publicly. Let's just put it that way, okay? As a result, the Mr. Girl, you could just say there was a controversial incident and it led to this. I don't think that Baby is going to be like, oh, can you just clarify it was because of the piss? Do you know what I mean? Like, just let it... Just say there was a controversial incident that led to this, and leave it at that. As a result, the Mr. Girl had more Baby had taken away Facecam permissions and threatened to remove all VC channels unless all members of the private VC were outed and Discord users would agree to self-moderate when mods weren't present to be able to. This situation would be later known as Pissgate. Despite resolving this issue, the main VC community inhabitants occupied another server known as Bitch Palace. The rest of this twitlonger will entirely take place inside the Bitch Palace server. I don't know what to tell you, man. The DMs. This is just insane. This is exactly what I was saying earlier. I didn't know the ins and outs of it. Right? But like, this is like literally too fucked for Mr. Girl's Discord server. Not even Mr. Girl's Discord server is permissive of you drink their own piss, get sidelined into another little weird community. Anyway, the DMs. I'm going to lay out my recollection of the entirety of the DMs. So this all takes place in a matter of 2 to 3 weeks across probably about 3 to 4 conversations total. And I end up deleting my account and leaving Discord entirely with no intentions of looking back by the end of it. At some point in time on the 23rd of May, Lav is asking for advice in the general chat of either the Mr. Girl or Bitch Palace Discord. This advice, as far as I remember it, was her wanting to know how to handle the fact that a husband-to-be, Connor McDonald, CMO of the Ridge, Like, bro, just cut this out at this point. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? It's like this weird thing where he's trying to simultaneously Giga Chad, but then not willing to bite the bullet on the shit that he's accused of doing. Like, it's one or the other, man. You either Giga Chad it and say, you know, one thing, but then you just, I don't know. This just comes across as very cringe. Especially with the nature of the conversation that you've had, where it's like, you're talking about how this guy should fuck her, basically. Anyway. Was not being very aggressive in the bedroom and would leave all the pursuit aggression up to Lav. While I didn't want to dissuade the other members inside the Mr. Girl Discord server, I decided to message Lav saying that most of the other members of this Discord had little to no experience with sex, and while they had good intentions in offering advice given the contents of the messages, she should really be asking her questions elsewhere, as they're the last people you want relationship advice from. Okay, that just sounds like cope. Anyway, let's see if it's because he, you know, let's see what he says here. I DM'd her specifically for 3 reasons. I was right. Most of the members she was talking to weren't in relationships, or self-admitted incels, or just outright giving bad advice. I didn't want to dissuade or call out other members, as I've been the target of criticism due to my Nazi-like judgment of rule breaks from my time as a moderator. Just say, what this, just, I don't know what to tell you, man. Just say the thing. Like, why are you talking? Like, I don't know. It gives the impression he thinks a lot of himself. I mean, even if we accepted this as like a true statement of the situation, like, it comes across like he thinks like so much of himself, which is cringe in and of itself. But then it's also like, it's quite clear that when you sent the message, you at least had some interest in a sexual element to it, at the very, very least. So why all this cope? Just cop to it, you know? I didn't want to dissuade or call out other members, as I've been the target of criticism due to my Nazi-like judgment of rule breaks from the time as a moderator. Lav had faced a lot of ridicule within the community, and despite me being a part of that ridicule, I thought it fair to direct away from the shit relationship advice. He was sliding into her DMs. Just say that if you want to save a bit of embarrassment. You know, everyone knows what that means. We all know what that means. Just say, yeah, I slid into her DMs. That's it. Except when they say we got all this fucking giga cope. I don't know, man. It just... it'd be shorter as well. It'd be shorter. It'd be a lot easier to read. It'd be a lot easier to read as well. Anyway, in response, Lav had asked me if I had any advice for how to get her man, Connor McDonald, CMO of Ridge. Stop. Okay. Yeah, that meme is ringing a bit hollow. To be a bit more aggressive in the bedroom, make the first move. Because I had a girlfriend at the time, I told her we could have that conversation, but I wouldn't give it in more... But I would... Okay. This is six tweet longer. Because I had a girlfriend at the time, I told her we could have that conversation, but I would give it in more of a step-by-step scenario, much like a tutorial. Dude. Much like a tutorial. Prima fucking game guide. How to get your husband to spank you. I don't know, man. This is fucking... Just, dude, what are you doing? Like, to me, it's... What is it? Occam's razor. Like, he messaged her because he thought she was attractive. And, you know, there was a sexual interest there. And he wanted to escalate the conversation to go down that direction with it. And that I wanted to lay some groundwork for boundaries. While I didn't care much at the time, considering my relationship were otherwise in turmoil due to circumstances outside of the online world, Lav had sort of mocked and brushed the boundaries talk off to the side. It's like, yeah, sure, you can say that, but then you're like jumping in with both feet as well, you know? Like going full on with the sexting shit. So, you kind of, there's like an accusatory element to this. And it's like, but you were jumping in so, like, this twitlonger, like, unfortunately for Sick, doesn't look good and looks like a lot of cope, rather than what I think is the very obvious conclusion from everything here, which is that, you know, Sick was sexually interested, reached out to her, and wanted the conversation to go the way that it did, and it did because he took it there, you know? Perhaps with her direction somewhat, sure, but, like, certainly he, you know, took it there. There's no rape here. No one's been raped. These two messages are me following up on goading, coercing, Connor McDonald, CM Everidge. Okay, I'm just going to disregard. I can't. This is just too cringe, man. Stop doing the fucking meme. Connor McDonald, CM Everidge, into being more aggressive with Lav. There are a few things I want to point out. Lav is enjoying herself here. This is not a one-sided conversation. Despite me approaching in all the messages, she was being receptive and responding playfully as we're engaging in a conversation she wanted to happen. Sick did the 2-hour documentary about Lav. I mentioned Lav behaving in a way to make Connor McDonald feel like he's the one raping her. Dude. Lav does not show disapproval of this, takes it as earnest advice, and we continue. I just don't think that that's reflected in the messages. Unless there's giga deleted messages here or something like that. That's the only saving grace I could think of. But any belt or tool or anything else is just going to add a layer between you and him. And you want him to feel like he's the one raping you. I'm still here, by the way. Just finished my food. You there? Yes, Cess. Lol right now. Yes, right now. I accept that there's like probably some messages deleted here. But this is also like, what, 30 minutes after they've started talking too. You think Lav's playing along? I don't read it in the same way, personally. I don't read it in the same way. Unless there are deleted messages here, like, this reads more like, you know, he's proposing this weird rape fantasy thing. I think he claims that she was asking about the CNC rape stuff. Possibly she deleted that, you know. But, you know, based on what's here, it just seems like, you know, he's kind of proposing that. And, you know, she's responding in like a very, like a way that to me would be like, yeah, she's not into this shit, you know? So yeah, I don't know if I agree with this framing at all. Lav does not show disapproval of this, takes it as earnest advice, and we continue. Okay. Me saying, I'll try not to get jealous of him, was me playing into a playful banter and sexual comments like, I'm throwing ice water on you through the interweb. But then I read those comments more so like, hey, you're being a bit horny, chill out. But yeah, not the best response. I just think like, there's like, it's like, what's that meme of someone who's explaining loads versus the Giga Chad? Yeah, I wanted to sex with her. I don't know, man. That to me just seems like the correct, most obvious interpretation of all of this. Anyway, remember when I said that I was part of the ridicule Lav was receiving from Mr. Geldensians? Well, this is true. I did not like her arguments and debates, had annoyance with her every VC she joined becoming a conversation about her, and generally did not like that she tended to start shit with every person in the Mr. Girl main and Splinter servers. Despite the mild attractiveness... Oh, for fuck's sake, you don't get to do this! I'm sorry, Sick, but you don't get to make these jokes and these memes. It just comes across like, I don't know, it's like this weird blend of like this just adds to this just adds to the narrative of you being this scorned lover. Despite the mild attractiveness of a mid-Jewish, Moroccan, Native American, Latina, 70% European pussy. She was a pain in the ass to deal with, and most of the VC community was in assorted VCs longer than most streamers you watch stream in a given week. I tell you what it feels like. It feels like he's trying to tap into the classic anti-Lav memes to, soften the blow that is coming from the people that are looking at this going, yo, sick, what the fuck? That's what it comes across like to me. And I just think, it would be far better for him to just cut that shit out, focus on what matters, focus on, the material that's, I don't know, it just comes across wrong to me, I don't mind jokes and memes about stuff, but it just hits a bit different when, he's the one that's on the hook for this shit. Okay, we've read all these already. Oh, wait, what? I messed up there. If I remember correctly from these DMs, Lav, I, and others have been arguing regarding beef shab with another sex worker from the Mr. Girl server, Bellini. A lot of the bickering was really disgusting and neither side was innocent. Bellini would be the person I would eventually intimately talk to alongside Lav for a short time. Yes, I was batting for both teams. In this DM, I just gotten done trying to ameliorate Lav by sending her a supportive message complimenting her. I don't what the kind of message was about. I bring up treating her like a fuck toy, specifically in reference to the CNT tutorial conversation sex we had exchanged the night before. She leaves me hanging. I'm sure she likes to pretend this is because it has made her uncomfortable or something. I had never bullied her except on a misogynistic sexual basis, and she actively encouraged that behavior from everyone, me included. If she claims this made her uncomfortable, I don't care. I don't believe her. She's being just as playful in these messages to the point of asking me to bully her because she doesn't want kind sick. And is that... Yeah, that's what we've seen already. The top DM is me getting mad at Lav because in a VC between other Mr. Girl members and I, she states that the only person I've ever gotten sexual messages from is sick. While I was at work and couldn't respond, I was AFK doing duties. Obviously, she enjoyed the control. Like, this is like quite a heavy insertion of narrative. Like, I mean, I think she just wanted to fuck with you. Maybe if that's what he means, maybe, I don't know. But it just seems like, I don't think it's, to me, it just seems like she wanted to fuck with you, Second message is me sending Lav a supportive message when I was working overtime to problem solve the drama happening between her and Bellini that neither side was willing to admit fault in. Jesus Christ, all this like extra detail just is so unnecessary. Fuck me, no wonder it's so long. I do not stand by the statements of that message. I did not like Lav already at the time. She was annoying as fuck. I only sent that because Lav had also just come off a week break from the Mr. Girl community because of harassment from another Discord user, Patsy. And it seemed like overkill for people to rag on her the minute she came back. Now, for the reason my old account was deleted, the other girl I was sexting, Bellini, had one nude picture of me from our DMs. I never sent another, but regardless, it was there. She would regularly delete messages she had posted as a way to annoy me or to pretend she hadn't sent them in the first place. Super frustrating behaviour. We sexted for about 3 days before she got really annoying, wanting me every bit of attention. At some point, Bellini and I started arguing, and she didn't like that I would suggest that she, a woman who lives in France, can't know everything about her daughter who lives somewhere in Calais. I take about 200 now deleted screenshots of Bellini and I's conversation and tell her that I took pictures of our DMs, as she's a habit of talking about DMs, misrepresenting them, and also deleting proof that they had happened. In telling her that I deleted our DMs, she decided to save the one nude I had outside those messages. I didn't know this, but I'd stopped talking to Bellini. When I would come into VCs and act normal, she would leave, or if Bellini was drunk enough, continuously ask me to take my shirt off and dance for her. I wouldn't, but she would ask more than a handful of times. Okay, what are these here? Oh. These are the messages we've already seen. Okay, I thought it was going to be something else. Bellini would eventually DM me asking if we could bury the hatchet. I told her no. She threatened to leak my nude if I didn't tell her the hatchet was buried and we were friends. In response, I obviously told her to fuck off and that she started posting inside a LAV server general chat, a server LAV I complete control over. Bellini would start a super cropped version of my nude, would start with a super cropped version of my nude and delete the message, then post less cropped versions of it. I didn't know what to do, so I panic deleted my account after blocking everyone, reactivated my account to talk to Lav about the situation, had the conversation, the previous 2 screenshots with her. Lav didn't want to ban Bellini, and I didn't want to stay in the community with Bellini or with people who are okay with blackmail, extortion, revenge porn. After all was said and done, Lav only wanted to talk it out and kept telling me it wasn't that big of a deal. Having an actual nude of me out there meant a lot. I wasn't a sex worker, I wasn't a streamer, I didn't care at the time to have any sort of platform. It was just an entirely uncomfortable situation I was not expecting to ever be roped into. Some additional words from I mean, this is just, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's kind of shitty to do it, but I just, what has this got to do with anything, man? It just seems like, you know, I just think this is just superfluous to requirements, you know? But yeah, obviously a lesson to not send news on Discord. Some additional word from Lav after that situation before I deleted an ult I made to go into a server and yell at people like an autist. Sick, you're just horny and having fun, it's fine. Cheating is okay. Is sick okay? There are worse things. Bellini only warning, don't post revenge porn in chat or photos of another person without consent. All other revenge porn encouraged. No revenge porn of people in community. Jesus. That's pretty insane. Keep in mind, Lav encouraging revenge porn is quite cute after crying on stream about how she feels so violated after people found photos and videos she consensually put out in public and wanted me to face Bellini after she was psychologically fucking me over with my nudes as fucking crazy. I can understand being frustrated with the nude situation and you know, all this other stuff's happening in the Discord. I just think focus on the material is situation. This all seems unnecessary context to understand the kind of core of what's going on here. I want one thing to be noticed by everyone who's ever interacted with Lav. This whole entire DM leak is completely antithetical to what she communicates regarding CNC, BDSM, and violent behaviours inside of the bedroom. Not that big of a deal, but I imagine due to her political takes regarding sexual violence, her deranged supporters will assume she's an unwilling recipient of my messages. She's not. Okay. Like, you know, I can feel my anti-Lav perspective being tempted by this, but you know, a lot of these people are just random Discord weirdos. That's it. Why didn't I disclose the DMs between Lav and I before releasing my video? Important to note, since there will be a narrative spewed that I made my documentary exposing Lav as a response to her denying my simpery or some other disingenuous or false interpretation of the situation. I always fully intended to include my DMs with Lav inside of the documentary. I had initially asked her for the logs of our DMs from my now deleted account, but she ignored that in favour of pleading with my not to release a video at all. I mean, it's good that he asked for this. Okay, because it does show that, like, he wanted to give the full context of what had happened. But obviously, Lav is not just going to be like, oh, yeah, sure, here you go, babes. Here's those DMs of that time we had that weird kind of sexting thing, right? Good luck with the documentary. Obviously, she is going to be like, what? Fuck you. Hey, can I have all the DMs between us? I'm working on a takedown video. Embarrassing. Just asking. I'll leave you be then. What's in the video? What do you mean, like, what I'm intending on addressing? Yeah, because Patsy said he wants me deplatformed. A lot of stuff, that's a long list. Do you want me displatformed? Yeah, Patsy's not exactly the best behaved, and despite what he wants, that doesn't speak for me or my intention. So what's the intention? I'd actually really appreciate it if you wouldn't do this. I'm not even really online anymore. Oh. That turned out to be a little bit of a lie, didn't it? I don't really stream, and the last thing I need is more people jumping on me. It's really not fun. If you want to talk to me about something you disagree with, like I did personally to you or something, why wouldn't we do that? My intention to get the truth out there, and I understand, but it's important when you implicate and convince people to damn others in communities based on the things you said. You can't just show up, make up stuff, and then disappear and assume that corrects things. I know it's not fun. I'll be honest, making a video was a big undertaking that I was not ready for. What did I make up? Plenty. Okay, like what? I never damned anyone. This is all like server drama and you're doing a takedown over it. Why wouldn't you just want me to talk to me about it? Hold me accountable in Eto or our own little community? Like, why is this becoming bigger than that? I mean, I can attest to Lav not wanting stuff out there that's like negative about her. She was messaging me desperately trying to get me to take a video down, you know, with a strong implication of like suicidality. So yeah, this is definitely, I've seen Lav do this before. Obviously, Lav isn't just going to give the DMs out, but by the same token, you know, it's good that there's evidence that he did try and ask. And I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that it's to, you know, provide full visibility on what happened. So points to sick on that one at least. I'd always been cordial with Lav in DMs. I'd always tried to offer a modicum of respect in lieu of how our past could change the perception of things. The only reason I'd never made a section regarding Lav and I's past interactions is because before I ever released the video, I intended to again ask her for those logs and to give her one last chance to address any disagreements in the video, provided she had. If you could not tell from the shit editing the video, the audio flubs and some of the obvious mistakes, the video was only a rough draft. I'd already recorded my video 4 times because I did not know how to operate or balance sound settings. It was already late, as I'd originally intended for it to be released by Halloween, hence using Krumu's Halloween-themed remix of Ultimate Cooper and the picture of Lav as a thumbnail. The only reason the video ever released in the state it did was because most of Lav's accusations against Destiny up to that point had been pretty mild. But the night before release, Lav went on stream, was told that Mr. Girl said Destiny was like Harvey Weinstein, and Lav responded by saying, if the shoe fits. Because of the nature of some of the content in the video, I decided to release it as is. That night, starting from 11 PM till 5 AM, I'd put together the intro to the video, did the shittest EQ job on the audio known to man, and released the video without double checking anything. I wasn't going to wait another day for Lav to make more false accusations against Destiny. The second half of my video was directly aimed at pointing out directly where Lav had already lied about my friends, Cygnus and Bright Conference, to streamers such as Destiny, Brittany, Simon, ChudLogic, Mr. Girl, Abbott, and Zerka. That was the original intent and motivation behind why I created the Lav doc. The video is entirely aimed offering evidence for what I could prove, and I could not prove or disprove any of Lav's narratives surrounding our conversations if I did not have the logs, and Lav would not offer them up. I understand why people will want the conflict of interest exposed ahead of time or somewhere along the way. I can understand that, but again, I didn't want to say anything to respond to Lav's characterization of my DMs as we would argue about ghosts in the past. I mean, yeah, if she wasn't willing to release them, we maybe could have included something that just roughly characterized it. Anyway, I don't regret this fucking twit long is way too long. I don't regret releasing the video in the state it was in. I don't regret not including the part about Lav and I. It's fair to want it in. If I had more time, hopefully that would have made it in. My only regret is that I ever had the thought of entertaining her mid-Jewish pussy. Jesus. There we go. Okay, this is just... Yeah, I mean, you know, again, I think that... I don't know, man. I don't even know what to say about this shit anymore, man. Fuck me. Can Lav come up with a new bit? Well, I wanted to have a little look at the Twitter kind of interaction that happened after this, and then I think we'll move on. Don't you think it's so cool that Sick was altruistic and released a documentary early to save Destiny? I mean, you know, to me, this just reads as he wanted eyes on it, you know? It seems like he was wanting to capitalize on the interest or the discussion that would be happening around Lav. Honestly, I got the timeline so wrong on this. I thought the documentary released way before this, but it did actually release. The dates are the night after the allegations got a lot of traction. It got released. Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think, yeah, the assessment that Sick was kind of sliding into her DMs and looking to have a kind of sexual conversation with her, to me, seems more realistic than this narrative that he was just doing the right thing and, you know, trying to help her in some way. Is it embarrassing? I mean, you know, it could be that he genuinely thinks that way about it, but to me, my interpretation just seems a lot more reasonable. And I just don't know why he's denying that. So I don't know. It just seems to me it'd be a lot easier to go, hey, look, guys, listen, yeah, I fucked up. You know, I didn't really know who Lav was at the time. I slid into her DMs. We had a sexual conversation. I, you know, led the way. You know, I don't know, whatever you want to say about it, but just say it like that. I don't know. I don't want to like completely accept Lav's framing to things because she has at least deleted at least one message that is provable from the DMs. And there could be more that, you know, shift the assessment in the other direction. But broadly speaking, the DMs paint a picture of a guy sliding into someone's DMs and then quickly moving the conversation in a sexual direction. Yeah, that's my interpretation of the DMs. Even Sick's response where he goes where the deleted messages are, you know, I don't know if that puts enough in there to push my perspective back over to the idea that Lav was totally like reciprocal or something. Oh shit. Right. Think on that for a second. I'll be right back, okay? Think on it. Think on it. I'll be right back. Okay. Right, finally. Amazon a bin. There we go. Beanbag delivery. No, it was stuff for my Steam Deck. I got a new keyboard as well. I got a wireless keyboard now. I've upgraded. I actually, in a fit of pure rage a little while ago, well, my pause button wasn't working on my keyboard. So I gave it a little love tap and it broke the arm. And I've been meaning to get a new one since then, but just haven't bothered. But now I've got a wireless one. Chud unboxing. No, it's a full keyboard. It's a Logitech G915, I think. Literal soy rage. No, I didn't. Well, it was rage. I wasn't like. I just went, fuck's sake. I went like that. And it snapped it. But yeah. So yeah, just some electronic goodies, basically. You know how it is. The Steam Deck's great. I got some stuff for it because I want to put the emulators on there, and apparently it's easy to do with all the gubbins. So yeah, I got a dock. It was like it was recommended by a YouTuber and people online. What was it called? Topher or something? Mainly like PlayStation, probably. I don't know, man. I'm not going to get any illegal ROMs. That's wrong and bad. No illegal ROMs allowed. What is it? Topher or something? Oh, Ivola Steam Deck. It was like very, very highly recommended. And it was half the price of the official dock. Yeah, MU Deck set up. MU Deck is already set up. So I just need to do all the other configurations. Because I'm actually going away for a couple of days next week. So I want to have it ready for then. But I'm going to take my laptop with me and hopefully should be able to do at least a bit of a stream. So there we go. There was some sort of issue. It was it's yeah, okay. Wait, what? What? What's going on now? Huh? What is okay. Okay, let's just relax. Let's just relax. Can you hear me still? I thought my streamer crashed. Let me just fix this. Yeah, I know. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix it right now. Hey, thank you for the bits. That's a great. What a great way to spend your time while you wait, eh? Boat training. Thanks for the bits. Okay, so there's that. Yes, I am literally seething. Wow, it's annoying, isn't it? No, it's not anyone's. It's just one of those things. Oh, just a bit frustrating, but it's fine. Nah, it's just one of those things, sadly. Just power issues. It happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. We're back. with this. Ta-da! There we go. See, I knew it was going to work. I knew it was going to work. Never any doubt. Never any doubt. Uninterruptible power supply units. Uninterruptible power supply. Can I have it inside? Oh, this looks good. How does it work? Does power get stored inside? And then it just like... So it siphons off power. And then in the event of some catastrophic thing, it just gives the power back until it's restored. Oh, okay. I actually do think I need... I mean, this has happened like a couple of times in the past few months, but it'd be just not have to worry about that. It'd be great. What sort of capacity has it got? How much energy would you need to run a full computer setup? Like 2 monitors, PC, router? 40 minutes? That's pretty good. And it runs fine. There's no risk. Like, you know, it's not going to do anything. Does it heat, get hot, or is it fine? It would be good because I could just say, hey guys, there's been a power outage. You know, I just let you know I've got about 30 minutes of battery juice and then I'll need to end the stream if it's not fixed. Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, yeah, wow. Got to be honest with you guys, wow. I've been investing a little bit in the stream kit. Got that new keyboard. Get that as well. That'd be good. Is there anything else I need? I feel like I'm in this position where I'm like, oh, I should buy something. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to go too crazy, but that would actually be really useful. Well, no, if my router's plugged into the thing, it would be fine because the rest of it's just a cable. A stream Lambo. I've got everything. I don't like spending loads of money. Yeah, it would be to invest in merch or something. I've got this mic, which is great. Everything's good. Maybe a new chair. The lift on my chair. I've had this chair for like 2 years now. So it's the lift sometimes can be a bit janky. But yeah, other than that. A little hat. Meow. Thank you for the Prime sub. Oh, we got a hype train as well in my absence. Were you guys giving me money? I didn't see. Thank you. Oh, anyway, right. So we read this. Look, my basic take on it is this, okay? Did Sick do anything drastically wrong as per like a sexual endeavor? No. No, I don't think he did like a rape. I don't think it was like that severe. I just think that, you know, based on my interpretation of it, it seems pretty clear that he was doing like some weird degen sex shit with LAV back, you know, this time last year. And I think there's some cope coming from his way of like, oh no, it wasn't supposed to be about that. Seems pretty evident based on what's here that, to me at least, that's what was going on. Doesn't change the documentary. I don't think it really changes the documentary. Maybe the only thing you can say is at least his motives for creating it are questionable now. You know? But then, you know, if he, as he'd intended it had been a documentary, you could have taken that into your interpretation of the documentary in the first place. And I think his response is bad. I don't like his response. I think he's too quick to try and shift it onto like LAV bad, LAV bad, LAV bad. LAV is bad. But there's stuff here where it's like, if he was just said it with his chest, I think it would be a lot better. It's been released to keep us talking about LAV. Well, I mean, my interpretation of it more so is I think that LAV probably just found these DMs recently. And it's kind of like, oh, look, I can prove that he was an obsessed weirdo the whole time. Thank you for the bits. So that's probably why she's released it now. you know, Lav's been on the whatever podcast, and she's had a few kind of big appearances recently. I don't think that she's wanting for attention in that way, you know. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's my basic take on it all. Let's look at the Twitter exchange. What's this? So that's the response. Lav then responded and said the following: "You're literally pathetic. This is all extremely schizo, and now everyone knows you're mad because you wanted to fuck me so bad." See, this is what I was getting at. I don't know if I said this on stream, but in my Discord we were kind of talking about it, and I gave some of my initial kind of takes and perspectives on it. I feel like this is like an extremity of the position, which I don't think is true. Like, you wanted to fuck, you're mad because you wanted to fuck me so bad. Like, I think it's true that he was trying to get like some sort of sexual conversation or whatever, but this idea that he made the dot because he wanted to fuck her so bad, I don't know if there's like strong enough evidence for that, personally. "The obsession of multiple of you and my fiancé is pathetic. The lies people have made up is nothing short of comical, and I hope nobody takes any of you degenerate men seriously for the rest of your sorry lives." So this is Lav's angle on this, is she wants to use this as an opportunity to try and paint, you know, the stuff that's been said about her negatively as, well, this is an insane schizo that was saying this. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's able to now utilize this to further her narrative that documentary is not worth watching because, hey, look, this is the guy that did it. He just wanted to fuck me. But I think if you actually watch the documentary, regardless of what your belief is about the reason for him doing it, obviously, you know, it doesn't make any difference in terms of the facts and evidence presented. So yeah. And then Lav responded again: "This schizo made up this crazy story when I was goading and laughing at him for being a degenerate to a room full of people reading these DMs. Then he found out and got angry and made a hit piece alleging I'm a pedophile and faked my heart condition. When the hit piece came out, I thought the DMs were lost to time. He deleted his account because he thought it would get rid of the evidence. I just found them this week." So obviously we've got the DMs between Lav and Sick, which show that he was reaching out trying to get them. So, you know, I don't know if I believe this narrative that he was deleting it to try and cover the evidence up. Like, he wanted to include them as part of his documentary. And I think that his side of the story, in terms of the account getting deleted, is more compelling than this idea like he deleted them just to get rid of the evidence. So yeah, she's reaching to try and like allow to come to a greater conclusion about all of this, rather than just letting the facts speak for themselves, you know. And this story of she was just goading and laughing at him, possibly true. But then the problem you've got is like, if that's true, I think she goes on to say later, she at least alludes to the idea that she is like, there's something worse that happened here. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, you can't really goad someone on and then complain about the outcome. Like, you've got to make your boundaries clear if you don't want that boundary kind of crossed, you know? Is it this one here? Read through a couple, didn't finish. When I say it doesn't look good, what I mean is that it's yet another creator from another community adding to the list. Yeah, it's my fault all the men who talk to me are degens. What's that saying? Fool me once, shame on you, or fool me twice, shame on me. You can only go through so many of these controversies before people start to question your own intentions, and if it's safe to say, you have far exceeded that limit. Who is being fooled? I just outed him for being a degenerate liar. With the context he has added, it seems like it's more than just that, though I do agree he's probably as much of a degenerate as you are. His context was he lied because he's embarrassed. I mean, whilst I agree that, like, obviously Sick was very forthright in the sexuality, like, reading those messages back, Lav wasn't making it explicitly clear. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, the way she's talking about this, she's acting like, you know, she was, you know, oh, they're a degen and they were coming from here. So it's like, I think that I can also, without the hard evidence of exactly, you know, what led to the ever escalating sexuality, especially with the deleted messages, I'm like, Yeah. And if you, it's like you will also, if you are goading him to say more, then you're goading him to say more, right? So you're instigating the response that you're seeing too. So, yeah. And then Sick responded here, I don't think Femoid realizes that the more DMs she leaks, so long as I haven't lied, she just fills in or validates my narrative. And the part she leaves out pseudo confirms the details I talked about that she wouldn't want quite known to the public or her husband. Yeah, I think Sick's approach here of tweeting through it was a mistake. Your first mistake was asking a man for advice. I literally never did. Yeah, I mean, unless there's something public that we're not seeing or something. Okay. Thank the heavens. I should be back. Hello? I didn't tweet hours. I didn't put hours live. Basically, so the power went out, and I think basically my router got powered off and on a couple of times, and I think when you first turn a router on, it just takes like a few minutes for the connection to, I don't know what the correct term is, like settle down, I guess. So I think I was just trying to stream too quickly, and I just needed to. Is that right? Does it stabilize? Is that what happens? Can anyone explain the technical thing? So if you turn a router on, it does take a little while to stabilize, and then it works, right? Is that what it is? Right, okay. Storm at the bedsit. Guys, the interest rate's just gone up, okay? I'm going to be here for the foreseeable future, all right? I'm not going to be buying a house for probably at least 2 years or something. So get used to it. Imagine buying a house. Yeah, I know. I think I might upgrade to like the fastest gigabit whatever internet because I can get business rates where they do like enhanced support. So like if I have an internet problem, they'll fix it within like an hour or some shit if they can. I think I'm just going to go insano mode on it. Giganet. Yeah, I mean I don't know what the top upload speed is, but I think I just want to get the top giganet service. Yeah. Well, I can get Virgin Business. Small business, big needs. Right, here we go. Let's have a look. Business broadband. Look at this. Oh, £60 a month. (1,000 megabits per second download, 100 megabits per second upload). We don't often have the same, because in the US I think you've got where it's both upload and download the same, but we don't really have that here. Voom. $12 working hour resolution. That's based. I thought it's quicker than that. 12 hours is good. Anyway. Oh, I thought someone said you had it where it's like you would have the same upload and download. Maybe that's wrong. Anyway, guys, I'm sorry for all the issues. I'm assured now that that's it fixed. Apparently, there was my landlord's working on some in the other areas of the house, working on some electric stuff. Apparently, there's some loose wires. I'm told it's fixed now, and it should be working. Okay, it should be working. So yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to upgrade. Also, it locks me into a new contract, so I don't have to worry about price increases. And it can come out of the old, you know what, the old business side of things. Feels like you're not spending the money, if you know what I mean. Right, we're back. I think we're back. Let's just keep going. Okay. Guys, I'm so sorry about all the issues. Right, I think I was round about here. So my plan is we're probably going to get Sick on to have a little chat, and then some people want to come on and talk to him as well. I'm going to try and desperately spin doctor his way out of this for him. Okay, we're gonna spin it. Now we're going to get some people on that have got a lot of criticisms. Why is that not working now? Why? Oh my god, man! Look, why is it just why? 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 Why is that not working? Why? Why? And now it is working. Okay. It's not my bit rate. Everything's fine. Everything's connected. It just, I don't know what happened. Right. So back to this. So Six responding here. I don't think female realizes the more DMs she leaks, so long as I haven't lied, she just feels it validates my narrative. And the part she leaves out, Suda confirms the details I talked about that she wouldn't want to quite know to validate her husband. I don't know if I fully agree with this. I think that the truth would lie in whatever the deleted DMs are, which we're never going to see now. But again, I don't know how much those deleted DMs would prove or disprove in regards to this. So Lav claiming she never asked for any advice. I think we looked at that already. How did you see this as anything other than goading? Yeah, obviously Lav wants to embarrass Sick, but then Lav wants to embarrass Sick because she feels justified because of this documentary that he put out, you know? So to her, she's just responding to Sick being a fucking schizoid. You know. But again, the documentary stands on its own regardless of whatever the motivation was for Sick doing it. So it's kind of irrelevant. And then, listen, this is where I think Sick really started to lose it. Lav mustering 7 likes out of a 46k followers to accuse the camera being cringe. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, this is a bit... At this point, honestly, Sick should have just put out the TwitLonger and left it at that. I think that this... like BPD Awareness Month. Come on, man. This is just such a bad look. I don't know. Like, you haven't got the upper hand here. You know, you are acting in a kind of defensive manner. And I think that it's all very well to say stuff like this, but you've got to kind of come out swinging harder than this if you want to do that. And here's Sick. More screens. We'll keep adding them as Connor McDonald, CMO Average, future wife keeps posting. We're both laughing at you. Undelete your messages, please. And then finally, blocked Lav. I'm here to address her, not deal with her. Yeah, Red Penny's right. Sick should have just put out the TwitLonger, ignored her on Twitter. Honestly, unless you can feed the Twitter. I don't really fuck around with Twitter that much anymore. I probably should do it more, to be fair. But honestly, you're best off just making content out of it. You're best off just streaming through it and then doing it that way because, you know, I just think that getting into these Twitter wars is really dumb. You're better off just going, here's my TwitLonger. Right, let me talk about it and kind of going from there, you know? That's my take on it anyway. Right. Sorry it took so long to get there, but we're there now. Should we bring Sick on? Let's see what he's got to say. I was umming and ahhing about it, but I want to bring him on for 2 reasons. One, whilst I do have a lot of criticism of Sick, it's unfortunate that it seems like all the interactions he's had have been like incredibly hostile. whilst I've got a lot of issues with what he's done, I feel like LAV was given like more of a favourable platform to go on and say a piece when she spoke to Tom Foolery. From what I understand, I haven't listened to it to be totally clear. So I just want to hear kind of more his side of the story and see what he's got to say about some of this stuff. And then also on top of that, we can bring some people in. No, I can't watch the Tom stuff because honestly, this is turning into an absolutely insanely long segment, and I don't want to spend all fucking day on this shit. Unfortunately, the Tom stuff's going to have to fall by the wayside, sadly, which is annoying, but it is what it is. Right. Think of the views. Yeah, I think people are going to get a kick out of this. Oh, Lav and Six spoke on Tom's stream. Okay, there we go. There's 2 chuds. Sick bros. I don't feel so good. Sick. Welcome. You're muted.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Why are you laughing, mate? Why are you laughing?
Extremely uncomfortable situation.
Yes, it is a bit fucking uncomfortable, isn't it, mate? I've got people that want your guts for garters. I'm trying to hold them back. I'm trying to balance everything out here. Listen, mate. What's going on?
Can I concede some points to you real quick?
Yes, please do.
I should have shut the fuck up after the twit longer.
Yes. I mean, there's not much we can do about that now, but yeah. I think, you'd agree you've made some real fucking stupid mistakes in dealing with this shit, man. Jesus.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to be fair, I've never dealt with this before.
Sure.
Ever.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, look, there's no use crying over spilt milk. You have, however, heard my coverage. What are your initial thoughts?
One thing that a lot of people are kind of honing in on is that from the messages that are inside of the DMs, they're saying that like LAV is not being receptive. And the reason I'm pointing out that there are like deleted messages, other than the one where it's obvious there was a deleted message, is because she herself admits to goading on the situation, and I don't think she can hold the position that she's goading on the situation, and then I was the only one going in or like encouraging this behavior.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. The trouble is I agree Lav is dishonest in the way she presents stuff, but I'm just like, without knowing what the deleted messages are, I mean, can you characterize in any way or say what the deleted messages were or the kind of things she was saying?
No, no, but that's the problem, right? Is like I deleted the account with the DMs, my DMs still there. But if she can go and do whatever the fuck she wants with her side of things, like I'm not gonna remember that stuff. It's not like I can undelete my account and then be able to like. There's nothing I can do with it. Like I'm just as lost as anybody else is in regards to what is missing.
Okay.
Because it wouldn't be anything other than like general sexual comments. Yes.
Yeah, I mean the deleted messages is there's not much we can really say about that. One thing I kind of do take issue with though, and I think this was obviously in a very hostile call, but this was pointing out to you, is this characterization that you were reaching out and it was with more pure intentions. Where to me, even if there were deleted messages, your initial sliding into the DMs, I just think for me I interpret that more as sliding into the DMs to perhaps solicit something of a conversation, flirtatious, sexual, rather than it just being you trying to help as you're characterizing it. So
yeah. Boots kind of asked about this on Queeman's stream, and obviously that was a bit of a shit show, and so I dipped. But the when I say that when I approached her, it was not sexual, I'm only talking about the very first message I ever sent her. Because immediately when she responds, she opens the door with flirtation. And from there, yes, I make the boundaries message, but obviously that's a disingenuous message. That's like the boundaries message, I fully concede as a cope.
Okay. I guess that the trouble for me is, so this is this the first message that was sent? Okay, before we talk about this stuff, I've got to mention, or was there something before that that's missing?
No,
What's the deal with that?
there's I think 2 messages before, one from her and then one from me.
But you reached out to her first, though, I thought.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, what I was trying to make clear to a lot of people is just when I initially messaged her, the only thing my message ever addressed wasn't to invite any sexual conversation between us. It was just to say, "Hey, you're talking to the wrong people to get this kind of advice regarding the shit she was asking about in general chat about her and Connor."
So when you sent her that message, like, who were you thinking of that might be better at giving advice on that nature?
It was literally just anybody who wasn't the people that were in the Mr. Girl general chat at the time.
So you didn't think about yourself at all in any of that? At all?
Well,
Not one little bit?
No, okay, I like doing BDSM and CNC kind of stuff. That is why I was saying like do not talk to these people about this shit.
Okay, I guess that I just think, to me, you are doing that because it's softly presenting yourself in the context of someone that can talk about it whilst others can't, surely. Because otherwise, why would you? So what, you're just saying to her, don't talk to them, talk to some other unspecified third party about it instead, essentially.
I mean, I couldn't think back to that time to like even know that. Like, yes, obviously, like that's a possibility. I'm not saying like I would be averse to that because when
Right.
she flirts to me in response, which we don't see that message, like yes, obviously, I openly invite that conversation. I don't recall that being my intention. Like when I sent that first message. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. I guess from my perspective, though, I think the unfortunate reality is you're going to have to accept, like, the perception could easily be the other way. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I don't deny that. That I mean, I don't even deny that at the time that couldn't have been. Well, I kind of did actually on Queeman stream.
I just feel like, okay, your story is a bit all over the place, I feel. And, you know, it's like,
It's all over the place because I have this girl saying she goaded me into a sexual conversation with false pretenses, and then I'm just now learning 2 days ago that she was apparently reading off these messages to people in another VC, while she's also saying the reason I'm replying to myself in some of my messages is because she's actually sexting from a voice chat. Like, I'm really confused about what the truth is of. I'm like trying to understand not just my recollection of the narrative from the incomplete messages she initially provided, but also I'm it, I'm just yes, I'm really confused about this entire scenario because
okay.
when she introduced the element of like talking to people in another VC, it was just like I had no animosity about this conversation. I don't see me ever getting rejected. I have messages afterwards where I'm offering her support and sending nice messages. So it's not like I had any animosity at the time. So I'm like I'm trying to I'm really confused about where the narrative of me like making a doc because of the sexual conversation is like even being introduced.
Sure, okay. I feel like we're getting, you know, we can talk about that aspect in a sec. And, you know, I guess, you know, in terms of the initial interaction then, so you're saying up until 2 days ago, you thought that was a genuine sexting interaction. Am I understanding
Yes.
correctly? Okay.
Yes.
And then it was 2 days ago when she leaked it, that's when it became apparent to you that she was mocking you at the time and wasn't genuinely engaging in that as a sexual interaction.
Yes, after the twit longer.
Right. Okay. Sure.
Because that's when she's making all of her public tweets about it. That's when
Hmm.
she's going on Tom's stream and talking about it. I don't even know that that's an element to consider.
Okay. Sure. I mean, okay. I mean, the thing for me is obviously we're referring to things we can't see and we can't possibly intuit exactly what was and wasn't said. I think when it comes to those initial messages or the deleted messages, people are just going to come to the conclusion that they want to. I just personally am very skeptical about this idea that when you messaged her, it was purely as a warning, do not talk to the incels. I think there was at least some element of you desiring to progress to a sexual conversation. And the fact that it did develop so quickly, to me backs it up. That's my position on it. Anything further
Yeah,
on that?
No, yeah. I mean, Lav responded to that message in a flirty way. And yes, I was super open to the idea of just meeting that energy. I get
the issue for me is when you say a flirty way, there's other points in the messages where unless there is something that's been deleted, I'm not seeing the flirtation that you are referring to in the twit longer. It seems a much more one-sided conversation that would need a ream of DMs for me to change my interpretation on.
Yeah, which is yes, and I understand that. Which is what, like, I understand that side, which is why I am so fixated on, to me, obvious spots where like there are missing messages, because to me, the way what she's presenting totally makes me just look like super aggressive, unreasonably, and also some of this stuff was not very apparent at the beginning when I wrote the twit longer, because she hadn't released those other screenshots, and I don't think
Right.
she would have unless I wrote the twit longer. So I'm not working off of like the 80% of the messages everybody else has got to work with now. I'm working with like the 40% of our messages that she provided initially that were like the worst parts to characterize me in the worst possible way.
Yeah, this is a thing that I do struggle with because obviously I made my thoughts clear, but I do know that Lav's got a history of releasing things in a certain way, or particularly deleted messages. So I'm willing to grant that there's some messages that could demonstrate a more willing aspect on her part. But I think even if that was true, there's still this kind of excessive escalation of sexualization from your side, which is quite extreme. Like you go within 30 minutes to talking about rape. That's quite extreme. I'm sure you'd agree.
I mean, yes.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, go on.
No, yeah. The only thing I would say is like it's not like these types of topics. It's not like this was the first time something like this had been discussed, especially not with just Lav present. I don't mean between me and her. I mean generally amongst the like VC community Discord group.
Lots of rape discussion in the Discord. Is that what was going on?
No, just sexual kinkery. In general, not saying specifically just.
What the fuck is the deal with all these weird knockoff Mr. Girl? What is that about? I knew some of it, but this is insane. It's insane.
Are you asking about the Splinter stuff?
Yes, just as a side note. Yes, what's that about?
I have no idea. I just think it's the Mr. Girl aspect where he breeds or he attracts a lot of people who are fucking freaks. Yes, me included.
Okay. So you're willing to accept the charge that you're a sexually degenerate freak? Is that something you would just accept willingly?
Yes. that just that on its own is like the least damning thing to me. Because I am familiar with that.
Well, I mean, that's great and all. I don't want to harp on the response. You've accepted that it's bad. And, I just hate this thing that you've done where you've tried to be Giga Chad at sometimes, memeing on the Ridge Wallet thing. And then others, like I understand that Lav was on Tom's stream. I haven't watched it, admittedly, but I heard reference of you being in the cuck chair. What was that about?
I don't know what that means.
I think that was
like
him talking shit about you, and you were sat on your stream watching some other shit, and people said you're in the cuck chair.
are you? I don't know what they're talking about unless they're referencing the fact that like Lav went onto Tom's stream and then I joined Tom's stream to address things to him specifically, not to talk to Lav. Lav left, and then while I was explaining stuff to Tom, she joined and like memed, and I don't know what they're referencing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that it's difficult because I think my issue is that in your behavior, you've kind of acted on the back foot whilst trying to, purport some strength somewhere. And I just think, pick your side. Are you going to be, concession, or are you just going to go full on attack mode? I don't know. This is more personal advice, I guess, but just streaming through it would probably have been a better idea than this kind of being undecided on how to best tackle this.
Yeah, I would say I giga chatted it at first because I felt like I was being shamed for what was like a consensual situation. And then when I learned the whole like hidden VC where she's reading off sex between us to a group of people that I know for the purposes of like making fun of me, it made the entire thing super uncomfortable. Like it just made it super uncomfortable. I don't know how to express it other than that.
Sure. Okay. I think Boots wanted to talk to you if that's okay. I mean, as I said in my coverage, I don't know if I've seen enough evidence to support the scorned lover narrative. If there's anyone from my community that wants to come on and argue that point, they can. But for me, I mean, it just seems like the timelines don't. They could support that, but I've not seen enough hard evidence that that's the case. It seems that there's other stuff that was going on that led you to create the documentary. You tried to get transparency to put it in. That was good. Other than that, I mean, that's my main criticism addressed, I think. Sorry, go on.
No, but you even like laid on a little bit more than that, which is that like even if I didn't have those logs, I could have at least like said something in the video. I mean, because I released that video the next day. I was just like, okay, Harvey Weinstein comments are made by Lav and Mr. Girl, and then I release video. It's not hard to record something for like 10 seconds to say like, by the way, me and Lav have had a past. Some of that includes sexual stuff. And whatever, like a quick disclosure.
Why didn't you disclose it at all?
I literally was just like in schizo, like we're releasing this shit right now. Like I just had my Hitman shades on. So yeah.
Sure. Was there any embarrassment you felt about it in putting it out there?
And putting what out there?
Like, did embarrassment hold you back in any way from putting it into the documentary? Were you embarrassed about the fact you'd had an interaction with someone you were doing a documentary on now?
No, that part I'm not ashamed about. I'm more embarrassed now with the whole her narrative with the VC and friends. I wasn't ashamed of what was in those messages necessarily before. Although yes, they are freaky.
Okay, I guess the final point I make of DK Boots is here. I'm not sure who, one of the two. Anyway, the final point I just want to make is just that I guess that if anything, the mockery over it would have only bolstered your case. So I don't know why that would impact it in that way.
What do you mean?
Oh, sorry, I think I'm misunderstanding. So you're saying that now you feel more embarrassed because of the fact that she was laughing about it, right? That's what you're saying. Nothing to do with at the time of the documentary.
Yes, she's like, yes, she's goading me to engage in a sexting conversation where the purpose is to actually laugh at me, not disclose that. And even though she's being an active participant in it, I'm the only one who becomes a joke. Yes, I think that's super embarrassing. I think that we can think of many other analogous situations with sexual interactions where like that'd be super inappropriate and we'd have a lot of shit to say about it.
Sure, I think the issue that you're coming up with is that obviously everyone in my community and everyone watching in chat probably thinks Lav bad, Lav bad, Lav bad. So it gets to the point where it's trite, obviously Lav is bad. And I somewhat agree that I think there was a time I was looking at my Discord and people are just like endlessly shitting on you. I'm like, hang on a sec, what about LAV? But it's like, you know, you're kind of up against the losing battle
Wait.
there because everyone always thinks LAV is bad. Sorry, go on.
You say that, but like then you're like, well, but I don't see very much context that could make this okay. But Lav is like, she is always dishonest. Like, of course, she's gonna leave out shit where like she was talking about rape stuff before, probably in the fucking Discord. She cut out so many messages. Like, she would cut out anything that was like her like responding in an affirmative way. Of course she would. Like, that's just what Lav would do. So like, I don't understand why you wouldn't give Sick the benefit of the doubt, knowing what Lav is like always. And it just seems weird that she's the one that leaked this shit and he's having to defend himself. Like, guys are Coomers. Sick's a Coomer. We fucking know that. He shouldn't have denied at the beginning that like he was trying to message her in a Coomery way. Like, obviously we know that's true, but it's like, what is the fucking big deal here? Why does it matter?
I guess the big deal is the fact that Sick, you know, hasn't been, in my opinion, like fully transparent in the way he's dealt with it at first. And like if he had just owned it from the early situation, it probably would have been smoother, I would guess. I mean, I can't say for sure. Some people just fucking hate Sick.
Do you think that like the way that I wrote the tweet longer doesn't make it seem like I'm admitting to being a Coomer?
But even that, I mean, being a
you're kind
Coomer
of
is kind of downplaying it.
I'm just asking because I felt like that I had communicated that, and it seems like to almost everybody that I didn't communicate it well enough. So it's
Like,
almost like I should have just put it in the
you know,
headlines. Yes,
I understand. I understand being a Coomer, but like, I just feel sometimes we use that word as a downplaying because it's like, you know, you're coming up with these elaborate cuckoldry sex fantasies involving consent, non-consent, and rape. And yeah, sure.
But how do you don't know what she was talking about?
Yeah, but you know, but the thing is whilst I agree that, you know, there's more messages where she was goading him on even more so, Sick is still 50% of that equation in going into it as well, right? And putting it out there to that level.
Okay, but he didn't put it out there. Like, they were having a private conversation in which she never told him to like not to stop or anything. So like, judging people for their like private kinks that they never intended to get out there just feels like so wrong. And of course, like, he's gonna act poorly when it first comes out because like nobody wants to fucking talk about that shit publicly. It's embarrassing. Of course, it's embarrassing.
She's also not presenting it like it's 50-50. She's presenting it like it's 90-10.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think gives a completely different vibe to the situation.
Sure, and you know, I am perfectly willing to admit that there's messages that exist that would shift my perception of the conversation, and I'm willing to grant some benefit of the doubt that they exist. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously there's an extremity of a response, and I think some people have just don't like you and want to shit on you regardless. And if you're going to say, yeah, I'm a degenerate sex guy or whatever, then, you know, I don't really know what else to say to that point, you know? DK, have you got anything?
What's up? Where are we at? What are we talking about?
Well,
I heard it was being presented as 90-10. I'm just wondering why Sick didn't present it any differently in his tweet longer.
I mean, I felt like I communicated when I wrote the tweet longer. I felt like I communicated it that way, and then like in retrospect, there's a lot of things like
Dan's always talking about your feelings. How about you just do the thing?
Yeah, I agree with that too. I should have just gotten to the point a lot more often. But yeah. So in a non-sexting related way, one of the things where I like didn't communicate something properly is that I talked about Bellini putting in a chat a cropped version of a nude of mine, and everybody was like, "Oh, she had a really zoomed in picture of his dick." No, that's not how it started. It was actually her having a shirtless picture of me, and then she was zooming out because the threat was to leak my nude. Which is why I deleted. It doesn't. I'm just saying there's a lot of places inside of that twit longer where I was trying to communicate something and I just completely fucked up.
Okay.
Well, like, some people are saying that it has to do with love, like that whole situation, because like her refusing to ban Chick from her server was like the catalyst for some people. Sorry, for like the dog. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask about. I wanted to know, like, when did you actually start doing the dog? And like, was it Like, was it kind of in the works? Because I know that like Mr. Girl was kind of on board for part of it.
I
But I don't know when it was like actually started and when you started like really making it.
I never gathered any intel on Lav or knew anything about her past or anything until the day I confronted Mr. Girl about him that he should platform people in the community who've had experiences with Lav. And then when he said, okay, we should make a little doc about it, that night I think I spent like 10 hours doing research, and like I it took 10 hours because I was like uncovering all of these threads I have never seen before. So that would be like the Gabriel Gundacker shit and whatnot.
When was that like in the timeline?
Like I think it was August 25th. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I don't know when that is in the timeline. So was that like before she kicked or you left the server and left Discord stuff?
It's when I deleted my account, that's like 2.5 months afterwards.
Okay. So, but were you like sexting and stuff while you were looking up info on her?
No.
Okay. So it was
No,
like
that whole sexting situation happens 10 days after she has joined the Mr. Girl community.
Okay. And you never did it again. It was just like
It was that one
one
conversation, yes. Also, this is another thing people don't understand. I've got no indication after that conversation that she's uncomfortable, because she's also making jokes in allusion to the CNC BDSM stuff where she's saying he punish me and shit like that. It's like it doesn't seem like she's averse to that kind of element.
Yeah. I mean, like even if she were like if she weren't actually into it, which I don't know if she has like any sexual drive behind her. It's just like attention based. But like she was trying to get you to say that shit. Like she admitted as much. So it's not like even if she wasn't receptive to it, she was trying to make it happen. So it's yeah.
I guess 6 point is that apropos of nothing later, she made the meme about punish me because she was mentioning a sexual conversation they'd had in another call, and then Sick got wind of it and said, hey, what's that about, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, listen, this is becoming too much of a circle jerk.
What the? Who is that?
Oh, the anti-joker is here.
So
well, DK is not really. I was
we need to bring
expecting DK to
balance.
stay a little bit more.
Well, I'll get into
laughing?
my issues. I think.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god.
Yo!
Bro, this looks like a slideshow.
Man.
I think that Sick was very dishonest in his Twitter.
Why are you sideways?
You're sideways. You're sideways. You need to change that around. Just fix that. DK, go on, please.
No, I think that Sick was very dishonest in his TwitLonger. I think that the end part about Destiny, I don't think it was relevant. I don't think any of the Bellini shit was relevant. I think that especially so once you join the spicy chat conversation, the talk about you not entering in sexually, that was cope, total cope. We all know that if you're messaging a girl privately about sex, even if it's to say that, oh, you shouldn't get advice from these guys, they don't know about sex. I mean, we all know what you're trying to do, but you try to paint it in your doc and in the conversation like that was just like a normal thing that you would do, is like you're just like that virtuous that you have to make sure that no woman is getting false sexual information.
Yeah,
ahead,
I don't like that. I don't like the writing. Is that like for me to tell somebody to not engage with the community that, mind you, she is still pretty new in, like to ward her off. It's not me saying like I'm some god king emperor
if
saint,
I were
or
to
like
do that,
I'm also offering myself as this like alternative. I'm not offering myself as an alternative in the message where I propose to her like that she get advice elsewhere. That's one of my big issues with
here's
this
what I would do. So let's say a woman came into spicy chat and she was talking about sex with whatever degenerates we have in there. I would not DM her privately about it. I would in the chat say, you probably don't want to get any sex advice from these freaks in here. I mean, I wouldn't say that, but if I were you, I would have done it in the public chat, especially if I have a partner already. Just because, A, you get to say what you want to say to her. You get to say that she shouldn't talk about sex with these people, give her that advice. And then B, you get to shit on all these people that have been shitting on you.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to
Easy.
shit on them. He was talking about that. Like,
Why
all the
not?
mods fucking hated him at that point, or like were judging. They were judging you
Even
for
more
being a bad mod
reason
or
to
something.
shit
No,
on
the
them
mods.
publicly.
The mods were actually fine. The mods just never they never action shit. So like you could be as like you could harass somebody almost as much as you wanted to, and I just didn't want to deal with that because I dealt with it on a daily basis. It made the community unbearable, which is why I took a break in the first place.
That's why you left and decided that your new community was LAV's DMs.
No.
Okay, I want to throw it over to Creeman because I'm sure he's got
Okay.
some takes.
Dude, he's like spurting out already.
Jesus.
He's stimming,
Yeah, I'm
okay? Give him a
stimming
break.
all
He's
the time.
stimming.
I don't know where we at. What was Six still denying? I feel like this. I agree with Chud about the trying to play the victim on one hand and also being like on the other hand, like, yeah, I know I'm a sex freak. Yeah, that is what I am. It is super lame. There's not really any big moral criticisms here. You just come off like a big freak, and it makes me look at you differently, knowing that you had this sexual relationship with someone before you went and made the 2-hour documentary on them. It's not like, you know, that documentary's wrong or you've committed some heinous moral act. It's just like, it's a bit fucking weird, and it's a bit fucking weird.
Let me build on this a little bit. I usually don't agree with Koi, but I agree with him here on this point. Do you think you would have been as compelled to make the doc had this kind of negative interaction between you and Lav? What happened?
What negative interaction?
Well, okay, let me paint it like this. So you guys had this sexual thing, right? And then she kind of, I don't want to say, okay, I'm going to say scorned, but let me make it clear that I'm not saying that she like rejected you. But to me, if I had a sexual relationship with someone privately, I think my phone died, sorry. If I had a sexual relationship with someone privately, I would expect that they kind of would have my back in like at least extreme cases. So if someone posted revenge porn of me, they probably would have my back if we had like an intimate private relationship. I would feel scorned if they kind of just brushed me off after we had that kind of relationship. Did you feel that way?
Sorry. Okay. When you're talking about the whole like revenge porn situation, that actually, yes, that was like a negative interaction that I internalized for sure. The reason I wanted the logs though is because Lav was trying to make it out on other people's streams that what was in our
Hold on.
DMs.
Was I coming in clearly? You guys heard me, right? Because
We heard you, but your
the
cam
logs
froze.
do their thing.
Yeah, we heard you. Your cam froze though.
Okay, you're not answering my question.
Oh, you're okay. You're memeing on me.
I'm not memeing on you. Did you feel scorned
over the sexting conversation? No.
No, by the fact that you had that relationship and then she screwed you afterwards. I'll be right back.
No, because to me, the sexting conversation, I never internalized that in a way that like added major weight to it.
Well,
That was
yeah,
just
well,
a
okay.
thing.
I think I'm understanding what you're saying. So you're saying that at the time you made the documentary, you were still of the belief that you'd engaged in a consensual sexting conversation, and it's only 2 days ago that you realised that she'd done something bad for you to feel scorned by. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, well, even more to DK's point, at the time that the revenge porn situation happened, the sexting never played into how I felt towards Lav specifically, because my vitriol was towards the entire community because everybody was excusing it. Nobody was shitting on Bellini for doing this. So it wasn't even, I didn't have animosity specifically towards Lav.
But Lav is the person that wasn't doing anything about it primarily, right? Like she owned the server or something. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was within the confines of her server. Yes.
Okay. So she had the power.
Like, I don't know why you don't just say, like, yes, this, I did have animosity towards Lav, and this is what, like, led to me looking into this shit. Like, that's fine to admit.
Yes, I'm just, but I think DK is trying to make the point though that it had more weight for me because we had a previous sexting conversation from my perspective, not Lav's, obviously.
Well, it could, because that would make you feel closer, but that's not really relevant in any other, like, it could have been any sort of conversation where you got closer.
No, yeah, I didn't feel intimately close to Lav though.
Yeah, but it's shown that you've like shown a sexual interest in her, and she's validated that interest. So we know that there's like a level of sort of enhanced relationship that's going on between you two, more than just two random Discord users that are in sort of like the same communities. It's like, you know, you're sitting there, and we can probably reasonably interpret that you're hoping that maybe, you know, if things pan out right, maybe you'll get a shot at Lav. You know, maybe you'll be the Discord mod she's flying out to fuck. You know, maybe it'll be you this time.
But is there any... Listen, Crewman, this is where your narrative spinning gets a bit annoying, because I'm like, where's your evidence to back this up? You're just narrative spinning.
So no, this is just a fact that if a girl is validating your sexual advance on her, you might be like, okay, well, this could happen again, you know?
Great, yeah, might be. Where's your evidence to back that up? Go.
My evidence is that she validated his sexual advances, and I know how fucking sexual relationships fucking work, bro. What?
Are you sure you know how sexual relationships work?
Yeah, if you fucking validate someone's interest, they're gonna hang around and hope it fucking happens again. That is the way it operates. Are you saying you don't think Sick had any sexual interest in her after this conversation? You think it ended?
Yeah, maybe, but like, there's no indication that he acted upon that.
Yeah, like, there doesn't seem to be reams of DMs that... Sorry, go on.
I was trying to make this. It's coloring his interactions with her from this point. That he has this sexual possibility in his mind. So if he's going forward with that in his head, then that's going to affect decision making, especially if he's doing something like going, "Oh, I'm going to spend 3 months making a massive documentary on her."
But a lot of people were horny for Lav when she first joined the space until they got to know her. Like,
yeah,
that's normal.
I was gonna say the reason why, like, to me it doesn't factor in is because that whole breaking off point where I delete my account, that's a whole 2 weeks later, and we're in VCs all the time. Like, that, by that point, we've had enough conversations, like outside of DMs, me and Lav, that it's like pretty apparent that if she did have an interest, she no longer has it, and I don't have that towards her. That is not our relationship. It is not in any way intimate, but it's also not with animus either.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you know, I get the frustration, and I get, you know, I'm obviously very disappointed, Sick, of course. I just think that when you actually look at, like...
I've famously never been a Coomer online.
Listen, this isn't my trial, okay? I've already been through my ramifications. But, well, all I was going to say is I just feel like there is a lot of hate coming your way. And obviously there's other things which people have pointed out, which I think, you know, are kind of embarrassing for you. But to me, it's like you could have solved this by just putting in the documentary, as you said earlier, hey, just to let you know a bit of, you know, bias clarity or whatever. We did have a sort of sexual interaction when we first started speaking, just for the sake of completion. And I'm sure Queeman would have been happy to see that in there, right? Am I right on that?
I would have loved to have seen that in there.
Yeah,
I fucked Lavaloon in big letters at the start of the documentary.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, like, that would have solved a lot of the problems that people, I think, have now. So if that's the only solution that's required to deal with this, I mean, Queeman, like, I guess for you, like, you're obviously the most critical. You know, what else is there to say? You can't cry over spilt milk.
Betrayed. I feel betrayed. That's the reality. Sure. Okay, you think someone like actually hates women, and then it turns out they're just like, upset about the rejection.
As do I. As do I.
I'm hoping. I thought he actually hated her. I thought he really hated her, but no, he fell for it at first. I feel betrayed.
I mean, it makes sense that you would hate somebody even fucking more after, like, you like have an interaction with them that you think is positive, and they fuck you over.
It's different, but it changes. It's a different.
Oh, you think that he just had this like innate hate for her because woman?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Exactly.
Gotcha. I think it would have been stupid to put that in the documentary, by the way. Like, if you would have to tell this whole fucking story for which he doesn't have sources for, and if you just say, like, we had a sexual interaction, then, yeah.
What?
And then, If you
all you have
just say
all
that
you have to
we had a
say is,
sexual
I just want to
interaction, hold the fuck
disclose
up.
before this.
If you just say that we had a sexual interaction, then it's gonna lead people to think that you are extra biased because of that when you're telling the story. When really that happened way before any of the other shit with Lav, and that so it doesn't mean that he's biased from that.
So
It
actually,
would just look
more
biased.
honest to leave. It's more honest to not mention it. I see. That's what you're
Right,
saying.
It's not more honest to not mention it. It would just color the documentary in a way in which I don't think that he meant it to be. He wasn't really featured in it. Their relationship is not a part of it. It's just about Lav. So I don't.
He was in
why would he
it,
put it in?
but I mean,
In a
because
minor way.
He's making the documentary. If you're making a documentary exposing the wrongs of someone, I feel like it's important to put in whether you've had an interaction with them and you've had a
No,
relationship.
I mean, this is just fundamental that you can make art that yes is made by the artist, but doesn't it doesn't have the. It might have the artist flavor, but it's not the artist is not like a subject piece inside of it. I mean, I would assume most documentaries. I'm just saying most documentaries are like that in the first place.
Sure. I mean, but the thing is when you put aside Queeman's personal feelings about it, which I do understand, it is a disappointment, I guess you might say. What else is there to say? There's maybe some disagreement over it, but you should have maybe put it in a documentary. You can't turn back time and change things. What else is there to say for Sick to do? Right? What is there? Can anyone think of anything else? I don't think there is anything else, is there? And I think people
Bet
just want
your women more, I would say.
But that's just crying. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's crying over spilt milk. You can't change that now. We could sit here and go, well, Sick, what lessons have you learned from this? And what I don't know. Do we need to do that? That seems a bit cringe. I don't know. I'm listening. Has anyone got anything else? Otherwise, I can wrap this up. I mean, I think we've kind of.
I do want to address something about like you and DK and everybody else is I don't know why he's bringing up the Bellini shit. I didn't know that everybody was going to fixate just on the sexting and that Lav was also going to say that one, she wasn't a participant at the same time, but also she was goading on the situation. I thought that was a totally consensual situation. I thought I knew what I was getting into with that conversation. I didn't know that there was going to be these additional elements. To me, I wanted to address the entirety of our DMs because Lav had characterized them before to people within our just little splinter community, within Mr. Girl, within multiple different discords relevant to streamers and shit. So I wanted to address everything. So while everybody else is only fixated on the sexting part, all of it's super relevant because Lav was also trying to downplay the severity of the revenge porn situation as well in the past.
Okay, I'm finally back inside. I just want to say I missed a little bit of it, but my main problem has been the dishonesty part of it. Because it feels like the TwitLonger was almost entirely dishonest just to try and get out of this embarrassing situation. If you had just said yeah, I did this.
Specifically in the TwitLonger was dishonest.
Yeah, that's.
I think most including most of it is dishonest. I think the end part where he was talking about the fact that he released it to save Destiny or whatever. I don't think Destiny was relevant at all.
I don't think that. That's my favorite.
No, well, the only reason Destiny is relevant is because he is the centerpiece of Lav's deception at the point in time, and the whole reason I'm making the doc, the whole reason I spent 2 months of research into putting this all together is to expose her. And yes, messaging Chud about the doc is pouring gasoline on the type of momentum that can get. Yes, doing it at the same night or the night after Destiny gets accused of being Harvey Weinstein, and I've got false allegations inside the doc. Yes,
okay,
that is
sick. Wait, because that's different. What you just said there is different to what you said in the TwitLonger, though, isn't it? Because in the TwitLonger, the phrasing you used was, "I wasn't going to wait for Lavloon to make any more false accusations against."
Yes. Yes,
because that does not imply. That does not imply wanting momentum and viewership on your
It is.
documentary.
It is.
How do you get more
Well,
people to see the LAV shit? Is you release it when this is happening?
Well, calm down. You need to understand the reason I'm bringing that up is because, yes, I am predicting already that she's going to make more allegations after this. And so I want to make sure that my doc is seen, because when she makes those additional allegations, I want to make sure people take her word as not seriously as possible. I want her to look like
I think it's pretty clear to anyone who read that tweet longer, anyone who listened to it earlier, there were a few little games being played where you were trying to control perception of your actions a little bit. And one of those little games was being like, oh, Connor, CEO of Rich Wallet, CEO of Rich Wallet, Connor, ha ha ha, look, I'm doing the meme, guys, I'm doing the meme. And the other one was being like, oh, see, guys, I had to save Destiny. I had to do it. I had to do it then to save Destiny, guys.
Say it was to save Destiny.
Okay,
What the
again, I agree with the first point. The second point, I half agree with. Like, there was absolutely this indication that it was to do with helping Destiny out in some way, which is going to give you an affinity with Destiny's audience. There was also, intended to anyway, I think. And also these memes and jokes, I think, are playing into the anti-LAV sentiment as well. I guess from my perspective, I would have just liked to have seen it stated a bit more plainly, without some of these elements in there.
I wouldn't have been on the back foot so much, though, if this whole Discord VC friend shit element wasn't even included. As soon as I learned about that, or because I believe that actually is true, I think LAV is being honest. I think there were a lot of people who hated me in our little splinter community that could have been a thing. Yes, I was on the back foot from there because it completely changed the element of what these DMs meant to me.
I wonder why. Okay, so what happens? So LAV just kind of releases these because she said because she found them just now, right? So she releases them, and then you start working on this TwitLonger right away. What did you want to say with the TwitLonger? Because you barely even talked about the actual DMs or the implication of the DM.
Yeah, I didn't understand it. I didn't
He was
understand.
talking about this when you were gone, so
yeah, you're the one who made me walk
just
around.
fucking repeat it. Sick. I know that you love to take 10 minutes to say something that takes 1 minute, so go ahead, go. Tell him again.
I didn't know what her exact allegations were. She was just using it as a way to meme on me and talk about the DMs as if she wasn't an active participant. So the only purpose of my TwitLonger was to expand on everything that had happened in our DMs to basically make people understand that she was a participant as well.
Okay. I mean, I don't.
That's only referring to this.
90%
I'm just saying that's only
is relevant to that though.
Yeah, so he said that he didn't know that people were going to focus so heavily on the DMs, and she might come out with other shit later. So he wanted to explain the entirety of the LAV DMs.
Yeah, well, I'm only addressing the sexting part because that's the only part that DK cares about.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, but he's saying you barely talked about the sexting stuff in the TwitLonger. So I'm telling DK that he wanted to talk about the entirety, not of the DM she released, but of their DM situation. That's why he wanted to talk about all of it, because she has more than that, and she's going to be like, "Oh, you did this later," or something like that, So he tried to talk about all of it.
You were saying before also that he barely remembers this situation, right?
Right.
How would he know what other DMs she has?
I don't agree with that statement though.
What, that you don't remember it really?
I don't know. I remember a lot of the contents, maybe not the exact verbiage, but I remember the interactions we had generally, yes.
Okay.
When I said that he probably doesn't remember, that I'm referring to him not remembering that she had said this specific thing in between these two messages that make him look like a creep or something like that. He won't remember her exact words.
Hello, everybody.
Bro.
Dingo, what do you want?
To this conversation.
Came in here, number one, DK, you're looking quite sickly and thin today. But I was wondering if I could borrow your jawline sometime. Got a date coming up.
My chin, you can have the chin.
But, sick. Let's be real, man. You wanted some sexy time with the little lady. Let's be real, man. You wanted some a sexy time. Yes. You wanted to get your grubby
Dingo,
bald
oh,
little
whoa!
fingers.
Are you old enough to have this conversation, mate? Honestly, I'm regretting bringing you
16
in.
is legal here. 16 is legal here.
Listen.
Try again, loser.
No, listen, guys. Listen, guys. Sick. I came here to give you some advice. So what we did is we looked at the numbers. We looked at the data.
This is what you were trying to do with LAV here, by the way. Take notes.
Yeah, we looked at the data. We looked at the numbers, and people your age struggle the most with sexual compatibility.
Where's this study?
So-
Wait, Dingo, can you link this study in the side chat, please, when you get finished?
Dingo,
Sure,
listen, mate. I
just
really,
wanna, I want to
honestly.
go over the
No,
methodology.
let
of
me
this
let me
study.
finish my rant. Let me
Let
finish
him
my
cook, let him
rant.
cook.
Let me finish
Let him
my
cook.
rant. So, Sec, what I give you some lessons on here is how to charm women. So, so when you're looking for the ideal partner, it may be optimal to figure out if they have any, glaring.
You might want to write this down.
Yeah,
I see
might
you're
wanna-
not really focusing.
Actually, if you could pull up a notepad tab on your desktop.
I've got Obsidian
listen.
open.
Okay,
listen. This is stupid. I don't listen. I don't want to fucking get sidetracked into some bullshit meme. Okay, I want to wrap this up now. Finish the fucking grilling and move on because I'm covering this for fucking hours. Please. Right. What else have we got for Sick?
Boots, go ahead.
I mean, I don't really have anything. I don't think that he has anything to explain. I think it's really stupid that we're even talking about it in the first place.
Honestly,
I understand that he has to because it's LAV, and of course
I
she's
wouldn't
gonna
give a
come out
fuck.
with more
Actually,
shit.
I
but,
would. I would still shit on him for it. But the fact that he was so dishonest in his framing in the thing.
You don't know that he's dishonest in anything. You were reading it and
I will
picking
tell
out
you
exactly
100%.
how you want to see it in the worst way
100%
possible.
that he is dishonest about saying that his initial messaging of LAV was non-sexual.
I mean, in content, it was sexual. It was literally something
In
sexual.
intent, it was sexual.
You can't know that. And
I
yes,
can.
it might.
I know.
I'm
the cuck whisperer, and
thing
I
is-
know. Go ahead, Chud.
I was gonna say is I'm up for Sick getting a bit of a grill, and I get it, and I've seen some of the commentary about him. I totally get it, right? But I feel like, first of all, the Twitlonger thing, I don't know if there's a malicious dishonesty happening there. I would probably attribute it more to him trying to fucking hammer out Twitlonger under pressure.
I think there is. Because
Right,
he's
okay.
embarrassed and he wants to spin the narrative
really
in his
matters.
favor.
Okay. Sick, what's your response to that?
I don't think I was being dishonest. I think some things can come out inconsistent or wrong later on. I was working with a fraction of the DMs that we have now.
It's not
I'm
about
okay
the
with
DMs.
that. It's entirely about the DMs because the
It's
only way
about
that the only way that you can judge whether or not I'm being dishonest is by weighing my words against the DMs.
I'm weighing your words in the DMs against what you said in the discussion that we had the other night.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a disagreement. I did realize though that I think you guys are trying to argue about the contents of the DMs that you guys see, and I was trying to explain that there were things before even the earliest DM that you guys see that explains a lot of the narrative that I'm trying to give people, but LAV is not showing.
Wait, outside of DMs context?
No. I'm saying there's more DMs before me laying out boundaries. That is not the first DM we
Right, the first
exchanged.
DM was you saying, these guys don't know how to talk about sex. I do. You should talk to me about it. Essentially was the...
Yeah, okay, Queeman.
Those messages.
Okay, Queeman.
What?
Wait, what does that mean?
Oh, yeah, because that's what I was saying.
It's what Queeman said, and that's not what I said. I never offered myself as an alternative for her to talk to.
Yeah,
the only thing I
The
told
reason
her
you went
was to
into
not-
the DMs was to be an alternative.
It doesn't matter
Everyone
about my
knows this.
intent because you're adding you're saying I'm explicitly saying and offering myself, and that's not what I did. That's not what I said.
This is the plausible deniability I was
Everyone
talking about,
knows.
DK.
It's
This is what
implicit.
he's
It was an
trying to
implicit
say.
agreement. It was an
deniability.
implicit agreement. Go ahead, Sick.
I just disagree with you.
I just, I get the grilling. It feels like we're drilling down into this insane detail,
It's not insane detail. I just want him
I mean,
to be
he's not gonna know the fucking.
When he messaged, he was intending to get sexual reciprocation when he was saying, hey, these guys don't know how to talk about sex. I don't think you would go and do that in a woman's DMs unless you were offering yourself
You
as an
don't think so because you wouldn't do it in that way.
Yeah.
But Sick
Yeah.
might
No,
have.
this is 99% of people would see it that way.
Okay, 99% of people, but like we already know Sick is a fucking freak. So maybe he's the 1%.
Yeah, he's a freak in that he's at the top of the 99%.
But you don't know that. Like you're just putting this on him. And also,
I'm the cuck
it's
whisperer. I
so
told you.
hard to remember like your exact state, your emotional state. It like when you sent a message a fucking year ago. Like he might have been thinking
He
like
said
in
he
the back
remembers
of his.
pretty well.
Okay, he remembers the situation and he remembers like the context. But what I'm saying is, he might have gone into it and said that because she was saying this like shit in the chat and getting bad advice and stuff. But in the back of his head, he might have had like maybe, you know, she's really sexy and maybe she'll want to talk to me about it and I'll like that, but like not even have that consciously or like have that be the main thing that motivated him to say something. You just don't know that. So it's like so silly to just say you
Can I appeal to
definitely
the
did.
moderator, please? Can I appeal to the moderator?
For what reason?
Kui, if you saw a woman getting bad sexual advice,
Ask the biggest fucking freak in here, sure.
No. He's moderating. He's clearly going to be unbiased in this judgment.
freak allegations against Kuiman. Okay, Chud, if you saw a woman getting bad sex advice,
women about sex.
I mean, yeah.
if
To be
you
honest
saw
with
that
you,
happen,
I
would you
think
slide in
yeah.
the DMs?
I mean, well,
And if you did,
no, I
what would be your
wouldn't.
intention?
No, I wouldn't. But if I was to, yeah, the intent would be, you know, oh yeah, maybe I can get something going here. Certainly, not that I do that, obviously, but yeah.
Right. Yeah,
I think that that's a pretty reasonable interpretation. Sick can deny it, sure, but then obviously stop fucking doing the clapping. But then people are gonna, people are obviously gonna see it differently, and that's fair enough. Okay, I've got a question here from Doobie. Can you ask Sick which part of describing the way Lav's fiance could fuck her made his pee-pee hard? I mean, that's just a troll question. Come on, that's ridiculous.
Answer the question,
I
Sick.
hate you people. I'm not answering that question.
That is a troll question. I can't believe he said that. Look, okay, listen. Okay, I don't want anyone to be like, oh no, have we had enough of grilling Sick? Does anyone else want to come in and give Sick some shit? Like, I don't know, I feel like we've done enough grilling, haven't we?
I was gonna say, everybody. Okay, Queeman, make a point, make a good one, because you guys focusing so much on this first message is like slim.
This is what you do, though.
It's not
Like,
close.
make
This
a good
is a broader
point.
point. Okay, this
That's
is
what you
broader
did with your
point.
whole
This is a
Quitlonger.
broader point. I'm
Same
making
vibe.
I've conceded.
This is commentary that I'm about to bring you. Sick. Okay.
Okay.
Imagine you go down the pub and you show someone down the pub. You're like, this is the messages that bloke's been sending on Discord. Are they gonna be like, oh, that's normal? I've got messages like that on my Discord account. No, they're gonna be like, he's a fucking weirdo. He's weird. He's a strange fucking guy. And then if you go, this guy made a 2-hour documentary about her after having these sex with her, they're gonna go, oh wow, that's proper fucking weird. That guy's a real fucking freak. And not
Should we have a look at your YouTube channel, Queeman, and see what kind of stuff you're covering, and see what people think about that? Like, I don't know, this is like pot calling the kettle black. Surely.
I'm not fucking out there sexting Lisa, am I, Chud? I'm not sexting fucking Lisa.
Okay, that's true. Well, hang on. Whoa. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that you are. Okay, there's no evidence that you are. Let's put it that way. Okay.
Yeah. I will say, if they've got similar sexual interests, yeah, their DMs might look very similar. I mean, just because I'm like, I don't know. Yes, I might think somebody who's into diaper porn, yes, they probably have weird DMs that I would consider freaky. But that doesn't mean they're necessarily doing anything wrong just because I think they're fucking freaky.
Oh, well, I would say cucking is.
I mean, most of what I consider wrong or inappropriate with LAV is because of the context of having a relationship. Like a relationship with another person. Not because of any of my actual conduct within the conversation.
No, it's just fucking weird to go prowl around Discord servers for streamers looking for women that you can approach for a conversation.
Prowling around is another characterization.
Well, hold on.
I mean, if you see it that way, then you're seeing it exactly how Lav wants you to see it. You realize that, right? Like, she is stripped of all context. It's just posting weird messages.
Every woman we've heard of from that server, it seems like Sick was intending to have a sexual relationship with.
Well, hang on. It's Lav and then the other one that did the weird, like quasi
Well, sex
revenge
workers, by
porn,
the way.
Yes,
right?
he's saying that's every woman that we've heard of from that server.
But there were more women than that, right?
Were there? Sick?
Well, let's ask Sick now. Sick, did you have sexual relations with anyone else from that server?
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
Which is fine because they're all fucking freaks.
I mean,
Like,
if it's
everybody in
all
that
above
server
board and
is degenerate
consensual,
and should not be allowed
They're not all
outside.
freaks. That's why half of them are incels. That's why Sick was saying that she shouldn't get sexual advice from me.
the guys
Well,
were in
incels
cells
is
sniffing for
different.
pussy.
But not Sick. Sick's not like that. Sick's the good one who you should talk to.
He didn't say that.
Ladies in the chat, if you're looking for good, healthy sexual advice, have I got the guy for you?
Okay.
Balding 40-year-old father. Sick on
Wait. Oh, okay. What are you talking about me? Anyway, listen. Don't. Okay. I think we've. Look. I just think, as much as I've had my criticisms or whatever thing, is that it? Like, what does this come down to? You feel that there was lies in his twit longer or like misrepresentations to back him up?
I feel like we have
agree
a situation on our
that-
hands, an epidemic. I feel like we've got to protect the women in our servers from this predator. Sick Unchained.
Okay.
Sick,
I mean,
how do you plead? How do
So
you
fucked
plead?
up to even joke about that because like this is serious for him, obviously. Like I know it's a joke for you, but
It's
it's
not that. Come on, it's not
a
that
joke.
serious.
I mean,
No
I
one
mean,
really cares about this.
I was tricked into having a sexting conversation where it was used as ammo to humiliate me online.
Yeah, but
Yet,
no
like,
one sympathizes with you. One, because it's LAV, and two, because you're doing it with every woman you can get your hands on.
It's Lav.
doing
Wait,
that?
DK.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
Lav who nobody knew who the fuck she was or what she was because she had only been in the community for 10 days. Destiny didn't know about. Well, Destiny knew the private her. Mr. Girl didn't know about her. Chud didn't know about her. Queeman, you, Boots, nobody knew about her. Nobody.
And
I mean, to be,
I'm
to be
just saying
fair,
she's just another woman at that
Yeah,
point.
DK, it's only Lav and Bellini and probably Layla and Toko and
Yeah, you're talking to
It's
DK,
like a
who has
laundry
had
list of
so
women.
many relationships with women online that you're like literally talking to the worst. You maybe only yourself. You're the only person
Yeah, I
who's
haven't
not
seen.
done it.
Yeah, I haven't seen him talking about rubbing another man's cock all over a belly or something. Whatever that fucking
Well, okay.
message was.
If
I'm
his
not a
message
Please
is
do a better
leaked, then
job
you
of it
can
than
fucking
Sick.
laugh at him and call him a predator then. But they're not out. I remember like when Chud's messages leaked, it was fucking embarrassing to have to go through all of that shit and talk about it all. Like it
Yeah, we still
sucks
calling
to
on
do that.
Sal.
I mean,
But
yeah,
it's just-
sure. I
that's-
mean,
that's
Bruce
not-
is right. You little freaks sit in that little Discord and laugh at everything without having anything on the line. Especially you, Quinn, when you're a fake content creator and never fucking stream.
Hello? Are you kidding me? You're saying that to me, Chud? Are you serious?
Not you, DK. Listen, I obviously don't include you in that. You know, I'm talking about everyone fucking.
I've got a quick one because I
The
kind
kids
of
are safe
I
now,
do actually
buddy.
agree
Watch
with
it.
Chud that I think that it's probably like it's funny and it's a content drought, but I do have a question. Like when you did all this, you weren't a content creator, you had no intention of being a content creator, like you were just somebody in Discord servers, but you did
Yes.
message a lot of people, and this kind of shit blows up, especially now you're a content creator. So is there more stuff that's going to come out? And are you doing anything like this now? And like, are you going to never do this again? Because I think that's like the question of what can Sick do? I'm going to just
I
give
mean,
the
you're
answer of not this.
The last two questions is basically, are you going to be celibate from now on? The answer is no.
Are you going to
but
be
I'm not
like
going to
yeah,
act
but
like
is
a
it-
dirty
because it-
cumer.
Well,
no.
another dishonest framing from Sick.
Okay, but
again.
I'm not asking
No,
you to be
no.
celibate.
Hold
I'm
on.
asking you not
What
to,
he's
like-
asking me, is this ever going to happen again? I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, are you saying
gonna keep
like
sexting e-whores? Are you
are
going
you
to keep sexting e-whores? Not are you going
You're-
to be celibate? You can have
Yeah.
sex in real life, Sick. It's a total reframing.
Like,
He's saying, are you going to fuck up like this again? Not are you going to have sex again?
Your private life, when it's in Discord communities that you are interacting with, is no longer your fucking private life. Sorry, like
Yeah.
again,
No.
Like,
I get
if any of us say anything and somebody wants to go for us, they will go through us through their DMs. And if you want like any advice, like, and again, like who the fuck am I? But anything you say privately should be something that you can either defend or are prepared to see said publicly. And if you follow that rule, you will be fine. But if there's more DMs like this, of course people are going to go for you, mate, because you make
Well,
hit
I mean,
pieces and you do commentary, and you're considered fair game.
That's the
Yeah,
game.
I mean, I'm 30 years old. I've at least had 12 years of adulthood that were on the internet, but not as a creator. I'm just saying, like, as a content creator, like, no, I don't think I have to worry about this.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That was my only comment. Cool, right? Players.
Thanks.
He's gone, just like that.
Okay. What else
I
is
just
there?
want to say really quick.
Sure.
If I'm getting relationship advice from Beckett, I've truly hit rock bottom. But go ahead, Joe.
Oh, okay. Listen, I've been talking about this for like nearly 4 hours now, including my little issue. Is there anything else? We've got anything else for sick? Anything else
What's
we
your
can cover?
wrap up, Chud? What's your diagnosis?
My diagnosis is, I think what you frame as dishonesty, I just frame as a kind of inconsistent attempt to, simultaneously be a giga chad about it and also be on the back foot. I think put everything out too quickly.
The will maneuver, you could say.
Yeah, the will maneuver. And he dealt with it badly. Like, he dealt with it badly. In my opinion, should have put something in the documentary. That's it. I don't really know what other take there is.
Yeah.
Beyond being personally disappointed, which is a personal thing that kind of, obviously doesn't really come
I'm
into it
personally
beyond that.
disappointed on the behalf of everyone.
But like, what else is there to say? Like, yeah, he sexted with Lav last year. Didn't make it clear for the documentary. Didn't realize he was being fucking tagged along a bit. I don't know. Like, to me, it's like there isn't a broad moral message here or something like this because Sick hasn't really done anything substantively wrong.
Yeah, no, I don't think
Right?
Sick is like. I don't think he's done anything.
He's not raped.
Wrong in the sense that Sick is not raped. That's correct. I think he's done something wrong, and that would be being a cuck. But there's something I want to ask you while I have you here, Chud, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
It's semi-related to this situation.
Yeah.
We were discussing this in Spicy Chat earlier. What do you think about this word "coomer" that's been floating around, used to downplay the actions of these sex freaks online? What do you think about that? Destiny would be an example of that as well. Everyone goes, "Oh, Destiny's just a coomer, he's just a weird coomer," but in reality, he is kind of like a sex-addicted freak, perhaps you could say.
Sure, I think the word "coomer" is often used to downplay, certain actions. But then I spoke to Sick earlier and said, "Are you a sex-addicted freak or whatever it was I said?" And he was like, "Yeah." So it's like, well, what more can you say?
Okay. I mean, just in general, you think? We're
Yeah,
thinking about banning the word "coomer" going forward.
I think it's often used to downplay stuff which is more worthy of criticism. But then, even that is going to be down to your perspective on sex and stuff, right? Like, some people are more open about sex. I'm a bit more prudish about it, generally speaking. So I'd probably side more on the banning of the term if used in that way. But then also, I don't want to impact free speech. So, there's
I
that
think
aspect.
this communal shaming of these sex freaks is it's a good thing. It's a moral good.
I mean, if you want to shame
you can't make people think it's okay. This coomer thing has made people think that it's okay.
I mean, DK, if you want to shame people like that, I think that's totally fine. My only problem with words like coomer is it's like a way to criticize somebody while also just keeping your brain turned off. They're not actually like speaking criticisms.
I don't really think it's a.
Not a criticism though. It's like it's like a hat. They're a Kuma. It's like a little quirky feature, But it's like, no, it's not. You're a fucking weird sex freak, and you should stop being a fucking weird sex freak because it's gross.
Yeah, but then okay, but then you're doing the retarded.
Make this public though. He's not doing this publicly. Like, this was private shit that she made.
And all of Destiny's was private initially. Also, all the Anna shit was private at first. All the Lauren Southern shit was private.
If you're going around doing this shit on Discord, it's coming out. That's the
reality.
I
I mean, sure, if you want to call people weird sex freaks, go ahead. I don't really have a problem with it, but I think you're appealing to like a disgust factor, which
I mean, honestly, we're doing sort of like the not to victimize myself, although I'm whatever. We're doing the whole thing where it's like, well, she was wearing her skirt too high up, so actually, like, maybe it's reasonable that she got raped. She shouldn't have been wearing those clothes. Like, this is what we're doing.
Maybe she shouldn't have been wearing those clothes. Yeah, Sick, come on. You're a Mr. Girl fan. You're a Mr. Girl fan. You can admit that there are things that women can do to help prevent these things, like not DMing random women that you've only known for a week.
As saying that that's not the same thing as saying they should expect to get raped.
Okay.
Okay,
Sure.
but then
Found
it's
the
a
word
fucking dog
Kuma.
shit
Weird sex
analogy.
freak is the only term allowed. Okay.
It's a dog
Right.
shit analogy then, because in this instance, you should expect that shit to get leaked. Do you not agree with that?
No, I think generally people on Discord have kept my DMs private, and
Okay,
going
so
forward,
this
I
woman
should
that you knew
probably-
for 1 week or what, 2 weeks at this point, you thought, yeah, I'll sex her, nothing will ever come of it.
I'm a big fan of
There's no
mutually
possibility that it'll come out.
Huh?
There's no possibility this will come out. This
No
random woman I just
possibility.
met that's
No
been only weird in this freak server.
I don't know that I can have this conversation anymore because I can't. I legitimately can't take your argument seriously.
Okay.
Yes, generally, I think people understand that texts and DMs and shit like that are private, and the only reason most people even expose that kind of stuff is to expose another person's dishonesty.
I mean, if
that's
you're
what that's Destiny's rule. Look, that's Destiny's rule.
No. That's like
the only
most
time I
people's
show
rule.
DMs is when someone
You
lies
don't
about
like it
what's
because
in
it's
them.
Destiny. You don't like it because it's
no.
Destiny's
I'm
rule.
saying that you are assuming that everyone else is operating on the way Destiny operates.
Not everyone
because you're
else,
locked in. You're locked in,
generally.
sick.
You don't like
not
it
generally at
because
all.
it's-
People, other parts of the internet, people leak DMs all the fucking time. It is not
Yeah, why do they
a
leak
given
DMs
that
though?
for all sorts of fucking reasons, just to take the piss out of people. There's just not the same stigma around it as you might see in like a Destiny-oriented
and he
community.
said he talked about mutually assured destruction. So like if she was reciprocating, then that would be mutually assured. So she wouldn't just be laughing at
It
him.
didn't really seem like she was reciprocating, but go ahead.
Well, that's because she only released them. We haven't seen all of the fucking logs. I wish that she would release them all.
Yeah, but we have to work on what we've got.
We got
No, we don't.
And sure
that
we do.
much
And Sick has
information
not
is
pointed.
worse than no information. We
Sick
just
has
have
not
this super
pointed to
narrative of it.
anything that shows, or he hasn't provided any narrative that says that she was like sexting him back at all. As far as I've heard.
Yeah, it doesn't even really make sense from the conversation that she would be going like unless she was going like, oh, then should I do this to Connor?
Yeah, she's like, oh, I'm so wet. I'm touching myself right now. Oh, I'm just gonna throw this ice water on you through the screen.
She said in the
admitted
messages.
to goading she admitted to goading the conversation so she and her friends could laugh.
Yeah, but goading doesn't mean she was reciprocating sexually.
Yeah.
Well, no, she was fakely reciprocating
Yeah, that's
sexually.
what goading is.
No,
like,
she's
she's egging him on. She wants him
to some degree at least.
Well, no. If she just said, "Yeah, keep giving me advice. Keep giving me advice. This is good stuff." That is, she could do that. That's
Okay, but
goading.
she
But
said
that's
in
not
it, like,
fingering
something
herself.
about like she's wet or like sick. You said something like you're wet again, or like, are you gonna tell me you're
There's missing messages.
Yeah,
I don't know what
disturbing,
she's saying. So there's missing messages. I don't know what she's saying.
Right. So again, we have nothing to go off from saying. It sucks if it is there. That sucks. But Sick so far hasn't provided any like even example of what she might have been saying. He's right. BK's right here. Actually.
I mean, no offense. Yes, I don't like putting words in other people's mouth. Yes, I'm not gonna sit there and pretend to even like have a concept of what or where like messages are missing and what the contents of those messages are. Yes.
Okay. So I mean, all right. I feel like that just works to my point then. That if she really was sexting you back, I feel like there would have been some sort of indication somewhere of that.
There is probably an indication in the fucking messages, but you just can't see them because the LAV has them. It's just so dumb.
I mean, the indications would also come from the fact that I'm responding to myself multiple times and alluding to things that she's saying as well.
That's saying that things are missing, but you're not like, okay, you're like deep into sexual conversations with her, and you're getting off on it clearly, but like, where's the like, you're not commenting on anything that she's saying that she's doing. If she's like giving like sexual comments back to you, I'm almost positive you would be like commenting on those things. That's how you sex with people.
I literally have messages there that are replies or clarifications or yes, they're
not
there.
To those kinds of things.
Because I'm not explicitly repeating back shit she's saying.
You don't have to repeat back. But you really don't understand what I'm trying to say?
It's just difficult to see which part of the messages would have the deleted sexts from LAV. deleted messages. We can see it there.
Why? Okay, this is so
it's difficult for
retarded
us
the way
to-
that you guys are fucking framing. You're trying to look at this in the worst possible way. One, she said that she was goading him on. She was trying to get him to say these things. So, like, obviously, she is going to say something that makes him say something sexual, which is going to be in some way reciprocal. Because Sick is not just so retarded that he's going to, like, see some normal message and just say something, like,
Go
super
to rape.
sexual like
He's
that.
going to rape.
Obviously.
But he's going to rape. That's an insane level. I mean, I think Sick is a sexual
Do you
freak,
know
but
the Edo people? They talk about shit like that all the time. They are fucking, they're nuts, okay?
they bloody love that shit.
They're really, really, really freaks. But
Yeah, I
like she's
think
saying
Sick is a
something.
freak.
She has snipped out parts that make her look the best and are trying to make Sick
Yeah,
look as bad
obviously,
as
no one is
possible.
arguing that.
But you guys are, because you're like, oh well, it could technically be this way, where like this is the total context of everything.
I don't
like
think
this
Sick
is
is like a
obviously
very
not true.
socially intelligent
what do you
person.
need from him? Like it doesn't. All of this
I
is
need him
clipped
to
so
tell me
dishonestly.
where there might be like sexual
But
messages
he's not
from
going to
that.
remember. Because this
Well,
was
this
a
is
year
like you get
ago, and
fucked
he's a
then.
degenerate
Alright.
Kuma that does this shit all the fucking time.
But you know, I feel like it's like what more is there to say? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, we've said what
Yeah,
we
you said that 18 times.
Well, yeah, because you keep fucking looping. Like, what more do you?
Yeah, because there's nothing else to talk about.
There is.
Yeah,
I've got
yeah,
loads of stuff to talk about.
Okay, great, agreed.
No, not in this conversation. Just
Well,
in
no, there
general.
isn't. That's it. Like, that's what I'm saying, though. It's like, okay, so, you know, I agree that the message, I can't foresee the messages that would make it, you know, go all the way to the other side. But I think there's definitely going to be some manipulation of Lav's side of the narrative to make it look as bad as possible. Sure. Like, I don't know what else there is to say. Like,
And no
is there
one's arguing
something?
that.
Okay, but what do you want to happen now?
I don't know. I want more ads in this video, so that's all. Really, I don't know how to tell you, man. You got something better to cover right now?
Not really, but I mean, I'm getting
Well,
bored of
then,
talking about.
here we
Yeah, but I'm
go,
getting bored of
bro.
talking about this because you're just looping around the round. I'm like, what more is there to say?
All right,
Has Sick not suffered enough? Or do you need to call? Do you need to call him a fucking degenerate sex freak a bunch more times?
Well, we'll be doing that over the course of the week.
Yeah, we
probably,
will be.
but-
Well, okay, let's actually talk
Oh,
about
man,
something.
I'm here
Okay,
for
let's talk about the path forward. Okay, so Sick. Obviously, this has been a difficult drama for you to navigate. What next for you? What's your plan?
Hopefully to never talk about this again.
Okay.
Never
DK
talk to online
Creeman,
women again either.
are you gonna like let this lie now? Or are you gonna continue?
No.
Okay, well.
I mean, listen, I really don't care. At the end of the day, I really don't care. I just think it's funny. I think shitting on Sick is funny for being a weird freak because he's a former member of the Mr. Girl community, and those people are all freaks. And I mean, you can check my logs with Lav. I have 0. I've never sexted her. So I think I'm throwing stones in a perfectly cement house here. Chud, you can't say the same. But
What about what? Well, obviously, you know, I've got my past controversies, which are now years old. But then, you know, if you start my DMs with Lav, I would, you know, there's nothing in there. It's just friendly.
strictly professional. Strictly professional.
Also, keep in mind, in like 12 days, this is also like already a year old. This is not, I mean,
I just find
it's not like this
for
is
me,
anything recent, you know?
I find it a shame that Chud has any positive logs with Lav whatsoever. That's something that I'm gonna have to carry with me as an embarrassment going forward.
Okay. But mate,
But
it was. I mean,
that's the
initially at
worst I
least,
could
it was
say.
for the
That's the worst
content,
I could
wasn't
say.
it?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with
Okay.
it. I'm glad you didn't cave to removing the videos.
No. Okay. Is that it?
Boots?
Yep.
You have anything else?
Yep. Nope.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Round of
Any more?
applause from chat, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Wait.
Right, everyone. Right, I'm going to kick everyone out except for Sick. Okay, because he's had enough. All right, I'm going to let him have the final say, the final plea to the audience. In fact, Queeman, anything before you go? Anything you've got to say?
No, namaste.
Namaste. Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Boots?
respect our troops also.
Harsh,
Yeah.
thank you,
Okay.
service. Stabby.
Right, Boots.
Stop
Anything?
doing that.
Anything
No.
to say further? Okay, thank you.
No.
Right. Okay, mate. So yeah, that's it as far as I'm concerned. I've got nothing more to say on it. I've said my piece. I've facilitated a pretty hefty grilling. That's it. I've got nothing more to say. What's your final words on this?
Go watch my stream at Sick Unchained, SIC Unchained.
Okay.
I mean, what else am I supposed to say? I don't want to address this ever again. I knew you were going to cover it. I knew it would probably be beneficial, even if I was to get railed the entire time, to actually come on and address things, because I could see a lot of the mistakes I made. It's also why I deleted a lot of the tweets that I posted, almost all of them. So yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, good luck, mate. Hopefully, you know, you manage to move on from this. I'm one of those members of my community that are, you know, going to continue the meme. It is what it is.
Yep. I'll see you in 12
Hopefully
months when they're still going on about it. So
sounds good, mate. Okay. Catch you later. Bye-bye. I'd say about 70% of this is rooted in people being disappointed that Sick did this over like an actual substantive critique. No, I don't think so. Yeah, honestly, as long as you're viewing it from a like comedy perspective, you know, obviously it's funny looking at other people have fucked up shit. I'm sure people were laughing at me at the time of my controversy, but there isn't actually like it's not like you can say a really big moral message. Do you know what I mean? I mean, you know, I know that DK framed it as dishonesty. I just think, to me, it struck me more as someone who's desperately trying to get something out to deal with this mountain of bad press that's coming about. I saw someone in chat say, "Oh, why did no one proofread it?" Or asking, I think someone. It looks like someone maybe offered to proofread it and didn't assist him, so maybe that might have helped. I think the lesson going forward would just be if you get in this sort of controversy, just take a step back and figure out how you're going to deal with it and move forward. Oh, Hannah offered to proofread. Oh, yeah, Hannah put the message in chat. Yeah. Why is nobody saying what Lav did to Sick is sexual harassment? I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, the thing is, what Lav did was totally fucked. You know, I don't think anyone would deny that. Like, if you said, thank you, Bans, for the bits. If you said, oh, do you think what Lav did was good or okay? People are going to be like, no, it's fucked. But it's like, you're reaching the point where it's like, yeah, we know that Lav is fucked. Like, you know, but then the problem is, obviously, he didn't know that at the time. It was only after the fact. It's like, yeah. Anyway, right. Okay, I mean, I don't know about that. DK is not a fan of Lav. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's obviously a lot of mixed up feelings for people, I think. You know, it just reaches a point where it just feels like, okay, we're just hauling him over the coals, which, by the way, I'm down with that for a bit. It's funny, but it's like, what more is there to say? Oh, what did you ask? For Chud, if Lad had slid into your DMs with the boobies out before shit any of the drama with Destiny, would you have shown her the old banger and mash? Also, did DK and Boots do zero flirting over Discord, VC, or DMs before meeting up? I can't answer the second part of that. If they're maybe they can say in chat if accordingly, but the first part, no. You know, listen, I'm not sending my fucking dick and balls out there to all and sundry. That's insane. That's private business, private area. Not on Discord, on my branded account. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. You know, I just, you know, it's kind of like This all that's been said has been said. I had fun covering it. You know, obviously, I got nothing more to say. I think we should move on to the next thing. No, Dingo, I'm not getting in VC with you. Okay. Although I will say that your message here is kind of a jumping off point for something I want to talk about briefly. Okay. Right. Can I just point something out here, right? Again, we have got absolutely dog shit takes about copyright and DMCA, okay? No one seems to understand or know how copyright, how DMCA, how any of it works, right? It's quite simple in principle, okay? I create something, all right? Okay? And I've created it, I've made it, it's mine. And I say, hey, this is my creation, right? I want to be able to use it to make money off of and do what I want with, okay? And the law says, yep, that's fine. You can do that, okay? Now, thank you for the gifted subs. Someone can come along and they can say, oh, I like that. I'm going to take that and I'm going to use it for my own to make money out of, okay? Right? And me, as the person that owns the rights to that thing, I can say, hang on a minute. That's mine. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to make money off of that because I've created that. Okay? And then I will file something which makes them stop doing that. Okay? Now, in response, as a legal defense in court, they can turn around to me and go, actually, it's fair use. And here's why it's fair use. And they can make a case as to why it's fair use. Okay? But the point is, they're using it without my express permission. So they need to make a legal argument as to why it's acceptable for them to use it without asking for my permission. Right? This is very simple stuff and it forms the basis of how copyright works. And everyone seems to have these insane takes about it, right? Everyone seems to have these insane takes about it and think it's their God-given right to take something that someone else has created and use it. And then when the person goes, hang on a sec, I haven't approved of that. And they file the DMCA, they go, oh no, hey, that's unfair. You can't do that. It's like, it is totally reasonable. It's how the system is meant to work. Okay. You can take a problem with the rules, and I think it's annoying sometimes, and I think it's lame, and it's frustrating. But them's the rules. Them's the rules, okay? If you broadcast someone else's content, and they're not happy with it, they are well within their legal right to say to the owner of the website, hey, this person on your website is using my content without my permission, and the website, will take it down. Okay? I don't understand how we've got to this mentality where you can just take someone else's content and use it however you want. And if they express an issue with it and via a DMCA claim, all of a sudden you're the victim. Like what is going on here? This is like insanity. Again, you can have a problem with copyright and a problem with the law and the problem with it, but the actual company following the process is just doing what they're allowed to do within the remit of copyright and the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or whatever it's fucking called, DMCA. Like, that's it. So these takes are really dumb. Okay, CNN, you have to stop this. Covering your town hall as a political streamer should not result in you being able to DMCA them. This is gross. Why not? You're like, the other thing I take issue with as well in this is they were rebroadcasting the live broadcast. They weren't like watching it after or watching clips or watching highlights. They were just fully rebroadcasting the content. Yes, Primordial's correct. I think H3 inadvertently created this mentality that a legitimate claim to fair use, but the internet took it to mean all content is fair use. Exactly. Exactly correct. I don't think people seem to realize fair use is incredibly restrictive. Way more restrictive than I think we give it credit for, okay? And you need to use like a minimal amount of the other person's content. If I react to a full video and put it onto YouTube, that isn't going to be protected by fair use. If someone were to file a legitimate claim or use content ID or whatever, you know, I would more than likely, I'd say, hey, look, you know, it's a reaction video, whatever. But wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable arguing that in court per se. Like, if it got to that point, that would be a difficult thing to argue. Wick wasn't even the one broadcasting it. Dylan Burns was, and IRI was. But yeah, people seem to think that fair use is when I'm using the content how I want to use it, and they're not thinking of any of the legal perspective and arguments. And we saw this when we watched that Nintendo video on Point Crow. Everyone's sawing out about Point Crow and how, and you know, oh my god, Nintendo are being really mean to Point Crow. And it's like, he paid $10,000 for an illegitimate multiplayer modification of a Nintendo game and broadcasted it. What do you mean? Of course he's going to get clapped for that. That's not allowed. You're not allowed to do that. That's Nintendo's fucking rules. Anyone that's broadcasting it is asking for trouble. All you need to do, generally speaking with this stuff, okay, all you need to do is wait till it's finished, okay? Best bet, if you really want to protect yourself, is mainly just to look at highlights, all right? But that's going to be the best way to protect yourself with an event like that, you know, with an event like that. Like, just wait for it to finish and you'll probably be absolutely fine watching it after. So it was Dylan and IRI. I mean, IRI was just, you know, mea culpa, hands up type thing, which I respect. It's all good. I tried to hide it in league category without mentioning the town hall in my title, but CNN found me anyway. So Twitch don't have any automatic system, to my understanding, to like track video. So CNN must have, you know. But yeah, this is to me, it's like you take a risk, you get clapped, and that's that. But CNN found me anyway. I already stream in the morning, Monday to Friday on YouTube, but you can catch me there in the evening as well for the next 2 days. Well, that to me is like, yeah, sure, that's fair enough. But Dylan was, you know, pulling a bit of the old victim card here. Banned for watching the Trump CNN town hall that was already being broadcast live on their website and was actively being streamed to YouTube. I mean, no, like, yes! If you are watching content that you don't have the rights to broadcast, if you are watching content that you don't have a license to broadcast and haven't asked permission to or anything like that, and they catch you doing it, okay, then yeah, they're going to say you're not allowed to do that. Please take that down. Honestly, I just don't understand. These takes on copyright drive me insane. I agree that some of it is excessive and like it's annoying and whatever, sure. But to me, like if you're rebroadcasting a live event by someone like CNN, you're asking for trouble. Was already being broadcast on the website. I'm Really Important got capped too. It's a 40-hour ban and my first ban on Twitch. 0 warning or communication from Twitch, of course. Why would you get a warning from Twitch? Like Twitch aren't going to be like, oh, excuse me, can you stop doing that? They're going to take you down. They're just going to fucking boom. There we go. That's how it works. All DMCA claims work on these websites. They're going to, you know, how it works is you go to Twitch as a rights holder. You go to Twitch as the right. Sometimes YouTube warns you, sometimes it doesn't. The reason that there's a difference on YouTube is they've got content ID and you can select whether you want content taken down or whether you want content allowed to run but not monetized. So YouTube is different because they've set up a system to, you know, circumvent this system, right? So that's why there's a difference, because sometimes someone watches a copyright piece of content and boom, their stream goes down. But that isn't anything to do with DMCA as such, because Copyright ID is essentially a mediation system that YouTube have set up to enable creators to, you know, deal with stuff without having to go down that route initially. Like, what annoys me about it, I think, is that, you know, people seem to think that, you know, a rights holder is going to look at your content. And I mean, I don't think restreaming live content is going to be considered fair use in any aspect. But they're not going to look at your content and try and assess whether it's fair use or not. They're just going to file the, hey, This person's watching my stuff, take it down. And you need to make an affirmative defense. You need to make an affirmative defense of, hey, it's, by the way, it's fair use. Here's my reasoning. Here's my thing. And then obviously, you know, it will go between the creators initially, but eventually it can go down the legal route if you want to go that far with it. But yeah. I haven't seen Dylan talk about this, to be fair. It's just this tweet. But yeah, I just saw it and it kind of annoyed me earlier. So I wanted to just briefly talk about it. But yeah, Wick's take is honestly just crazy to me. These political events should be able to be covered by streamers live without fear of these draconian repercussions. What is draconian? What is draconian here? Yeah, IRI got the same ban and was just like, I'll be on YouTube. I tried to avoid them, but I didn't. Wick isn't wrong. Yes, he is absolutely wrong. Just because an event is live and it's political doesn't change the way that copyright and DMCA works. What, like, that's insane. Oh, guys, this new movie's just come out. It's really important and everyone wants to see it, so I'm going to broadcast it on my stream. What do you mean you're following the DMCA? People want to watch this. Like, come on, don't be stupid. The reason that CNN are putting it on, it's like a fucking it's like a live sports event. Right? Tons of people want to watch a live sports event, the outcome of which is going to be very meaningful to a lot of people. It doesn't mean you can just fucking broadcast it willy-nilly. You need to get licensing deals if you want to do that. Think of it like a live sports event. You wouldn't be making the same arguments for that, so why are we making the arguments here? Yes, it's politically important. But why? Why should we make an exception for political content? You can cover it after it's live, and that would probably be fine. You can do commentary on it then. Like, literally just wait for it to broadcast to finish in a situation like this, surely. Well, yeah, I mean, for Twitch, making a counter to a DMCA is, you know, probably not worth it. You're better off just taking the hit on it. I'd like it if Twitch had a mediation system like kind of YouTube does with Content ID, but I just think to call it draconian is insane to me. But the thing is, Skeeter, to a degree, yes, you will get fucked by a big company, but if you've got a strong defense of fair use, that's not necessarily true. And there are cases going back decades where, like, smaller companies have made a strong fair use argument and come out on top. You know? Who's this? Like, this is a really dumb argument. You know, yeah, maybe Timcast was streaming it free and clear, but that doesn't make your usage of it correct. Oh, I don't know, man. Look, all I'm saying is, like, I'm just so annoyed. Like, I'm willing to have a conversation about how stupid copyright is, or, you know, the stuff Disney does is insane, whatever. But fuck me. Can we just, like, stop acting like a company is doing something crazily wrong for protecting its legal right? By the way, the other thing as well is if you don't protect your copyright, if you do end up taking someone to court, it weakens your case if you can't provide evidence that you have protected your copyright in other similar instances, right? And that's exactly why Nintendo are so protective of their rights, because they had a court case with Universal over Donkey Kong. And because Universal hadn't adequately protected the King Kong branding, they lost the right to the King Kong branding. And, you know, that's why now Nintendo are so protective, because they saw what happened and were like, we don't want that to happen with, like, Mario. So, yeah. No, it's not just about trademarks. There was a case with Sega. There's a case with Sega that wasn't about trademark. But yeah, I don't know, man. I just think that people need to wise up to this and, like, recognize that if you're rebroadcasting live content, it's highly, highly, highly unlikely, right, that, you know, it's going to be categorized as fair use. Full reacts, okay? Full reacts, highly unlikely that full reacts are going to be fair use if you actually end up taking it to court, okay? But fortunately, the space operates on like a fairly, you know, good faith agreement that all of us are going to be able to react to each other's content, and that's going to be okay. But like, if a YouTuber saw you reacting to their video and wasn't happy with it, they are within their rights to file a DMCA against you. Most of the time it will be dealt with on more, you know, standard terms of like, hey, I don't like you watching my stuff, or whatever the case may be. There's obviously situations where like Hassan has been watching, like, what was it? The Patreon videos of what's his face? JCS. He was watching JCS videos, Patreon paywalled content, and you know, he didn't like it. He tweeted out about it, and eventually that came to an end. Like, you know, obviously there's stuff like that. So it can be dealt with, you know, mostly outside of the courts. But I can assure you, if someone was committed enough and the person didn't just acquiesce and wanted to take live react content, full react to court, that's going to be a tricky thing to defend from a fair use perspective. Because there's obviously the 4 different factors. One of the principles is minimal use of the content. Like, have you used as little of the content as required? And if you've got watched the whole video, yeah, I don't think that's going to really stand in a court. And people talk about the length of the react. Oh, I reacted loads. Yeah, I don't think that covers you either. It covers you from maybe an ethical perspective. Like, you could ethically argue, well, I think that, you know, in the spirit of like creating more content, etc., it's fine. But from a legal perspective, it's highly unlikely that you'd be able to argue a full react is like covered under fair use. So yeah, I just think people need to just take it on the chin when they get the DMCA and come back in 2 days and keep going. There's just this weird tendency to like act like any use of material is totally fine, and because I'm using it, it's fair use or whatever, right? But yeah, I don't know. One thing that is interesting is apparently YouTubers weren't caught out by it, which is interesting. But yeah. Anyway, just a bit annoyed about that. That's all I've got to say on that. I don't know, if an individual channel watching it. Apparently Tim Pool was reacting to it. Was it live? Is this it here?
Audience is made up of Republicans and undeclared voters.
Elon Musk offered Don Lemon.
Yeah, it looks like he's watching it live. That's interesting. So yeah, that's weird.
How bipartisan up here. Will help decide if President Trump will get a second
what
chance
do we
to
think?
take on President Joe.
I think that when you look at that result, and when you look
Was anyone on YouTube clapped? Was anyone? Well, I think that with Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Normally, YouTube's pretty on top of that sort of thing. He may have gotten permission. I don't know. I doubt that. Yeah, that is unusual. Because the thing is, if CNN were to let you do it, like, surely they'd want a cut of the money that you make while covering it, you know? You need to have like a license agreement, or like a license deal with them or something. But then what it could be possibly is YouTube uses Content ID to like auto-moderate a lot of this stuff. And it's reliant on the content being on YouTube system so it can pick up other channels. Like when I spoke to the DRM guy the other day, he has to get the content from the creator and it goes onto his system to go into Content ID. Like, this is the permission and stuff like that. Maybe because it's live, maybe like it's not in YouTube system to do it. But then someone can still file a DMCA claim on YouTube. You can still just manually do one, I think. So yeah, that is weird. Like, just paying attention to Twitch. Like, you know, if you want to talk about who to go after, you would have thought they'd want to go after Timcast watching it live over, you know, Dylan Burns. No, it's not fair use. It's unlikely this would be considered fair use. But even then, even if it was fair use, they could still file a DMCA claim and get your shit taken down. Because obviously, you know, Dylan would probably have been doing it as well. Oh, hi, Neon Cyber Panda. How's it going? Anyway, what was that? What actually happened in this? I just want to see some highlights.
Tonight, CNN gave former President Donald Trump a live town hall forum, and he once again claimed the election was rigged and defended the throngs of Trump supporters who attacked the Capitol a few weeks later. The former president also claims this week's verdict that found him liable for sexual abuse was rigged. He also called the overturning of Roe v. Wade a great victory.
Oh my God. Okay. Listen, it's such a minor detail. But people saying that Trump has been convicted. Trump has not been convicted of anything. Being found liable is not the same as being convicted of something. The standards of evidence are different. So can we stop fucking like saying wrong things, please?
He said a lot of things tonight. KTLA's Samantha Cortese live in the news center with a closer look tonight. Sam.
Sharon Micah tonight for more than an hour.
Yeah, it's a civil case,
former president and again candidate Trump spoke about key issues surrounding his campaign and personal life, refusing to back down on some controversial topics. Here are just a few of the key points from a very fiery town hall.
In his first appearance on CNN,
Proof someone said Trump was convicted. Vosh's stream title was exactly that. When I saw it, it was like Trump convicted of sexual whatever. There's one example off the top of my head.
Since the 2016 election, former President Trump answered questions from CNN journalist Caitlin Collins in a New Hampshire town hall. Right off the top, Collins asked if he admits to losing the 2020 election.
Unless you're a very stupid person, you see what happens.
The former president did not concede defeat.
That was a rigged election, and it's a shame that we had to go through it. It's very bad for our country. All over the world, they looked at it.
He also said he would accept the 2024 election results if it's, quote, an honest election. On foreign affairs, Trump was asked who he wants to win the war between Russia and Ukraine.
I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done. I'll have that done in 24 hours. I'll have it done.
Trump said Europe should be footing more of the bill, and it takes a strong president to get that to happen. He also said the war would have never
Yeah, that is like literal both side shit, right? But I tell you what, the reason that he's saying that is obviously because he doesn't want to like upset his populist base. But then he doesn't want to like come down super hard on Russia's side. So he needs to give a cucked both sides answer so that he can thread the needle, you know, from the populists on the one side and the kind of more establishment types who he needs votes from, you know, Republican voters that are going to be more supportive of Ukraine. He's pro-Russia. I don't know if he's pro-Russia. I don't know if Trump has got any meaningful political views beyond just appealing to whatever the fuck his base wants. I don't know, man. That's just, to me, he's always struck me as someone who will say the right thing on a stage at least to appeal to his base. You know, in terms of his public statements. Yeah, but no, hang on a sec. But the threading the needle thing, like he can't just come out and say, yes, Russia based, Russia good, can he? He can't do the like, he can't go down that line with it. He's got to thread the needle to make sure he doesn't say anything too controversial to upset the people he needs votes from that aren't going to like a pro-Russia message. But yeah.
Happened had he won in 2020
What's it? Wait,
to get that to happen. He also said the war would have never happened had he won in 2020. Regarding abortion,
very complex
That is
issue for the
insane.
country. You have people.
What possible impact could Trump have had on Russia, Ukraine? That's an insane concept. Some people will believe that though. But how could he have stopped it? It was like out of his hand.
On both sides of an issue, but we are now in a very strong position. Pro-life people are in a strong position to make a deal that's going to be good and going to be satisfactory for them.
he did not say whether he would sign a federal abortion ban, but called pro-choice advocates extremists and said overturning Roe v. Wade was a great victory. On the economy, Trump took a question from the audience.
What is the
You're saying he would have done as bad as Sleepy Joe? Yeah, but I think that Russia invading Ukraine happened in spite of anything anyone could have done, be it Trump or Joe. So, you know, Sleepy Joe being a sleepy president, asleep at the wheel. Like, what could he have done different? What could anyone have done differently to stop that from happening? Because, you know, I don't think that Russia were willing to accept diplomacy that resulted in anything but their own ends, right?
The first thing you would do to help bring down the cost to make things more affordable?
Drill, baby, drill. We're energy independent, soon to be energy dominant. This place was rocking, and then we were given a gift from China.
Another mention of China when President Trump was asked about classified documents and the raid on his estate at Mar-a-Lago.
You have the Presidential Records Act. I was there, and I took what I took, and it gets declassified. Biden, on the other hand, he has 1,850 boxes. He had boxes sent to Chinatown.
Collins pushed back on this issue. It led to this now trending moment.
Can I talk?
Yeah, what's
You
the
mind?
answer?
Do you mind?
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple
Oh,
to
no.
You're a nasty person, I'll tell you.
She's trying to girl boss it against Trump. No. No way.
President Biden.
Nah, you're not gonna listen. I just think that kind of like snarky approach is like the opposite way to do it with someone like Trump. It worked out for her. Did it? I don't know. Is there like opinion polls on this? I mean, it probably is going to be like, if you like Trump, you thought it was great. If you don't like Trump, you thought it was shit, right? I can't imagine there's many anti-Trump libs that are going to watch it and go, yeah, that was based. Yeah, I don't know.
Biden reacted to the town hall tonight, saying, "It's simple, folks. Do you want 4 more years of that?" In the news center, Samantha Cortese, Sharon Micah, back to you.
Sam,
Well,
thank you.
The problem is, people are like, yep, that looks based, actually. You think she got him? Yeah, I mean, obviously, that's a very, you know, that's an extremely swift series of clips about it. Is there anything else that was good in there? Maybe IRR Dylan can let us know what the best bits live were, because they were watching it. I'm going to just start hardcore defending companies enforcing their copyright protection. DMCA shit. I'm just going to start defending companies hardcore. I've seen so much stuff over the last week. I'm just like, yeah, people are so dumb on this. Someone's got to do it. No one else wants to. Everyone just wants to act like a company filing a copyright thing is evil. People miss a bum. I mean, I can't have Dylan on now because he's banned, but I'd happily talk to him about it if he wanted to. No problem. I mean, honestly, I watched that one documentary and I watched a bunch of other of that guy's videos where he laid it all out. And yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, honestly insane. Like, how people online just completely misrepresent the situation. The biggest thing I notice is that people act or say that a company filing a DMCA is doing something wrong, or it's a false strike. It's like, it's only false if they don't truly earn the right to do it, right? Like, companies are going to try and protect their IP and whatever. You just got to deal with it as a creator as best you can. Hopefully you can argue fair use if you need to. What's this?
Usually you leave office, you say, I'm sorry, but I'm going to back home. I'm back home to my family and everything. I'm going to be resigning. My poll numbers went up, and they went up with the other fake charge too. Because what's happening is they're doing this for election interference. This woman, I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. I had a picture taken years ago with her and her husband.
Wait, okay. He was found liable not for rape, for sexual... What was it? Someone tell me what it is in chat and I'll believe you. But then, yeah, also, wasn't he also found liable for like defamation? Is he not defaming here when he says, I didn't know who she was?
Husband, nice guy, John Johnson. He was a newscaster. This woman, I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. I had a picture taken years ago with her and her husband, nice guy, John Johnson. He was.
Wait a second. I have no idea who she is. I've never met her. But then he says I had my picture taken with her. Then you did meet her, didn't you? Wait a second.
Was a newscaster, a very nice man. She called him an ape. Happens to be African American. Called him an ape. The judge wouldn't allow us to put that in. Her dog or her cat was named Vagina. The judge wouldn't allow to put that in. All of these things. But with her, they could put in anything. Access,
this
Hollywood.
This was a jury of 9 people who found you liable of sexual abuse. Do you think that will deter women from voting for you?
No, I don't think so, because I think the whole thing, just so you understand, ready? I never met this woman. I never saw this woman. This woman said, I met her at the front door of Bergdorf Goodman, which I rarely go into other than for a couple of charities. I met her in the front door. She was about 60 years old, and this is like 22, 23 years ago. I met her in the front door of Bergdorf Goodman. I was immediately attracted to her, and she was immediately attracted to me. And we had this great chemistry. We're walking into a crowded department store. We had this great chemistry, and a few minutes later, we end up in a room, a dressing room of Bergdorf Goodman, right near the cash register. And then she found out there were locks on the door, so she said, I found one that was open. She found one. She learned this at trial. She found one that was open. What kind of a woman meets somebody?
I'm confused. Is he retelling her version of events, or is he saying that he did meet her? Like, the way he's communicating this is terrible.
And brings him up, and within minutes, you're playing hanky-panky in a dressing room, okay? I don't know if she was married then or not. John Johnson, I feel sorry for you, John Johnson.
Mr. President, can I...
You know, remember when Trump said he could execute someone on Fifth Avenue and people wouldn't care, whatever a fucking quote is? That is so true, isn't it? Like, literally anything could happen. And it'll he just get... he is fucking Teflon Don. Jesus. It's kind of insane. Politicians ought to look at this guy as a model for how to never be on the hook for anything ever.
Can I ask you, given your recounting
I
your
don't know
version...
who, and I tell you this.
But Mr.
Are
President,
you ready?
He's funny.
And I swear on my children, which I'd never do.
Listen, he may have been found liable for sexual abuse, but he is a very funny man. There's no denying that. I find him liable. I find him guilty of being funny.
I have no idea who this woman... This is a fake story. Made up story. We had a horrible Clinton-appointed judge. He was horrible. He allowed her to put everything in. He allowed us to put nothing in.
Mr. President,
this is a
you're
fake
recounting your version
story.
of events here right now. Can I ask you...
Letting him have power is insane. My understanding is he's polling well against DeSantis, but he's polling badly against Biden, and he would lose to Biden if he was to run again. Is that right? I mean, you need to, I guess after this interview, it'd be interesting to see.
There was a tape deposition of you from October in it. You defended the comments that you made on that Access Hollywood tape about being able to grab women how you want. Do you stand by those comments?
I said, if you're famous and rich or whatever I said, but I said, if you're a star, you are, and I said, Women let you. I didn't say you grab. I said women let. You know, you didn't use that word. But if you look, women let you. Now, they said, will you take that back? I said, look, for a million years, this is the way it's been. I want to be honest. This is the way it's been. I can take it back if you'd like to, but if you're a famous person, if you're a star, and I'm not referring to myself, I'm saying people that are famous, people that are
You
stars,
were asked in the deposition,
people
do you
that are
consider
rich,
yourself to be a star,
people
and you
that are
said yes.
powerful, they tend to do pretty well in a lot of different ways, okay? And you would like me to take that back? I can't take it back because it happens to be true. I said it's been true for 1 million years, approximately 1 million years, perhaps a little bit longer than that.
So you stand by those comments?
Well, I don't want to lie.
Mr. President, we have a lot of
here's what
questions.
she wants
Mr.
me to
President,
say.
Honestly, like, I know people are saying, oh yeah, she got him and stuff, but with his core base, this is all going to be landing super well.
You
bear
leave
in
office,
mind,
you
this
say-
guy, he's like a liberal guy, right? This Aaron Rupert guy. He's not like a pro-Trump dude. Oh shit, there's loads of these. Oh my god. I don't want to watch all of these. Fuck me, there's too many. But yeah, no, I mean, you know, you could easily imagine. Where's his DMCA? Well, I mean, I imagine that it was literally just the live broadcast they were unhappy with being restreamed. I think that clips are probably fine. I think that even reacting to clips are fine. You may even be able to get away with reacting to the whole thing, but I'll be honest with you, I don't want to tempt fate. So I'm going to leave it. But yeah. Well, the difference is in civil cases, the standard for evidence is based on a preponderance of evidence. And I think criminal cases are beyond reasonable doubt. I think. I'm not a legal expert though, so. Oh. Basically, the standard in a civil case is lower than in a criminal case. That's why it's important to differentiate, because he's not been convicted of a crime. He's been found liable. So, you know, it seems like a small difference, but I just think accuracy is important when you talk about this stuff, you know?
can I ask you, given your recounting
I
your
don't know
version...
who, and I tell you this.
But Mr.
Are
President,
you ready?
can I
swear
ask
on
you
my
because...
children, which I'd never do. I have no idea who this woman. This is a fake story, made up story. We had a horrible Clinton-appointed judge. He was horrible. He allowed her to put everything in. He allowed us to put nothing in.
Mr. President,
this is a
you're
fake
recounting your version
story.
of events here.
Oh, we watched all this, didn't we? Caitlin Collins has pretty much given up on fact-checking Trump's lies. Jesus, man. Trump lies at such an insane rate, it's impossible to keep up.
And then we were given a gift from China, and China paid a big price. And let me tell you something. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes from China. But prior to COVID coming in, and then I rebuilt the economy again, a second time. But we had, prior to COVID coming in, as from China, from Wuhan, which I said it came from Wuhan. Everybody said, oh, you're wrong about that. You're wrong. It came from Wuhan. I said it right from day one. So...
Yo!
What do you think about the United States' current debt situation, and how can we move forward?
Such an important question. So we're at $33 trillion, a number that nobody ever thought possible. When we had our economy rocking and rolling just prior to COVID coming in, like literally, we were making a fortune. And oil, we were going to make so much money from oil, we were going to start paying off debt. But then with COVID coming in, we had to do other things. We had to keep this country alive because it was so serious. But we have to get the country back. We have to lower energy prices. We have to lower interest rates. Interest rates are through the roof. Energy has to come down. It all has to come down, and we have to start paying off debt. But when we have a debt limit, and they use that very seriously in me. They came in, Schumer came in with Nancy Pelosi, and they were using, we'll violate it, we'll do whatever. They talked a whole lot different than they do right now. I say to the Republicans out there, congressmen, senators, if they don't give you massive cuts, you're going to have to do a default. And I don't believe they're going to do a default because I think the Democrats will absolutely cave.
Okay, wait. Okay, I'm not. Listen, economics are not my strong suit at the best of times. But just to make sure I understand this correctly, he's saying that the United States should default on their debt. That's how would that work? And that would like cause an absolutely enormous global economic crash, the magnitude of which we've never seen before, right? Cool. I don't know about this economic shit, but I would imagine that one of the biggest economies in the world defaulting on their debt would cause a lot of issues. Please don't do that. I get paid in dollars. Please don't do that. No, Trump, no.
Because you don't want to have that happen. But it's better than what we're doing right now because we're spending money like drunken sailors.
So just to be clear, Mr. President, you think the U.S. should default if the White House does not agree to the spending cuts Republicans are demanding?
Well, you might as well do it now because you'll do it later. Because we have to save this country. Our country is dying. Our country is being destroyed by stupid people, by very stupid people.
You once said that using the debt ceiling as a negotiating wedge just could not happen. You said that when you were in the Oval Office.
That's when I was president.
So why is it different now that you're out of office?
Because now I'm not president.
You know, man. Giga Chat energy.
Hi, thank you for coming. This is a bit of a pivot, but with gun violence and mass shootings in the news cycle recently, I'm worried that state governments and the federal government are going to act to repress gun rights. Under your administration, you instructed the Department of Justice and the ATF to ban bump stocks. If elected president again, how would you act not only to defend our Second Amendment rights, but to restore rights that have been taken from us, such as, by example, recently the ATF's ruling on the pistol stabilizing braces?
Yeah, as you know, the bump stocks are actually a very unimportant thing. And NRA, I went with them and they said it doesn't mean anything. Or actually, all they do is teach you how to shoot very inaccurately. So we did that. There's been nobody that's protected the Second Amendment, as you know, like I have. I protected it through thick and thin, not easy to do. But we have a very big mental health problem in this country. And again, it's not the gun that pulls the trigger, it's the person that pulls the trigger. And we have to protect our Second Amendment. We have to protect our Second Amendment.
Mr. President, you dealt with a lot of mass shootings when you were in office this year.
I guess what he's alluding to there is the idea that he did put in place the bump stock thing, but it wasn't a big deal, and even the NRA agreed with it. Like, obviously, yes, he's a politician answering questions on a state, but like, the way he's answering that is obviously governed to appeal to a base, you know, that are going to be disappointed with that. But he's trying to say, hey guys, it was no big deal. And he's obviously alluding to the idea that there were other things in the background that were, you know, a kind of a specter against gun rights. And he put that in place as like a kind of, you know, well, we can have that. The NRA don't care anyway, so we're still on top.
This year, there have already been more than 200 mass shootings in 2023.
Here we go.
If you are reelected, are there any new gun restrictions that you would sign into law?
I would do numerous things. For instance, schools, we would harden, very much harden. And I'm a very believer. I believe in teachers. I love teachers. I think they're incredible. And they love the children, not quite like the parents, but they love the children in many cases almost as much. Many of these teachers are soldiers, ex-policemen. They're people that really understand weapons, and you don't need 5% of the teachers would be more than you could ever have if you're going to hire security guards. But in addition to that, have security guards. You have to harden your entrances. You have to make schools safe. And you can make other places safe.
This year,
Yeah, I'm not sure if arming teachers is the correct approach. Was that a policy he proposed? Was that under his presidency? That was him that suggested that, or like his administration. Doesn't that I mean, armed security, I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem with. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you know, you've got to take into account, you've got the Second Amendment. Unless you dispel that, which is going to cause problems in and of itself, you've got to accept that guns exist in America. And I think all you can really hope for is to mitigate the risks that, you know. Would you rather have a kid go to a school with 3 armed security guards or a gun-free zone? I mean, you know, we had the shooting. Okay, listen, don't make me do the fucking UK comparison thing, okay? I don't want to do that. I understand you got your Second Amendment, you got your right to bear arms. I understand all of that. I think the reality is, you know, you're not going to be able to, you know, have it both ways. You're probably just going to have to do what you can to make schools safer whilst taking into account the fact that guns exist and you got the Second Amendment. Like, that's it, isn't it? Security guards are probably the best way to do that. And decent police response to schools, stuff like that. What other option have you got? Like, I don't know what else there is. Yeah, you can put in place restrictions on mental health shit, but, you know, some of these nutters just get their parents' guns that aren't secured properly and use it, right? Ban schools. Ban guns. Ban schools. Ban children. Ban children. Ban schools and children. Easy. Then you reduce not only mass shootings at schools, but also pedophilia. All right, there we go. We've solved it. Turn schools into shooting ranges and get rid of kids.
How do you plan to appeal to women?
Arm the children. Arm all the... Okay, here's another idea. Keep the kids, keep the schools, arm every child. Okay, arm them all.
In New Hampshire who are concerned about the Dobbs decision and how states may change their laws?
It's such a great question, and it was such a great victory, and people are starting to understand it now. You know that they wanted to bring it back to the states, but that was probably the least important part of that victory. Getting rid of Roe v. Wade was an incredible thing for pro-life because it gave pro-life something to negotiate with. Pro-life had absolutely nothing being stuck in Roe v. Wade to negotiate with. And now what's happening, and I see it all over, deals are being made, deals are going to be made. And look, everybody that was president wanted to get rid and tried to get rid of Roe v. Wade.
You mean
for 50
Republicans?
years. Republicans. For 50 years, this has been going on. Actually, a couple of Democrats too. But for 50 years, this has been going on. I was able to do it, and I was very honored to do it. But by doing it, things are happening that are very, very positive. And you have to, I happen to believe in the exceptions, the life of the mother, rape, incest, like Ronald Reagan believed in the exceptions. But I happen to believe that. I think it's frankly important to do that, but a lot of people are you know, against that, a relatively small number. But the
Wait, what? He's saying he believes in the exceptions, i.e., he thinks it's acceptable in cases of rape, murder, and incest. That to me seems like a... Because if you believe it's murder, then you believe a child who is a product of rape, their life is less valuable as from a murder perspective. Yeah, maybe... Honestly, you know, it's kind of wild that America still has this debate. It's certainly, well, I mean, it is what it is, I guess. I just think... Well, the problem is you've got... I mean, you know, in America, you've got this extremity. On one side, you've got people who are like, even plan B is abortion and wrong because life begins at conception, which is a fucking insane position, obviously. I don't think any person that isn't completely drunken, the retarded religious Kool-Aid would agree with that position. But then, I mean, look, Lance was just on Tim Pool the other day arguing for viable 9-month pregnancies to be allowed to be aborted. I mean, like, that's the other extreme of the position, right? So the truth is going to lie somewhere in between. Lance is a retard with no power. Is there a serious push to get Plan B outlawed? And also, you know, admittedly, I think the Conservatives sawing out about it is retarded, but there is legislation which allows abortions up to 9 months, but then that is only to prevent red tape in the case of medical necessity. I've not heard or seen a case where a woman is, I mean, they've not looked very hard, but I mean, if anyone can present me with this case, maybe. But the idea of a 9-month pregnant person going in and saying, I've changed my mind, I want it aborted, I want it turned into a fucking slushy and dragged out of me is kind of wild. It is used for medical situations. Anyway,
How do you
is that
plan?
it? We already listened to that one. Oh God, here we go. That's just what I was talking about.
The way I look, I think it's very important to say this. I consider the other side to be radical because the other side, under Roe v. Wade and other things, the other side, they're radical because they will. Remember the debate with Hillary Clinton? They said, rip the baby out of the womb at the end of the 9th month. They will kill the baby in the 9th month.
Oh no. Oh no, he's talking about Lance. Lance called out by Donald Trump. Oh no. Yeah, I doubt Hillary Clinton said that exactly. That sounds insane. I cannot imagine a world where Hillary Clinton would argue for that because of the absolute optical suicide it is, at the very least. Even if she believed that in her heart, she's not going to come out on stage and go, yep, 9-month babies, slaughter them.
If you look at
That's
that
insane.
crazy governor of Virginia from the former governor, where he said, no, the baby will be born, and then we'll decide essentially whether or not to execute
But
the
Mr.
baby.
President, can we talk about what you would do if you
I'd imagine the essentially is doing a lot of work there. Okay,
These
but
are the
anyway.
radical people.
re-elected-
It's not the pro-life people that are
But
radical.
if you are
It's these
reelected and you're back in the Oval Office and you get legislation to your desk, would you sign a federal abortion ban into law?
What I'll do is negotiate so that people are happy. But the fact that I was able, I'm so proud of it. We put 3 great justices on the Supreme Court. We have almost 300 federal judges on the Supreme Court.
He's so good at avoiding. It's unreal how deftly he swerves the question and the person doesn't fucking say anything about it. Like, the dodge was incredible. That's where you need someone to drill down into him. I'll ask you a simple question, Mr. Trump, President Trump, yes or no?
So just to be clear, Mr. President, you
Oh,
would sign a federal abortion ban into
she's
law.
going back in.
I said this. I want to do what's right. And we're looking. And we want to do what's
Oh, no! It's a yes or no question.
right for everybody.
But what's right?
But now, for the first time,
Oh, she's doing it.
people that are pro-life have negotiating capability because you didn't have it before. They could kill the baby in the 9th month or after the baby was born. Now they won't be able
But
to
I
do
think
that.
this is a really important question for you to answer because this is something every Republican, including those who are running against you for the nomination, are being asked about is would you sign a federal abortion ban into law?
And many of them are going to give you the same answer as I am. First of all, I am honored to have done what I did. And a lot of people said, they
Dude.
said in 150 years, he's now
Dude.
the most consequential president because he saved so many lives. And I'm honored to have done it. And because of what I've done, we now have a great negotiating ability. That's what I do in life, I negotiate. We have a great negotiating ability, and I think we're going to be able to
But
get
what do you
something
mean
done.
negotiating?
I mean,
The way
unless I'm missing something, it sounds like what he's trying to do. Again, you know, obviously, Trump is very good at all this shit, but he's trying to put out enough that his base, like, tap into it without actually answering a hard question that could have a negative implication, right? Because obviously, he probably does want to leave it up to the states, but wants to at least keep it alive, the idea that he could put into place some sort of federal abortion ban. When, you know, I mean, a federal abortion ban would be an insane piece of legislation to try and get through. I mean, that gets to the heart of the Republican issue, right? Because Republicans hardcore believe in a separation of, like, in states' rights. So to argue for a federal ban on abortion goes against the fundamental principle of their view of like the states' rights thing. But then, obviously, they argue it's murder, you know? And obviously murder is outlawed across the country. That's not a state's right. You can't have legal murder. So yeah, it's, you know, I mean, I just could I mean, maybe if a Republican got a massive majority, they could push for a ban on abortion. But if that's the case, why didn't that happen in the 70s when you had, you know, big Reagan wins and shit like that? I don't know. I don't know enough about the intricacies of it to comment further than that, but anyway.
The way I look, I think it's very important to say this. I consider the other side to be radical because the other side, under Roe v. Wade and other things, the other side.
Oh, you just listen to that. Chud the fence sitter. How is it fence sitting to speculate on what a Republican might or might not do? Do you not understand what our position on abortion is? I've said it quite a few times recently.
Some of your Republican rivals have criticized you for not fulfilling the promises that you made on the campaign trail, like finishing the border wall. So how did voters know that you would get those done if you're reelected?
I did finish the wall. I built a wall. I built hundreds of miles of wall, and I finished it. And then I said, we have to build some more because there are areas like water going through a dam. There are some areas where a lot of people are coming. You close up.
Abortion rights were very popular with Republicans in the mid-80s. Is that true? Is that because the majority of abortions at the time were black?
One, and they come into another. And we started another 100 miles of wall. In fact, I said to my people, if we start this and don't finish it, and then we had a rigged election, I'm sorry to say it.
The election was...
Yeah, there were some portions of the wall that were built. I don't know the extent of it. I've seen... Hey! Thank you, Gist. Thank you very much for the 690. Obviously, I saw pictures of it. It looked very lackluster. But I said just single pictures. I don't actually know the full extent of what was or wasn't done.
Not rigged, Mr. President. You can't keep saying that all night long. And some of your Republican rivals have criticized...
Oh, you just...
Reelected, are you ruling out instituting that?
Like
well, when you have that policy, people don't come. If the family hears that they're going to be separated, they love their family. They don't come. So I know it sounds harsh, but if you remember they said I was building prisons for children. It turned out that it was Obama that was building the prisons for the children.
But would you re-implement that if you're reelected? Is that what you're saying?
We have to save our country.
You had was the zero...
Oh, here we go. Oh, a more hard answer on Ukraine. Let's have a listen.
The current administration has made it clear that we should continue to provide military equipment to Ukraine so that they can defend themselves. Do you support this decision, and how would you deal with the increasing threat posed by Vladimir Putin?
First of all, thank you very much. It's really nice. And it's an important question, so important, because we're giving away so much equipment. We don't have ammunition for ourselves right now. We don't have ammunition for ourselves. We're giving away so much. But here's the...
Okay, that sounds insane. I do not believe for 1 second that America, first of all, has got a problem with ammunition stocks at all. You know, isn't like the military-industrial complex of America like the biggest in the world. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to manufacture enough ammunition for themselves. And the idea that you're sending so much to Ukraine, American troops are like, we've got no rounds left. Yeah, my understanding is, we talked a bit about this in the debate that, who was it? Oh, that Marxist dude, what's his name? He was arguing that like they said there's hundreds of billions or $50 billion going to Ukraine. It's like, it's not cash. There's a portion of that which is cash, but the vast majority of it is like surplus military supplies that aren't being used at the moment because, you know, America isn't involved in a substantive enough military operation that's needed, right? Hey, thanks for the bits, Pans. Richard Wolf. True, Pans. Thanks for the bits. Yeah, it's surplus. You know what that means, don't you? in excess to requirements. What is happening? What isn't happening at the moment that America needs access to all of their fucking military equipment they no doubt have got stacked up in fucking warehouses all around the United States and in probably other countries too. Like, what? America isn't involved in any meaningful or significant military action at the moment. China. You think China's going to invade? You're going to have Red Dawn, but China. Look up in the sky. See a little Chinaman floating down. Saying, you know, with his little Chinese rifle.
The thing. Have to say it to start off, no longer matters. If I were president, this would have never happened. And even the Democrats admit that. Putin knew it would have never happened. And his pipeline would have never happened. A lot of things would have never happened. But this would never have happened. And all those dead people, both Russian and Ukrainian, they wouldn't be dead today. And all those cities that are blown up and disintegrated right to the ground, that wouldn't have happened. Okay, now, here's the problem. We've given so far $171 billion. They've given, meaning European Union, which is approximately the same size altogether as our economy. They've given about 20. So we're at 170, let's say, and they're at 20. You don't have to know too much about history to realize, or geography, to realize that they're a little bit more affected than we are, okay? So they've got to put up a lot more money because they're taking advantage of us.
171 billion could fund free college. Yeah, but you're acting like America have just got a comically large check that says $171 billion and giving it to fucking Zelensky. But that's not what's happened, is it? Like, if you've got a fucking, Humvee or whatever fucking vehicle, I don't know what they use, sat inside a warehouse, okay, gathering dust, doing nothing, right? And you send it to Ukraine, that's like a bit, an insignificant cost to the American fucking taxpayer. I just don't understand why people are acting like America are writing comically large checks to Ukraine.
Every other country did. That's why I ended NAFTA and replaced it with the USMCA, Mexico,
But on
Canada.
this issue, Mr. President, I should know, I don't know any Democrats who have said they don't believe Putin would have invaded if you were president. But her question is, would you continue to give Ukraine...
They should sell the weapons on Facebook Marketplace and use the revenue for college debt forgiveness. True.
money and weapons if you're elected? What's the answer?
I have a very good relationship with President Zelensky because, as you know, he backed me up with the phony impeachment hoax #1 when he said,
did he?
The president didn't do anything wrong. So
that
I
was when
happened
you
to
asked
like.
him for an
So
investigation
I happened to like. Yeah,
for
that's right. And I was totally exonerated, by the way. Just a waste of time and money.
You were impeached over that. You were impeached over that. But let's stay on topic.
Oh no! Is this
phony impeachment hoax #1 when he said. The president didn't do anything wrong. So I happened to like. So I happened to like. Yeah, that's right. And I was totally exonerated, by the way. Just a waste of time and money.
You were impeached over that. You were impeached over that. But let's stay on topic here, Mr. President, because the question is, would you give Ukraine weapons
I was
and
impeached
funding?
by a crazy woman named Nancy
But the
Pelosi.
question-
Phony.
Oh my god.
Absolutely.
Do you want
over.
Ukraine to win this war?
I don't think in terms of winning and losing. I think in terms of getting it settled so we stop killing all these people and breaking down this country. Now,
What do you? Can I just follow up on that? You
But
said
one
you
of the
don't
things
think
you
in
have
terms
to
of
do is
winning
you have
and
to get
losing.
you have
Mr.
to get
President, can I
Europe.
just follow up on that because that's a really important
excuse me,
statement
let me
that
just
you just
follow
made
up.
there. Can you say if you want Ukraine or Russia to win this war?
I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done. I'll have that done in 24 hours. I'll have it done. You need the power of the presidency to do it.
But you won't say that you want Ukraine to win.
You know what I'll say? I'll say this. I want Europe to put up more money because they're in for 20 billion. We're in for 170, and they should be. And they should equalize. They have plenty of money. They should equalize. I got with NATO.
Wait, hang on a minute though.
I got them to.
Ukraine isn't a NATO country. no country is, has to provide aid. America have decided to do so, presumably because it serves their geopolitical interest to do so. I think the UK have sent military. I think a lot of other Western nations have as well. But no one is obligated via NATO to provide any support to Ukraine. People are doing it because presumably it serves the strategic interests of whatever the country's foreign policy goals are, right? That's my understanding of it anyway.
When it comes to what's happening there, when you were in office, you said that you respected President Putin. Do you still respect him today?
He made a tremendous mistake. He was a smart guy, I remember I said he was smart, she was smart.
What was his
he
mistake?
said President Xi of China, right, is smart. Okay, 1.5 billion people. He's the ruler of 1.5 billion people. I said, yeah, he's a smart guy. How dare he say he's smart? Of course he's smart. They want you to say he's a stupid person. Okay, he's not a stupid person. He's very smart. He's very cunning. And Putin made a bad mistake, in my opinion.
What was his mistake?
His mistake was going in. He would have never gone in if I was president. We used to talk about it too.
I love that.
Do you believe?
Oh, we used to talk about, me and Putin, we used to talk about it all the time. I'd say to him, don't go in. Crazy. You're crazy. That's brilliant. Anyway. I'll link the thread if you want to watch more of those clips, but that was pretty funny. Damn, I've been covering actual political topics somewhat. I'm getting a bit uncomfortable talking about politics so much. Is there not some bullshit, drama happening that I can cover instead? Let me take a very quick 1 minute break. Okay, I'll add it. Why not? And then I'll come back and, maybe watch Willie Mac's new video on Fresh and Fit. Get Sick back on so we can shit on him again. Listen, Sick had to have his cringe sexting DMs read out. That's punishment enough, okay? No more the DJ and Kuma drama. Yeah, well, listen, it was a fan favorite, okay? Honestly, I was not sure whether I was going to cover it or not. Do you know there's a couple of moments when I was like, no, I'm going to have to cover this because it looks like funny content at least. When I read the twitlonger and they were talking about the piss, I was like, this is insane. I've got to talk about this. You got someone to drink piss to give them $20 to buy booze. My first question on that, my first thought was, why not just give them the $20? Why do they have to drink their own piss? Just give them the $20 if they're that desperate for it. At the very least, see that they're willing to do it and go, okay, hold on, we're only joking, you don't need to do it. Okay, we're fucking around. Here's $20. It seems like they actually went through with it, which is kind of crazy to me. But yeah. Give me $20. No, give me $20. In fact, give me 800 bits. $8. That's all I asked for so I can reset the goals. I've got about another hour and a half, something like that. See what else is going on. Hey, OT, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. How did a drunk person get to the store? I mean, if you're drunk enough, you're willing to drink your own piss. Yeah, how are you going to actually get to the store? It's a fair question. Right, guys, we've been talking about boring politics for too long. Let's cover some stupid drama. Okay, this video somehow got monetized, which I'm shocked by, but hypnoport. Dangerous new trend turns men trans. He's afraid to look at the sissy hypno in case he gets tricked by it and hypnotized into being trans. This guy is definitely weird. He's a weirdo. She's a weirdo. They're a weirdo.
Sissy hypno, so that's short for sissification, hypnosis. And, you know, I myself, I have...
Stop doing that. Vote no. The answer is no. The correct answer is no. Oh, yo! Okay, this is weird. I can't do this.
Being forced to wear women's clothing, and then, you know, the kind of ultimate act of being forced to be a woman.
White women live to serve black kings in vast reproduction facilities. Welcome to America's black future. Guys. This video title is as follows. Hypnoporn, dangerous new trend turns men trans. Like, and you know, Michael Knowles isn't a guy that does memey shit. You know, he might tell a few jokes now and then. But you know, this is like a serious video. This is like a serious video. My first video for you is yeah, that's true. The problem with Michael Knowles is he's a bit dull. The most interesting thing he did recently was call for an end to transgenderism. That was pretty spicy, admittedly. But other than that, he's kind of a bit of a dull commentator that doesn't really say that much interesting stuff. But, you know, this video looks interesting, I've got to say. Let's give it a go, shall we? How's everyone doing? 4 energy drinks today. I'm reaching the caffeine limit. This is going to have to be the last one. New season of Apex dropped. I've barely played it, which is kind of annoying. Right. Okay, guys. Let's have a quick look at LSF. Read my last comment. Oh, what did you say? What's this? This bread tube is threatening to fight people on Twitter. Oh, this guy did the showed the video. Visibility limited. This tweet may violate Twitter's rules against hateful conduct. What? That's a new one. Uh-oh. I'm going to say this. I'm going to chill out. Fuck Vosh. Fuck Zanderhall. Fuck Liberal Omni. Oh. They think it's Destiny. Fuck all them little blanks and they little blank ass pick me tokens and all they little fuckboy stands. I do not give a fuck. He's even tweeting in the black vernacular, isn't he? When they say all they little fuckboys, it's them, isn't it? You're supposed to say them. You're supposed to say them, not they. But he said they. Because it's AAVE. No, it's not a Bonix. That's racist. It's AAVE. Okay? Also, you say he's having to fundraise to get the money for the flight. I mean, that doesn't surprise me, honestly. Oh my god, this is insane. No way. He's actually fundraising to get a train ticket. To get a train ticket! Jesus Christ, man. Just buy a fucking train ticket with your job, surely. Yeah, but this guy must have a job, right? Am I crazy? Anyway, yeah, this is insane. Honestly, I've seen the discourse develop over this. I haven't really looked at it to cover it or anything. It just seems like a lot of racist black people calling other black people the C word for not agreeing with them. Am I missing anything? That's mainly what I've seen. Is it worth another segment? The trouble with talking about this stuff, I mean, admittedly, you know, my coverage was a bit spicy, but it didn't get monetized on YouTube. So it's like, I would cover it. but you know, we want to make a YouTube segment out of it, and we kind of want to get some ad bucks on it. You know, it's tricky. Honestly, I'm wondering if it's their racism that's the problem. They're calling black people the C word, this, Uncle Ruckus, that. It's wild. Yeah, it's this kind of justified racism where because a black person has got the wrong point of view, it's acceptable to like weaponize a slur against them. It's kind of mental to me. But yeah. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, the colorism too. It's like if you haven't got the right tone. There's that one guy that was going at him. Shark 30 and is it Turb or something? They were going at it, weren't they? Honestly, it's hard to care about, you know, this so-called racism allegations and the whiteness and shit like that. It's like you look over to their side and they're just tearing strips out of each other along racial lines, and you're just like, you know, you're happy to engage in it full-throatedly when you feel morally justified to do so, and call into question some black fella's blackness, how black he is because he's got the wrong opinion. Like, that's wild to me. But what do I know? I'm white. What do I have to care? I'm white. What does it matter to me? Good luck. Good luck to all involved. Okay, what's this new Willie Mac video? I've got to be honest with you. It's been great seeing like some of the commentary guys go after the kind of red pill dudes. They do quite a good job of it normally. What's this?
You live in that house. You go to school there. Then you work a couple of years on the field. And then you die.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe watching that Russian fit on Sunday, maybe. Depends what else is going on, but yeah. Apparently it was good. We'll see though. Magnum, hello, how's it going? Let's look at LSF before we dive into this. It's only a 23-minuter. Apparently there was some sort of thing that happened. I don't really know, but
Dude, the way the shrine's fucking... Doesn't it look like he's like gaping his asshole? These look like hands on the side and like opens the hole.
It actually
does.
does.
You see it, right? The hands. What? You see it, right?
That
he
is
gaping that
goatee.
shit. You see it. I know you do.
That is
I don't gotta explain
goatee.
it.
That is absolutely a goatee meme. Look at that, man. Come on. That is 100% goatee. Look at it. They're to know. They're to know, surely. Degenerate Asian developers. That's a good clip there from Canute, honestly. What's this? The Bassif's opinion on people siding with Tyler 1 behavior but roasting him for his. Wait, what?
Actually
What's this?
ruining games. But I want to hear your thoughts. Who do you think is in the right? Let me know.
So okay, so I looked at this video and I'm like, okay, let's fucking go, man. I've been fucking toasted. I've been roasted on the pan for the last month. I can't wait. This guy, his support, no, his ADC bans none, and then gives first blood.
Who is this guy? I mean, I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I mean, he's probably bigger than me, but I'm just not familiar with this guy. I don't know the League streamers, so I'm like, you know, there's so many of them. I'm introduced to a new one every day. And there's a 70% chance they've committed some sort of terrible sex act as well.
Which was
But this
just
guy
an
seems alright.
accidental invade. Alright, time to see this guy gets fucking roasted. Finally! Finally, we're gonna move on. The comments. Riot when T1 gets trolled for 10 hours a day. Riot when he finally tilts. Angry. Riot! 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 How dare they? How dare they talk about fucking... They're siding with Tyler 1! They're...
Actually.
Fuck yeah! I did not know it said that.
Yeah!
No!
That's a classic.
I did not know it said that. No. I swear to God. Okay, so I was lying. I didn't actually listen to it. I didn't actually.
That's a classic, the slavery bit. There's also a song that the Kim Jong-il, I think that's the guy's name, does in the film too. I don't know if you've heard it. It's called I'm So Lonely. But obviously he doesn't quite say it like that.
Ready?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Lily on the diss track, going on the attack. Blouse toys blow. Who can he even talk smack? Dressed like a teen, and a mind like one too. All of his jokes are just Lily some word chew. Hey, which one is more lame? Your sense of humor, those fake silver chains? Even though I'm babysitting chat for 2 hours, I've never met somebody who's that bad at tricky towers. Why the hat? Are you shy? Can't take a little banter, afraid you're gonna cry? I'm telling you this with all of my sincerity. Friendship with you is like doing some charity. But I'm a nice girl, right? It's not like I choose to bully you on sight. You make it so easy. Your role play's cheesy. Your eyes tear up whenever you see me. And my own self-esteem tends to go up when I open your stream. I don't know why people find you appealing when every word I say hurts your little fragile feeling.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh my God, those are bars.
Okay. Bit of a slip up at the end. But yeah. You think she's freestyling? I've got a rap song, but unfortunately, I can't do it on stream. Words are not allowed. Sorry to tell you.
You don't have to. But I mean, you know, having sex is like the least important part of seeing what kind of a person they are.
Actually, if you're compatible or not is very important.
Well, if you're compatible, but in terms of like, would this be a good mom? Is it like, what, if she throws it back doggy, she'd probably take the kids like out to the park every day? Like, what does that even mean? Like, what, like, she doesn't swallow? I don't think she'd feed my kid if I didn't make it home in time? Like, what does that mean?
Okay,
like,
so
she shows up to blow me every night, so I know she'll be on time picking my kid up from school.
So
like, what is the correlation here?
the whole
You don't have to. But I mean, you know, having sex is...
That's a good clip. Oh my god. I played like the jank. So Chivalry 2 is a thing. I played the janky version of this. Mordau. Biggest, jankiest piece of shit I've ever played, but it was kind of funny. This looks like a lot more polished and a lot more fun. Mordau is like insane the way it works. This looks like a lot more polished and a lot better. Yeah. Mordau is like more for the serious player, I think. But when I played it, it felt super janky. I've not played it for ages, to be fair. But then I don't know, man. Maybe it's supposed to be like that. Oh, what's this one? Twitch on the mic singing Country Roads. Clip deleted. Oh.
In my country roads, take me home to the place.
Great singing from this guy.
I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama. me home, country road.
Perfect.
I hear the voice in the morning.
I have literally nothing negative to say about that clip I've just watched. Honestly, it is literally absolutely spot on. No, it was pretty fun. Pretty good. Oh god, there's another clip of him. Oh no. I'm sure it'll be
And any gifters wide hard do. Any gifters wide hard do.
I don't understand. What is that, an old meme? I don't get that one. Weird hairdo. Are you saying weird hairdo or something? I don't know. Anyway, not related to the fact he's the CEO of the platform I'm currently streaming on, and I'm reliant on to pay my bills. Nothing to do with that, obviously. Let's move on. Oh, I heard about this clip. Obviously, racist street artist. I was on it like a tramp on chips.
Why y'all been filming my stuff?
Because I wanted to share it.
Well, look, I didn't ask you to share my stuff. Look, I didn't tell you to do this.
Well, it's up to you. Do you want to like promote your work
I didn't
right
promote.
now?
I didn't ask you to come to America to steal our work. Look,
I apologize.
Look,
yeah.
I didn't tell the Chinese cockroach to come over here.
Yeah, I'm a
steal
Chinese
our
cockroach.
work.
Yeah.
Look,
Bye.
I didn't tell the Chinese fucking
Don't
cockroach.
touch me.
Guys. Wait. Whoa. You don't understand. Okay? You got to think about the power dynamics at play here. All right? Racism equals power plus privilege. Okay? And this guy's got neither. So please do not call this racist. Is it, you know, bigoted? Maybe not bigoted. Is it mean? Sure. But is it racist? Unfortunately, black people cannot be racist.
Get away.
Fucking Chinese cockroach. I didn't tell the fucking Chinese cockroach to come to America.
Okay.
Yo! I'm pretty sure she's like American, right? Sounds like she's got like a pretty hardcore American accent. Jesus. Oh, I heard about this. I forgot about this. Yeah, apparently there was some sort of beef because Destiny was speaking to Martin Shkreli's ex. Destiny and Martin Shkreli have had beef before. I don't really know much about it. I just heard about it.
Hi.
Oh, it's that bitch ass Destiny. What's up, man?
Hey, how are you doing, my 110-pound skeleton friend?
I would destroy you in any fight. Just so you're clear, we're clear. Be very happy to knock your head out.
Yeah, can you even reach my head? Aren't you like 5'2"?
Ask Lauren.
Well, stop. There's an echo.
I think I'm taller than you, pal.
I don't think
Yeah,
so,
I'm a
but
hell of a
keep
lot
dreaming.
tougher. I'm a hell of a lot tougher. You know how quickly you and your blue hair would be fucking scraped up in prison.
Yeah, I heard about this. They were fighting over this woman, apparently. Is that what it was? Oh god, what's this one? XUC clip. Title, being rude to an obese girl. 3.3k upvotes. You know shit. You know he's about to start cooking straight away.
Do it again. Like, I don't... Like! Fat! Ah, man. It's too big up. It's too big.
What fucking game is that?
Do it again.
What's this game? $60 seconds, okay. Is it good? Honestly, I'm just trying to focus on finishing Oblivion. 40 hours in. America Simulator. Anyway, I think we're getting to the ends of the drama, but we've got a bit more juice.
What do I do?
Yo!
Oh, that's bad.
Okay, guys, right. Oh, okay. Let's watch this one as well. Then we're definitely gonna get to it.
I wasn't even at the computer, dude.
What about gambling? I had a big controversy on Twitch for Gamba. I'm going to be gambling on Kick. How do I handle this situation? This looks like bait, man.
What the fuck?
This has got to be bait. This is like some sort of fucking meme bait. There's no way XQC is going to Kick. I'm the world's largest Twitch streamer and I've signed with new platform Kick. What's the best way to announce my new contract to my viewers? I've been on my Twitch my entire career. Yeah, come on. There's absolutely no way XQC is going to Kick. That would be crazy. Yeah, is this from some sort of viewer or something? I don't fucking know. But obviously people have been reporting on it. Anyway. Right. So, we're going to watch this, and whilst I'm watching this, I'm going to try and figure out this Adriana Chechik Amaranth drama that apparently has been continuing. And we'll watch this. This looks good. So yeah, Woody Max done a video about Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit is a podcast that thinks women are stupid for not wanting to be cheated on.
But is he still going to cheat by the time I'm a doctor? Like, I find him now, but once I'm a doctor, is he still going to cheat on me?
Probably if he's successful.
So then what is the point?
No, you should commit. He's going to cheat on you regardless. Just accept it. That's what comes with it.
If I'm ever in the hospital or Miss Lady, please don't take care of me. Just have someone.
They have guests on their show to help give troubled men advice. One of them being a self-admitted rapist.
Oh yeah, this guy. They had this guy on.
We used to do it without permission. So it's not like she came over and said, hey, I want to sleep with all you guys.
Yeah.
We said, hey, man, that white girl like you. Get over here. And then we put... Oh, yeah. We just come in with this.
Oh,
yeah.
In fact, Myron himself has pressured women into doing certain acts with him.
I know you aren't. I know and aren't special. You could have just said no and it kept moving, but you're clearly in your feelings, going through all the effort with a poll, etc.
If they want to be on the show. The core of his arguments are based around some of the most insane logical...
Whoa.
Yeah. We just come in with this.
Oh,
yeah.
In fact, Myron himself has pressured women into doing certain acts with him if they want to be on the show. The core of his arguments are...
Is that... Wait, have we got some evidence of that? Because that's insane. I'm presumably he's going to show it later, right? He admitted to it. Oh my god. Dude. No, but well, I covered one controversy where he was accused of something by a woman, but then it was very flaky. And even like Abba and Preach, who were quite big critics of Fresh and Fit, also were like, yeah, this just seems bullshit. And I think I was like, this doesn't seem to have much merit to it. But yeah.
Are based around some of the most insane logical fallacies.
Some men are intimidated by successful women.
Because women that are successful act like men. If I wore heels, right, and put lipstick on once a week, you probably wouldn't date me, right?
The host of the show wrote a book about how women are a drag on the economy.
Why women deserve less, okay? I'm tired of this. Y'all think I'm saying women deserve less just to be funny? Like, nah, man, like legit, like they don't provide much to society when it comes to what they provide.
Copyright abuse.
Fresh and Fit decided to hit us with dozens of copyright claims.
Freakouts.
So get the fuck off the show, bro. Get the fuck off the show. And except you, bitch. Fuck out of here. Because when I was 18 years old, playing fucking Halo, figuring out my life, no bitch would have taken me.
And titties.
Touch your elbows together. Try it. Can you push them together? Oh,
Nice, guys. What episode is this one in? So I know what, to avoid it. If I see it pop up and I recommend it, I can just avoid it. Now this is fucking wild, man.
Good job. This is gonna be a fun video.
My name is Jenny. I'm 34
Oh,
years
her.
old.
Wait, 34? What the fuck is
The hosts of the show are Fresh, who literally contributes nothing. He just sits there and occasionally gets horny.
If the girl is on her moon cycle or her period, her menstrual time of the month, is
I
that
got-
a solid no, or is her?
I got one sentence for you. Real bad man, don't stop at red light.
My man! And Myron, who pretty much
I mean, is that guy even getting in the car in the first place? From what I understand, you know, he's not the one that's getting all the ladies, is he? What was that story that you told about how he got introduced to some woman through an NBA player? Do you remember that one? His NBA friend. And this guy probably is quite successful with the women, right?
runs the show. So if it looks like I'm picking on Myron...
Oh yeah, weren't they hookers as well? They were fake or something. They were like hookers too. Well, they were real, but like the interaction maybe wasn't quite as described.
More, it's cause I am. He's clearly the brains of this operation. Not that that means much, but the real anchor of the show is the woman they have on. They're meant to represent all the hoary, stupid women of today that have taken over the world. A lot of the women they have on the show are there to promote their OnlyFans, Instagrams, or TikToks.
Some know me as the throat goat. Some know me as the semen demon. Some know me as the glizzy gobbler.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd imagine that in Miami, you could probably walk out onto the street and find 10 women like this within a minute. No, not low class women. Come on, we're not misogynists on this channel. We respect women very muchly. If I was going to move anywhere, I'd move to, like, in America, I'd move to some quiet place where I could just do my streams. I mean, obviously, I've got my kids, so I wouldn't do that, but I wouldn't want to be in, like, somewhere like Miami. That's wild. I want someone with low tax as well. Sue me. Sue me. Only because when I went to California, I was getting absolutely fucking nickeled and dimed left, right, and center on everything. Oh, you're getting a takeaway? There's an extra $10 on top for no reason. Thanks. Cheers. Honestly, the shit that was going down there's wild. What the fuck? Oh, you want a coffee? Yeah, that'll be fucking $10, please. Yo, what?
Yeah, I'd hate women too if they were all like this. Sometimes they bring in women from the club that have no idea what the show even is, a fate worse than death, and then they sit there and try and make them look stupid.
Listen, we didn't even want to come on the fucking show. Sneeko called us today, told us that we should come on the show, said that it's going to be fun, said that he's going to say that, told him to be nice to us. And we didn't even want to come on, Sneeko. So the fact that you're over here calling us boring and we didn't even want to do this.
Shaming the girls for being single at 19 years old.
We are single, but we're 19.
It don't matter.
Why do we need to be in a relationship at 19?
Where's that guy now? You said you were single before.
Yeah, I was in a relationship like not that long ago. I don't have to always be in a relationship.
Wow, Myron, really making that 19-year-old look dumb for not locking down a man yet. Yeah, she's the unreasonable one.
Nico, her man has these traits now. Why is she with him?
Did you say that?
What?
Your man has those traits?
He's not my man, but I think he's working towards it. That's why we're not together, because I don't
He's
want
working toward. He's not there yet. They're in high school.
No.
She just said it's a high school relationship. That's not a good comparison.
No. Imagine making Sneeko the reasonable one. And then other times they're just so drunk they...
Yeah, Sneeko sometimes is like a voice of reason on these things. It's got to be said. For all of Sneeko's crazy takes, like, sometimes he is a bit more of a... he's a moderate voice, fucking fresh and fit. Apparently, I've not watched it yet. I may watch it on Sunday. But apparently, he was, like, not being completely insane on this Saturday... Saturday? Why did I say Saturday? The one he went on with Destiny, didn't he? You've been talking about it a bit in chat earlier. Red pill is code for rapist club. It was last night, was it? Yeah.
They can't even lift their heads.
My name is Jenny. I'm 34 years old.
Wait, 34?
And I'm single.
Okay, that's cool.
I'd like to argue that the majority of women on this show are not stupid. Myron is just the king of logical fallacy, saying some of the most ridiculous shit. If any regular person heard some of this, they would be confused too. He says he hates successful women.
Some men are intimidated by successful women.
It's not that they're intimidated. It's that women that make money and are successful are annoying most of the time. That's what they don't want to tell you.
Very combative.
Because women that are successful act like men. And men don't want to date themselves. If I wore heels, right, and put lipstick on once a week, you probably wouldn't date me, right?
Bruh, how is a girl having a job or degree the same as you literally cross-dressing? Everyone there knows it's a ridiculous statement. They're laughing at him. But when she goes to rebuttal, he cuts her off, never giving her a chance to respond.
I don't know.
You wouldn't, because I'm acting like a girl, right?
I would want to see you like that.
Yeah, you wouldn't, but I'm saying if I did that once a week, you probably wouldn't take me seriously, correct?
Yeah, but like
so
how,
hold on, stop.
I can't tell if he's really just that stupid or if he's trying to tell us something because he brings this up a lot. It's like one of his core arguments.
How about this? Let's say me and you are dating, right, hypothetically, and you find out that I might have done some gay porn in the past to make some money. What would happen?
Well, you'd be fucking gay.
Keep it down.
What would happen?
Yeah.
I feel like...
You would break up with me.
Oh my god.
If you found out.
Well, because I would assume that you were gay, and then
Okay.
I'm your secret to cover up your gay
But my
identity.
past matters, right?
No, but it's not necessarily like the fact that it's your past that matters. It's just the fact that you aren't being.
But it was unattractive.
Bro, this guy's gay.
Are any of you men?
Nope.
Okay. Have any of you fucked a
I love this. Can you Giga Chad just call him gay?
girl as a man?
Have you ever fucked a man as a woman? What are we saying here? This is what he has to do to win arguments. Just come up with ridiculous scenarios that derail the entire conversation. If a girl goes to speak up against it, tell her to shut up.
No.
Do any of you understand what it takes to be attractive to women as a man?
I mean, I understand the concept.
No, you don't, because I mentioned a bunch of them and you looked at me like I was crazy when I mentioned
In
it.
a conversation about body count, Myron says this.
Let me ask you another question then. One more time. Another dream scenario to make so this all makes sense. Let's say you go to a fortune teller. That man.
Wait, hang on a sec. Is there a debate about gay porn in chat? I'm well up for that. But basically, what does it mean to be gay? That's the first question. But there are some people that at least profess to be straight, and they do gay porn, not because they're sexually aroused by it, because there's more money in it. Because there's more money in sucking another guy's dick than fucking some girl in the fucking pussy. Now, obviously, the question becomes, well, how can you possibly get hard to the thought of a guy sucking you off and you're not gay? Valid question. Valid question, certainly. But then, you know, I've seen some of these porno films where you got some absolute rotter. You know, go and watch some of the fucking e-fuck stuff of where they just abuse women. There are some absolutely rotten women that I just, you know, it's insane to think they would be like aroused by it, but they're there fucking bash it away, you know? Like, if you know what I'm talking about, where the guy's in the background going, yeah, you fucking dumb bitch, fuck you, and like they just facially abuse them. The guys are like clearly, you know what, and they're just doing it, and you're like, wow, I can't imagine they find it sexually attractive, but they're kind of getting to the state they need to for their profession, you know? So I do wonder, you know, if you're looking at a dude, like if you're looking at a dude and you're not aroused, but you're getting hard to fuck him because it's good money, is that gay or is that just a Sigma grind set? Something to think about.
Of your dreams, you find out 5 years from now, he's going to be broke. No ability to provide security for
Alcoholic.
you. He's going to become an alcoholic. Would you stay with him now that you're armed with this information?
No.
Fantastic. Women are interested in a man's future. A man is interested in a woman's past.
Gotcha, bitch! That's not a gotcha, Myron. You would not marry a woman that would become a crippling alcoholic. Nobody would. That's absurd. Sometimes he'll redefine entire definitions of words, thinking it makes him look smart. He does this in another debate over the same topic of cheating.
Now, when the guy steps up, goes to the strip club, and gets paid, gets sex with a escort, whatever, now you're mad at him for stepping out. But once again, you leverage that whole period of time against him, and then you wonder why he cheats. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, what if you are giving him everything he asked for and he still cheats? So what's the explanation there?
We told you already, men don't cheat, they just have sex.
Yeah, that's cheating.
All right, so
having
that's
sex is cheating. You putting your
It's
heart
not.
into
Hold on,
somebody
Chris.
else is cheating.
No,
Like,
it's not.
If it's not an
Okay, what is their position then? Because to me, it's like that just is cheating. What is their actual position on it? What is it if it's not cheating? Do they just think men can't cheat? Is that? Men are ontologically incapable of cheating.
Open relationship, that's cheating. Myron can't even comprehend a world where...
Wait! That's being black. Okay, listen, we got to start dealing with this fucking offhand racist shit. Like, what on earth? Jesus.
a woman would want him for more than just his money.
What do they need to bring to the table if you are going to take a man seriously in a relationship and
Respect.
possibly marry him?
Literally, he needs to bring respect. Like, I can handle up on my own. I could, if I want something, I can go and get it. I can go work and get whatever I want. I don't have to depend on somebody to do
Okay,
it.
does he have to earn at least as much money if
No.
as you, if
no,
not more?
he doesn't.
How old are you?
Me, I'm 20.
Okay, yeah, she's no life experience. Okay.
And since he can't get her to agree with him, he just dismisses her entirely based off her age, even though that's the age range he tells men to go for.
We know this from statistical fact. From 18 to 24 is when women are the most desirable to men universally. That's a fact, okay? If a woman wants to take that 6-year prime and go ahead and take 6 dicks and in a day and travel the world and be on yachts and fuck a bunch of guys and have sugar daddies, all that shit, that's her prerogative. That's fine.
It doesn't sound fine. Myron.
But by that logic, like, aren't they going to be inclined to do that because that's the prime? That's when they're most attractive to men. So they're going to want to go and get dick down left, right, and center. Isn't that like you're asking them to like go against what you perceive as like their prime because you don't like it, right? I mean, you know, if a woman in her early 20s goes crazy and later, you know, but obviously if you're in the midst of, you know, like if you meet a 20-year-old woman that clearly is doing that sort of thing and are not interested in that and you get involved with her and she does that, that's kind of on you. Like, I don't know. I guess the thing, like, what is it they want? Do they want like an older woman that's not gone through the fucking dick fucking buffet? Like, what do they want out of a woman? What are they looking for? Because surely they're going around fucking these young girls as well. They must be fucking these 18 to 24-year-olds. So they're contributing to the problem by having sex with these girls as well on, like, you know, on a non-committal basis. So yeah, I guess that, like, maybe if I watch more of their content, I could come to understand exactly what they're looking for. But it's almost like they kind of, it seems to me like they want the trad woman, but then they engage in a lifestyle that isn't trad anyway. So it's like, well, how can you ask for that? They want slaves. They want a robot. Okay, well, maybe.
He must have been the fat dork in college that couldn't get laid and had zero charm. He holds a lot of fat kid resentment.
And except you, bitch, fuck out of here. Because when I was 18 years old, playing fucking Halo, figuring out my life, no bitch would have taken me. So now that I'm up, you're down, fuck that shit. I'm going to exercise the leverage. You want to be with a guy like me? You need to be at your fucking prime.
This is sad. Get better at Halo. I don't know what to tell you.
In this lonely, painful life, this lonely, painful life.
It's just a one-way open relationship, not a crazy concept. That is a crazy concept, though. It's kind of insane, right? Like, it just, to me, that's a devaluation of men, because you're saying this behavior, which you see as a negative trait in women, is acceptable for a man to engage in. Like, yeah, it is like, I mean, it depends what you mean by crazy, I guess. But if you go out into the street and talk about relationships, you're going to be hard pressed to find many people that would be accepting of that kind of dynamic and would find it to be some flavor of degenerate.
Myron's tactics to pick up women are depressing to say the least. On one episode of Fresh and Fit, it was revealed that he tries to pick up women using sugar daddy websites.
You approached me on a sugar daddy website and asked me to be your sugar baby.
That I don't pay girls off sugar sites.
Facts.
Thank you.
Then why are you
and
on
then
there?
Also,
why are you on there?
because I use it as a dating site. I've said it many
The
times.
site he uses is seeking.com. It's basically an escort site. It's described as sugar dating, where you gift women things in order to go on dates with them. There's a recommended list with the most popular gifts. When signing up, it immediately asks if you're looking for earners or attractive people. You then
No way. Is this confirmed? Let me just go.
Myron's tactics to women use
To be your sugar baby.
That I don't pay girls off sugar sites.
Facts.
Thank you.
Then why are you
And
on
then
there?
also,
why are you on there?
because I use it as a dating site, and I've said it many
The
times.
site he uses is seeking.com. It's basically an escort site. It's described as sugar dating, where you give women things in order to go on dates with them. There's a recommended list.
Top 5 wish list gift requests. So so is he saying that he's on there, and despite the fact that women are on there clearly for the sugar daddy shit, he avoids all of that, doesn't buy anything, and dates them instead? That sounds like cope, honestly. That sounds like cope. He's gonna have to listen. He's gonna have to reveal the records here. We're gonna need some transparency on his DMs on the sugar daddy weight dating site, because I am skeptical. All right, I'm very skeptical.
With the most popular gifts. When signing up, it immediately asks if you're looking for earners or attractive people.
I'm looking for successful members, charming, generous, and fun individuals seeking to enhance another lifestyle. So that's basically the money one. Attractive members, a beautiful, handsome, and fun individual who brings excitement into the atmosphere. So I'm guessing he's going to say he's on that one, right? He's like, I'm on the attractive one, not the financial cuckoldry one. I guess that would be the situation. I guess from a woman's perspective, why would you not just go with the success? Because surely you're going to find you better get a free bag. That sounds like a no-brainer. You'd surely go with that option, wouldn't you? There can't be many people that are just like, oh, I just want someone who's fun. You're going to be like, I want the fucking Gucci bag. I want the fucking Gucci bag. Let's go.
You then need to immediately put in your yearly income as well as your net worth. Myron's profile name is 1% Men. Hey Myron, maybe this is why you think all women only want you for your money. It's because you go after the most shallow girls.
Most guys don't understand their value.
Okay, we got, what's this?
Only want you file name is 1% Men.
Wait, yo.
Put in your yearly income as well as your net worth. Myron's profile.
I mean, look, in fairness, well, hang on a sec. This actually just is a bit of a problem, right? Last active August 12th, 2021. So that does somewhat go against the narrative that Willie Mack is proposing here. But then also, it's like, if he talks about it all the time, he's not been on there. So what is going on? He's not been on there in 2 years. Well, you know, coming up on 2 years, there or thereabouts. I don't know anything about this at all. Oh, it's an old screenshot. Oh, I presumed that Willie Mack had gone and got a screenshot of this, like, today or something like that. Yeah, I just immediately assumed that that's where he got it from. I guess you could tell by the photos, right? 31 male, Miami, Florida, United States. Read me, I'm picky. Please read, I'm picky. Name
is 1% Men. Hey Myron, maybe this is why you think all women only want you for your money. It's because you go after the most shallow girls.
Most guys don't understand their value. They bring a girl into their life. They give her everything. She hasn't earned it. She doesn't respect him. She's walking all over him. She starts to dictate the relationship. You're not getting sex tonight, blah, blah, blah.
Obviously, this is your experience, so I can't argue that. But there's...
I mean, this is biology. Women are hardwired to extract resources from men. It's been that way since the beginning of time.
Myron's other tactic to try and pick up women is to go to strip clubs, sober. Yeah, that's fucking weird, bro.
So you go in the strip club and you don't spend any money.
No.
But we still respect though.
Point being, ladies, is that number one, at strip
really,
clubs,
but okay.
there's other girls there that aren't dancers. You could talk to them. That's number one. Number two,
the moment you pay, you become a customer.
Okay, I've got... What the fuck are you gonna, like, most of the time women are there. What? How common is it that women are in strip clubs that are like single? Like most of the time a woman's going in there because she's with a guy and it's like some weird like sexual thing, right? Well, I guess maybe the lesbians would be the idea. I don't know, man. I just think if you see a woman in a strip club, okay, that's immediate suspicion. There's something wrong going on. There's something not right with that person. Yeah, maybe in Miami it might be different. I don't know. Maybe. I'm just thinking of the shoddy UK experience. Some battered woman. All right, sweetheart. Do you want to see my gash? Do you want to see my gash? 20 quid. God, I honestly, I hate fucking strip clubs so much, man. The strippers are so insufferable. I've been in there and like, you know, this is going to sound like a cope if you call it what you want, but like I've probably paid for like a handful of dances in my time. And I just, you know, my mates are getting danced left, right and center. I've been in there where I've not got any dances and it just, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's very fake, isn't it? It's very fake. Like the women come and talk to you, but they're only interested in like getting your money out of your pocket, you know? Well, Grill Penguin, in some clubs I'm told, right? If you give them enough money, they'll jerk you off at the end. Some of them even do full sex. In some of the seedier clubs. You just got to know how to ask. But I think that's more of an American thing. In the UK, it's pretty tightly regulated, I think. But maybe there's some clubs where they do that sort of thing. I remember once, oh my God, I was 18 years old. I was 18 and I was in London for like one of the first times in my life as an adult. And I went to this club and I didn't really understand what was going on with a friend. I went in and like, you know, I was like, I didn't understand what was going on. And the woman came over and was like, do you want to buy me a drink? And I was like, no, I don't want to buy you a drink. And then this bouncer came over. God, it's so long ago, I can barely remember. But I remember this bouncer came over and he only had one eye. I remember his face. He had one eye and was like, you're not going to buy any of the girls a drink. You ought to leave. And I was like, all right, Jesus. I didn't know it was that kind of establishment left. I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't know what it was. It was in Soho. Very strange. Very strange. But it was like some weird strip club, but you know, it was like, why do you have to buy the girl a drink? That's insane. Like, do you know what I mean? God, it's so long ago, I can't really remember, but I vaguely remember going to this club and it was just a weird experience. I know a bouncer with one eye is also a douchebag. I don't know. I mean, he was just protecting his bottom line, wasn't he? He's all right. Just keeping his one eye that's left on the money.
Their time is money, though. Like, they're half of the time they're faking it. So you go over there, you look at the females, and do you mind your business? Do you get involved, or is it
Do
strictly
you know what
business?
these four letters stand for? PAMP. All right, I'm done. All right, cool.
This guy's boring.
No, but honestly, like
They're just trying
like,
to not
there
give
is-
anybody else
There is a
their
way
money.
you can actually go to a strip club, not burn your whole wallet by paying anything, and still add value to the girls in there.
You're not going to tell us how to get women in a strip club because you don't understand.
This guy only knows.
If you're still on when I get home from work, I can give you a full run of other clubs down there work. Yeah, sure, Legatanius. You mentioned before you used to work. Yeah, I'll be interested.
How to get gold diggers.
I'm only streaming for another hour though, so it might have to be another day, but I'll be up for that.
And when he unsurprisingly fails to get a girl from the sugar daddy website and comes home single from the strip club, his final tactic is to blackball women for sex. Hey, you want to come on the show?
Ooh.
Well, then you better fuck me. He writes in DMs to one of the girls, I'm just being honest and stand by it. I'm not collaborating with you unless we fuck. You have fucked a bunch of dudes I know and aren't special.
Do you know what's crazy about this, right? I mean, I'm just thinking of an article put on the one hand, but also it's like any guy in like a regular streamer that said stuff like this should be giga fucked. And this guy just does it flagrantly, presuming, as you said, he admits to this, and it's just no big deal because of the kind of show he does. That's wild, man. He can just say it straight up.
You could have just said no and kept moving, but you were clearly in your feelings and going through all that effort with the poll, etc. Go ahead and screenshot the conversation to clout chase.
I mean, is it clout chasing when this dude is like saying, I'm not going to collaborate unless we have sex? That's wild, man.
Bro, this is some Harvey Weinstein shit. Your motto is turning simps into pimps, but bro, you're the
True.
ultimate simp. You're literally bargaining for sex. You use sugar daddy websites, go to strip clubs, begging women for sex by pressuring them with your podcast. Hey Myron, maybe you wouldn't have to do this degenerate shit if you could just find the clit. Instead, he has to come up with this philosophy on why you can't make a girl come.
It's way more important to protect her than to please her. Who gives a fuck about a woman's orgasm? It's useless.
Sorry, honey, I can't please you right now. I'm too busy protecting. Everyone then laughs at him.
Do it if it happens, awesome. If it don't, like, all right, well.
So
The lady was big in the gym Instagram girl. Bigger than his account at the time.
like,
Don't work out.
He then comes up with a spiritual reason for why it doesn't matter.
All jokes aside.
Listen, I know we're going to do the Giga Chad thing, and I get it, right? It's kind of funny to hear someone express it so plainly. But I would have thought that, I mean, it's kind of wild to me that Red Pill guys kind of watch this stuff and they don't get like kind of, I don't know, like it's kind of like listening to progressives say racism bad a billion times. Surely you just listen to like the billionth time they say women deserve less than a sluts, and you surely at some point you're going to be a bit like, oh God. Do you know what I mean? Like obviously we're more progressively minded, I want to say, so we're going to get bored of endless progressive sentiment. But surely, like, the soy nod for them would be women bad, right? Do you see what I mean? I guess some people do and they leave it, right? Because it's just the same thing repeated again and again. Like, there isn't a subtlety or nuance in their analysis. It's just, you know, it comes to be that it's just women bad at the end. Women bad, women bad, women bad. Like, if I looked at every drama and had the same conclusion every time, eventually people would get bored and stop watching me. I mean, obviously I cover different types of drama, but do you know what I mean? Eventually it gets boring and people are like, oh man, this is just the same take again and again and again. So it's kind of wild to me that people can just sit there and it's the same take repeated again and again and again with no nuance, no other perspective. OTK bad. I mean, yeah, that's a given. But didn't I say something nice about Mizkiv the other day? I can't remember. So it's not always Mizkiv bad necessarily, but OTK, sure.
Only one ejaculation creates life, and it ain't the woman's, lady. So it's the guys.
Right.
So,
bro, you talk about casual sex all the time. No life is being created. My favorite part is the guest just throwing Myron under the bus.
Guys do all this extra shit, you know, or they're like, you know, they're like more focused on like pleasing her. I look at it like, bro, what the fuck? Like, as a man, you already have to bring so much to the table to even fuck this bitch. Like, what? You gotta have game. You gotta be attractive. She's gotta feel the vibes. Like,
but,
you gotta.
But it's like an accomplishment, though. It's just like she's like, oh, you did good. You're like, yeah.
Yo, Myron, I think I know why women don't want to sleep with you. Is this why you got to Harvey Weinstein them? You know what? It's starting to make sense why they invited that proud rapist on their podcast.
Open wide, kids. Cause I'm gonna grape you in the mouth.
Fresh and Fit brought on a guy named Charleston White, who proudly admits to assaulting
Hey,
women.
this is a
We used to
banger.
run trains on white girls.
Choo choo. Shout out Robin Hood.
We used to do it without permission. So it's not like she came over and said, "Hey, I want to sleep with all you guys."
Yeah.
We said, "Hey, man, that white girl like you. Get over here." And then we put.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
yeah. We just come in with dicks out.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yo! Guys, don't get too excited. He's literally talking about rape.
Hey.
It is kind of what, like, you know, look. The pushback meme, I get all that. But if someone's talking about actual full-on rape, surely you would be at least like, come on, man, listen. What, like, surely you would say something. You'd be like, hang on a minute, what, they didn't consent? That seems pretty fucked, man. Like, do you know what I mean? Right? Am I crazy here? Even fucking these guys are surely at some point going to go, whoa. Hold on. Even from an optics perspective, surely. That's crazy. And I would have thought that even Fresh and Fit's audience, some of them at least are going to be like, yo, what? This guy's talking about rape. We're not about that life here. I know they hate women, but to get raped? That is a lot of hate. Yeah, Charleston White is, you know, I need to be careful what I say. But he is obviously very demonic. He's very demonic. He's very demonic, isn't he? Like, from his own account, he's been raping women left, right, and center.
We want some pussy.
Yeah.
Me and my homies like to play this game. Some call it Amtrak, but some call it the train. We all would line up in a single file line and take our turns waxing girls behind. Every time it get to me, I would shit out of luck because I stick my dick in and it will get stuck. The girl will say stop, I say I'm not. The girl will say stop, I say I'm not. That's enough. Come on, homie.
What the fuck? Being a red...
Okay. Former federal agent who used to work on sex trafficking sits across from someone bragging about rape and doesn't bat an eye. I see why it doesn't work for the feds anymore. Okay, you know the running the train thing, right? Like, there's some dudes that are getting a pretty raw deal out of that, right? In fact, I'd say after the first guy, I've never been in a train situation. But after the first one, that's just sloppy seconds, sloppy thirds, sloppy fourths, sloppy fifths. How many carriages are there on this train? You want to be the first guy, don't you? Feels better. Oh God. Oh yeah, gross score. Oh my God. It's fine if it's consensual. I mean, yeah, I guess. Like if everyone's consenting, sure. But yeah, not for me. Also, it's a bit weird, isn't it? A bunch of other dudes seeing your fucking dick, watching you fuck a woman. No, thank you. No, thank you. Imagine if you couldn't finish. That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Imagine if you were just going hammer and tong, you weren't getting anywhere with it. Oh, and you, oh no, I'm getting soft. Oh no, I can't do this in front of the boys. This is embarrassing. You'd have to fake a nut. You'd have to fake a nut. You know, if you're like the second or third, you could just fake a nut, and obviously, you know, it wouldn't. No one would be able to tell because, do you know what I mean? You just be like, oh yeah, yeah, great stuff. Right, next one. Just walk away and hope no one notices. Do you know what I mean? You have to just fake it, wouldn't you? Hey, Malcaz, thanks for the bits. Yeah, just... Oh, yeah, there it is, guys. Oh, thank God for that. Right, anyway. Gotta go. See you later. Got shit to do. Oh, God. Is the train a black thing? Is that racist to say? Is it from black culture? Because that's where I've always heard it come from. Like, it's rooted in black culture, isn't it? No, running the train on a girl is something... Like, I remember it from LA Confidential. And they talked to a black guy. Because, don't get me wrong, listen, just to be clear, I'm not... Listen, don't get it... Okay, I'm not saying that white people don't do it. But the idea of lining up in a train situation is different to like a white boy frat party. Like, if I thought of like a white boy frat party, it would be some bird in a bed somewhere. And it's running the train still, but the format's different, right? It's just guys go in and out as they please. White boy summer. Okay, let's have a look. Running the train. Need to be careful with this search. Running a train black. Black guys running a train. Okay. Okay. That's not what I was looking for.
Red Pillar is sort of like team sports. Everyone's got each other's back no matter what fucked up shit is said. They act like it was a product of the 80s.
Yeah, that was a culture
trains?
back then, unfortunately.
Okay. But these clips of them talking are recent.
Get your motherfucking ass out of here. If you got a problem with what I say, I don't believe women shouldn't be beat. I think it's okay to whoop her up. You can't tell no man what.
Forcibly ran train. We forcibly used to white girls, and we used to sneak crack in the
Right? Yeah, black dudes call them with trains. White dudes call them, yeah, Eiffel Tower, yeah. Eiffel Tower is like a white guy mentality, right? But it's a similar concept.
White girl
Well,
cigarettes to
sort of.
fuck them. We didn't sneak nothing in their drink. You lying on me. We didn't do the black girl like that. Only white girl, white boy.
I hate Chinese people. I don't give a fuck about China, man. I hate Chinese people. I think Chinese stores should be robbed. I think Chinese women should be brutally by big, well-hung black men that hate Chinese women. China Mac. I think Chinese babies.
Yo, okay, just to be clear for the Twitch trust and safety team, I completely disavow these comments. They're clearly exceptionally racist, bigoted, and promoting the most disgusting, egregious kinds of misogyny I've ever heard in my life. Oh, that is bad. That is very bad. You shouldn't be saying that. That is incredibly racist and bad and misogynistic. What the fuck?
And uses alligator bait.
There's zero pushback. It's like, hey guys, want to address the giant elephant in the room? What's funny is these guys sit there and cry all day. Men have it so tough. All these false allegations.
If you're a man, you're guilty until proven innocent instead of innocent until proven guilty.
I agree, but when you have a guy on who's done that, who speaks proudly of it, you guys just laugh. It's all jokes.
Oh my god! This is... Okay. Time for some glazing. One of the great things about people like Willie Mack covering this stuff, and this is why I think, like, you've seen a consistency of, like, the commentary community over time. Like, BreadTube would look at this and soy out and stuff like that. But, like, you know, he's got the ability to look at it and agree where he agrees, but also be critical of the things that deserve criticism, you know? Like, if it was some BreadTube video, it would be some gay mood lighting. What sort of music would they play? I don't know, some stupid music, and they'd be like, well, if you actually look at the statistics of this, what you'll find is that in terms of, like, reported rape, only 2%, And the thing is like, you know, obviously we know the problems with that mentality, but it's like, Willie Mack just goes, I agree, but maybe don't have a rapist on your show and not say anything when he's talking about rape. Like, that's the take. That's the take. Do you know what I mean? That's the take that I think most people are going to be like, yeah, based, you know, and are going to go along with. But yeah, unless you're, like, super ideologically into it, the BreadTube stuff's just not going to fly. Ambient Final Fantasy 14 music. Is that it? Yeah, I reckon so. That's about right, isn't it? Something like that. Nah, maybe it's too emotional. I don't know. Anyway, you get the idea.
Back then, unfortunately.
What kind of double standard is that? You got a double standard on...
Yes.
You're just a bunch of feminists for men. Different side of the same coin. It's pathetic. They once shamed a girl for walking out because she didn't want to hear about how they don't believe in rape studies.
It's not as common or as prevalent as people think, because these studies that you're talking about, that some of you guys are citing, they were done off of faulty call-in questionnaires. Hey, did you have a drink with a guy? You leaving?
Yeah.
Okay, then get the fuck out of here.
I'm hungry.
If you can't have tough conversations, then there's no point for you to be here.
She didn't even say anything. She politely left because clearly she's been assaulted. Waka Flocka, their guests, sympathized with her, making them look like jack-offs.
Hey, you know what she said valid, and I ain't want to put her business out there. I know she got raped.
You can tell. She walked away.
But it's not about you could tell. Like, she been abused as well. And she don't really got people there for her. So that's an act of acting out. And that shit right there could damage her, like people saying it.
Myron then says, forget.
Damn! Who is that guy? He's pretty based. Big Flocker. Waka Flocker. I don't know anything about. They're right about the studies, obviously. 1 in 4 college women aren't assaulted. Well, I think this is the other side of the same coin of the trigger warning discourse, right? Like, obviously, there's an extremity where people act like you got to put a trigger warning for anything that could possibly upset someone, and it gets to be a bit ridiculous. But obviously, you know, like, you don't have to do a trigger warning per se, but if someone doesn't want to get involved in a conversation about rape, I mean, if she'd been contributing loads and then at that point walked away, that might be different. But presuming like it was kind of apropos of nothing, she was just like, "Oh, I'm not into this." I don't know, man. That's pretty reasonable, I think. You know, politely excusing yourself from a conversation that you don't want to be involved in because it personally affects you is like normal. That's a normal thing to do, right? You know, there's lots of times we might not want to get involved in a conversation, so we, for whatever reason, you know, it's kind of insane to have such a. She blamed it on hunger. Yeah, there's just, you know, I mean, to me, it just seems weird, this idea that you go on the show and you're at the desk and there's no escape no matter what happens. But yeah, I mean, sure. This is I mean, commentary videos, I think one of the reasons they do this is because they do want to make sure they're well within fair use. So they use quite tight clips of other shows because they don't want to, you know, they want to keep it tight or they want to make it more fair, whatever the case may be. But sometimes some of the clips are just a bit too tight, and I'm like, I'd like to see more of that interaction like before to see what led to that, you know? But yeah. Hey, Zio, thanks for the sub. 2 years. Fuck me, that is wild. You've been through a lot. Thick and thin. Chud Nation. I'd go on a podcast, yeah. I'm not, you know, not big enough yet, guys. We'll get there one day, okay? Don't worry about it.
Get that. The real reason she left is because she's stupid.
We need to go back to bullying people, letting them know, no, that's not really how the world works. You sound dumb. Change your way of thinking. But we don't bully people no more and tell them they're dumb. We need to go back to doing that.
Nigga, that's wrong.
That is wrong.
Flocka walks out because he realizes how weird this is. It then turns into Myron saying, women can't get raped if they just leave.
If you're going to make a statement, back it up.
The raping thing was wrong. Like I just didn't want
What
to
part was
go back.
incorrect? Which part was
You
incorrect?
were basically saying like a woman should just say no right then and there and leave. Not all girls
should.
can do that though.
Okay, but that's what they should do. That doesn't
That's
mean
what they should do, but not all girls are able to.
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
Yeah.
Hey, Myron, a girl can't just leave if 6 dudes ambush her with their cocks out.
We just come in with dicks out.
Or if they're drugged.
We forcibly used to
Oh,
white girls,
clever.
And we used to sneak crack in the white girls' cigarettes to fuck them.
They then get laughed at.
Not all girls are able to.
Whose fault is that?
Whose fault is that?
Yeah.
Using the words against them. To be fair to Myron, I think more so what they're referring to though, in fairness, is it was quite clever using that guy's words against them. But I mean, listen, I don't want to defend Fresh and Fit on any angle because I know they're fucking insane with a lot of things. I'm pretty sure. Well, this is the trouble, right? I feel like we're at risk. So for a long time, we've done the men bad, men don't rape, da 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 da. Yeah, agree with all that. You know, at the time, then it gets trite and everyone's like, okay, so men don't rape. What a stupid statement or stupid thing to say, right? And then we reach the stage where it's like, okay, well, let's look at what women are doing. And women were weighed, measured, and found wanting. And unfortunately, you know, the Me Too movement created an era where there wasn't any scrutiny that could be applied to women at all without you looking like a rape apologist or being accused of being a rape apologist, right? Where it's like a woman who, you know, did the equivalent of walking into a lion's den with fucking meat steaks strapped to them, and then they get eaten by the lion. And you're like, okay, so the lion was obviously, it was fucked that she got eaten. But did she need to go into the lion's den strapped in steaks? Oh, how could you possibly question that? That's ridiculous. You know, it's not her fault, is it? Like that's you know, that's lion eating apologia, you know, da 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 da. It's like we got to a point where even reasonable questions about the behavior of a woman was considered to be beyond reproach and beyond question. So that was obviously frustrating. I fear now, especially with like the Amber Heard effect, which I think has taken root in a lot of discourse around this stuff. We're almost like, you know, going to the other side where it's like we are reaching the point where it's kind of a trite sentiment of like, oh, just leave. And it's like, sure, I'm happy to support that in cases where the woman has like made bad decisions. But like, that isn't a complete and total analysis of the situation. Because obviously there's going to be situations where a woman's raped and just leaving wouldn't have helped her. Like there's a circumstance where, or maybe the circumstances described the woman wasn't in a position to leave because they felt safe because they didn't realize what was going to come next. Do you know what I mean? So I just think that, you know, we don't want to get to the, we need to have a balance of both rape apologia and rape. I don't know what the opposite of that is, but you know what I mean? We need a fucking balance of saying, hey, keep safe, do this advice, but bear in mind that there's also another element to that. Men have got to play their part. But then women have got to play. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I feel like the obviously problem with Fresh and Fit is they put so much onus on the woman. And there's like, yeah, we need rape centrism. Guys, we need rape centrism is what we need. Okay? That is what we need.
I'm guessing us women, right?
I'm not. I'm guessing it's our fault.
You gotta bear some responsibility.
I'm guessing.
Okay, you're saying responsibility, but like we said, these men are two-faced. They are going to put on a front.
Who picked the man?
They put on a front.
But Myron,
Okay. That's obviously... See, that's what I mean. They get to the point where it gets to absurdity. Like, if a guy's putting on a front and being dishonest, and it makes it difficult to make the... You know, you choose someone that does do something because they put a front on. Well, I don't think you can really put that on the woman. Like, at that point, the guy's more at fault. Surely. Come on. What the fuck?
He lied to me.
Who picked the man?
He drugged me.
Whose fault is that?
Yeah.
What, you think the rapist puts it on his name tag? Hello, I rape. This is who they're talking about when they're saying they can't just leave. And Myron and Fresh welcome with open arms. Based, alpha. Harvey Weinsteining a girl into sleeping with you and then glorifying a rapist. You know, they make some real men
become unrapeable.
over there at Fresh and Fit.
Give it a ballsy balls. Give it a ballsy balls.
As you may already know, these red pillars love to act tough, but they actually have some really fragile egos. They talk about how we need to bully people for saying stupid shit.
How about we just say people are stupid?
Yes.
How about that? Like, bro, like, yo, we got to get away from like giving people, you know, outs for being retarded.
I agree, but when people call out Myron and Fresh for the stupid shit that they say, they don't take it on the chin, no. Instead, they illegally DMCA strike videos in an attempt to silence any criticism.
Fresh and Fit decided to hit us with dozens.
Okay, I'm on a bit of a copyright thing at the moment. I am not just taking it as read when people talk about this stuff, because as much as I don't like Fresh and Fit, well, so people talk about like illegal DMCA strikes, okay? I'm not going to get one guide, okay? I just want to make it clear that I'm very sensitive about people talking about copyright at the moment, okay? Because there's a lot of misstatements that are made about it. Okay, I spoke about it earlier. Let's not get into it again, because fuck me, I'm just going to loop. But just know that I'm recognizing I do not take any claims about DMCA and copyright at face value from any YouTuber anymore, okay? It's not, no. I'm not pro DMCA. I've got problems with DMCA. There's issues with it. And I think there's issues with copyright in general. You know, and knowing these guys' videos. And these are copyright takedown requests as well. So this is different to Content ID. And this, to me, knowing that Abba and Preach, you know, are pretty decent when it comes to making fair use content and using clips and using the minimal amount, I think it's mainly them talking, right? I guess that this is probably more of a malicious thing, more so than just a Content ID thing, because this is a copyright takedown request. So this is the business that represents Fresh and Fit, you know, putting in a copyright request rather than using Content ID. So, you know, yeah. But again, let's just continue.
Of copyright claims.
Their explanation on Tim Pool was laughable to say the least.
Adam Griffin says, can you ask why these clowns tried to take down Abba and Preach with fake DMCA strikes?
What?
It's not funny. It's actually just sad and pathetic, but go on.
So basically, we have a lot of people that talk about us on the internet, and some of it is slander, some of it is defamation, and using our content in their videos, and we're like, okay, cool. We've waited out for a while for you to stop. You're still doing it.
Wait, hang on a second. If you think someone is slandering and defaming you, you need to sue them for defamation. Okay? The reason that you would file a DMCA request is someone is illegitimately using your content, and you'd normally do it via content ID, and you know, they would then make an argument. That's not to do with DMCA. Someone slandering you or something like that in a video, you wouldn't use DMCA for that because that doesn't deal with that. I could make a video without anyone's content where I totally fucking slander and defame someone. You wouldn't be able to DMCA me for that because it's my fucking content. Yeah, that sound, the way they're responding to this is suspicious.
So, you know what? Cool. Now we're going to take legal action against you because obviously you're attacking our character and our integrity. So at that point, hey, it's all fair game.
None of that has to do with DMCAs or copyright law, which is what you use to take the video down.
Yeah, okay, saying, yeah, okay. I've got more faith with what's panning out here. I did a pause, Andy, okay?
Defamation cases are completely unrelated. Myron then makes this paste-eating statement even more mind-numbing.
Simply put, if someone breaks into your store, right, and takes a broom off, you have a hardware store, takes a broom off the shelf and starts beating you with your own broom and won't leave and does it for 4 months, what are you going to do?
Well, you can't file a DMCA over it.
Apparently not. You can't.
Yeah.
Fucking owned.
You got to get away from...
I mean, yeah, like, no, you can't. You'd file under the right thing, assaulting you, right? Or theft or whatever. Like, it's nothing to do with fucking DMCA. So, just to confirm, Abba and Preach presumably pushed back against those takedown requests and they got it rectified. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Especially with the way they're talking about it, that definitely strikes me more so as a more malicious use of the system rather than genuine concern over them using their copyright, their IP.
From like giving people, you know, outs for being retarded. We got to go back to telling people they're stupid.
You're stupid. You're Aiden Ross level booger eating stupid. But at least he knows he's dumb. You're unaware. It's worse.
Friend zone.
That, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's also why. I mean, Willie Mack just tend to use quite tight clips, but yeah, it's easier to defend fair use if you are using very tight clips of the content rather than more longer form stuff. And if these guys are known for trying to fuck with you with this stuff, it makes sense to bolster it. I don't know. Abba went on Fresh and Fit himself and then covered the episode he was on in more nuance to talk about some stuff he couldn't address, and Fresh and Fit got ass mad. Yeah. Myron has been completely exonerated in this video. That's interesting.
But Fresh and Fit aren't the biggest losers in this story. No, that award goes to their pathetic fans. Imagine subscribing to a channel that's supposed to turn simps into pimps, but then they really just turn you into a simp for them. These same people tune into the same show about the same topic of how women suck every week and give the men money. Why? At least if you pay a woman, you might get a booby pic or something. With these guys, their show is free. You're paying for advice from a guy who can't even find the clit. Or worse, they're paying for his book.
Y'all think I'm saying women deserve less just to be funny? Like, no, man, like legit, like they don't provide much to society. And here's the other thing too about marriage, right? So let me give you guys some numbers. And this comes straight from my book, Why Women Deserve Less, by the way.
It's a book about navigating the modern dating world. In it, he sources another book on how to have sex, which I find hilarious. He writes, if you can't sexually satisfy a woman, you can't succeed with them. Well, you know, that comes from his own life experience.
It's way more important to protect her than to please her.
Oh,
Who gives a
no.
fuck about a woman's orgasm? It's useless.
He breaks up the dating world into two contracts. The old contract, which is men provide resources and protection, women provide sex and if wanted children. And the new contract, modern dating, which is I don't need a man, men are trash, down with the patriarchy, believe all women. Now that we understand the difference between the two contracts, this is how he views modern dating. He sounds like a high school virgin. Him and Elliot Rodgers should team up for the sequel. The book's only real advice is that you need to make it into the top 5% of earners to get laid. But even if you do all that, it says your woman will still probably leave you because women suck. Just look at Tom Brady. The paradox or risk men face is even if you become the best man possible and then go beyond that to turn into a top 5% man, you'll still get divorced or have your girl leave you, just like Tom Brady. Excellence with a chance of tail, and that's about all you could hope for in life. And that's how the book ends. There's no advice on how to approach a woman or how to work out issues with your spouse. Nothing. It's a sad, depressing book written by a sad, depressing man. Fresh and Fit should change their name to Fake and Fed.
We are physically superior to women.
They rely on logical fallacies. Their fans are a bunch of simps. They're worse than simps. They're a bunch of sad, closeted simps. They're in simp denial. Their entire channel is just meant to make you angry and depressed about being a virgin while giving you a—
I've got to say, like, maybe this is going to come back and bite me one day. This is going to come back and bite me one day when, you know, if I ever get to this point. I just think it's a bit cringe that you can give super... Do they read their super chats periodically? I know people like Adam and Sitch do, Tim Pool do. Do they stop to read their super chats? Is there like a limit on? Okay, well, okay. To be fair, I just haven't seen that bit. Over $50, really? I've never seen it. It's reasonable to have a cut-off if you're a big thing, to be fair. If they read the super chats, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, if it's a busy show, they probably set a high threshold. I mean, here I am. I mean, obviously, I've got as big a show as them. I'm like, I need to increase my TTS so people can't spam it from 100 bits to 300 bits or something. And they're charging fucking however much for a read out super chat. You would stop to read for $50. I stop and let TTS play for a fucking $1 at the moment. Don't worry, it's going to change. But obviously, if I had like thousands of viewers, it would be different, I'm sure. So I don't want to judge too harshly. $50 is pretty meaty though, isn't it? That's pretty juicy.
Advice that makes you stay a virgin. It's like a Doofenshmirtz evil scheme to take over the tri-state area.
Thanks for the
They had
bits.
a rapist on their show. Myron blackballed a woman for sex. Like, that's borderline rape in itself. And just like Pearl or Sneeko before them, they've also referenced that Jews secretly run the world. I'm not even kidding.
Sometimes we might have to cut the stream short so we can go ahead and go to Rumble, because as you guys know, you can't talk about certain things, whether it's, you know, taboo topics or
them
boys, if you know what I'm saying.
The red pill is too true.
What do they say?
Whether it's, you know, taboo topics or them boys, if you know what I'm saying.
The red...
The what? The goys. Did they say the goys? Wait, isn't goy a Jewish term for goyim? Is goy... well, hang on, I'm confused. The boys. Yeah, exactly. I thought goy meant goyim. That means non-Jewish. I don't know, man. I don't know what they said. I'm just going to accept that it was about the Jews because it's funny and they did the money sound effect.
Red pill has two truths. One is women suck and the other one is Jews suck. Oh, and if you're a man, you got to have a victim mentality at all times. Can't forget that one. Bunch of male feminist, menemist. I love it. Video tomorrow on iDubbbz, then Hassan. So subscribe. Shout out to all the homies over on
let's
Patreon.
go.
Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Zombie Fox, Riveter, Christina Bean, a Detective Pika, Mac Monkey.
Honestly, yeah, Woody Mac makes great videos. Oh, he's glazing. I'd recommend them. His video on iDubbbz is going to be absolutely banging. I can tell already. It is going to be a banger. But yeah, Woody Mac's great. Oh. Fresh and Fit came out looking pretty good here. That is gigacopium if ever I saw it. Right, I've got one more thing to cover. One more thing to cover, and it's about porno shit. So strap in. Strap in, everyone. When isn't it? Any interest in the null message on Kiwi Farms being down? Yeah, I've read this already offline. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've said before, I think Kiwi Farms' right to stay up is important. And I don't know what else to say. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? But yeah, I'm not going to read it now. I might read it tomorrow. Fresh and Fit look a bit as good as a Grand Wizard of the Red Pill last night. But yeah, I mean, the thing is the whole narrative was Kiwi Farms is down, and it wasn't down. And now they're celebrating because it's down. And I'm like, is it going to stay down, or are they going to get back up again? Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Right. Guys, I've got something here. So this guy's called Azul. He gave me some bits to cover this stuff the other day, but I didn't get around to it. But this guy does not like Neon Sniper Panda at all. Okay? And they've... Listen. Some things they've said I've got some more sympathy towards, but this just seemed to be something of nothing, right? Watch this clip. So the comment says, Kick streamer Neon Sniper Panda gets his dick sucked by Adriana Chachek on Kick streaming. But watch.
Do you like that?
This was active for purposes. She is checking prostate chat. Oh my goodness.
Wait. If you want me to actually check your prostate, I might have to get low. Oh, shit. I might have to like go low. I'm gonna have to go real low. I'm gonna slaughter all of your pants.
Like, can we be real here? Like, look at the way he's moving. It's quite clear that there isn't any... This is obviously joke and obviously fake. There's no dick sucking happening here. This is a miss from Void Azul, I'm afraid to say. Okay? Void Azul, if you listen to this, this is a miss.
Chat. Water is great. Chat. Water is great. Great. Water is great. Water is great. Hey, where you come from? Hey, yo.
Guys, he getting hard from blowjob. He likes it.
No, wait. It's chat. Spike's that whole crowd. Hold on, chat. Crystal Geyser water. Crystal Geyser water is so great. And Kool-Aid is phenomenal.
Do I need to watch any more? This is just kind of painful, okay? All I got to say, Neon Sniper Panda, work on the acting lessons, mate, okay? Work on the acting lessons. Work on the acting lessons. Anyway.
You got your dick sucked on camera?
You did?
He did.
You got your cock sucked on camera?
Both my coworkers did that.
No. Penny didn't let me and Mindy join.
You pulled the heel, Mike? I was waiting for you. I literally like, where's she at? I'm trying to find it.
Oh my God, Panda, if you had Adriana here, she gave him head to blow up his kick.
Okay.
And then you'd have Adriana, and you guys would be like the four
horsemen. Or...
The terms of service breakers.
Yeah. Did you get in trouble for this?
Did you get a 2-minute ban?
No, cause like
you get those...
Whoa! Where is it? I didn't clip it. Nobody
Bro, you see how when I was on No Jumper, she's like my boss.
Okay, so you get the gist, right? You get the gist. So, obviously, just some stupid meme bullshit thing, right? Obviously, Neon Sniper Panda had this Adriana Chechik person on. You'll notice this tweet has not got much engagement, but it has got 425,000 views. And you may be thinking, how is that possible? How has this got so much, impressions? Well, it's because Adriana Chechik quote tweeted it and said the following. First of all, nothing happened. It was for show. And he is fake as fuck, like the rest of them. So, like, going from pretending to give him a blowjob to going hard at him, which is kind of like out of left field. He tried to scam me, not knowing I know my shit as well, as his house has mold and leaks all up the stairs. Don't you dare associate my name with him. He doesn't even pay his staff. Jesus. Like, Adriana Chechik is on a fucking warpath at the moment. She was having to go at Amaranth the other day. And now she's fucking taking shots at Neon Sniper Panda. Despite having just been on his show. Which is kind of wild. So, she then goes on to say some more stuff. She then goes on to say this. He wanted $30,000 to unban my name in Google. What does that mean? Any ideas, anyone? Any ideas? Is this, oh, search engine optimization maybe? Possibly. Maybe. First off, that's not even a thing. Second off, I'm a grown woman with a team. I don't know why he thought he could even try these games with me. I am like, is she like, what? I'm just a bit bemused by this. I'm like, what is she trying to say here? It doesn't make any sense, does it? It's like incoherent, right? Am I crazy? Am I having a stroke? And then there's this. Same as Dan, she hit me up with a text from Indie Fox trying to, so this is important, trying to get me to do a podcast with her to bring Amaranth down. Like she's lifting the lid on some weird, wild drama shit. Dan Dangler, yes, this is about the Dan Dangler. This is about Dan Dangler, okay? So Dan Dangler is somehow involved in all of this fucking weird shit as well. You know, I'm just trying to make sense of it. I've been sent all this shit. Like, no, I said she was mean, but I'm a grown woman and it's not my job to defame anyone. Hill, Mike, and Zerka talk shit on me behind my back. What the fuck is going on? Dude. Seriously. I think she's based. I mean, maybe. I just don't understand what the fuck's going on. Okay, and then there's this. So, Void Azul again, coming in clutch with this, whatever this is. Let's have a listen. It's crazy how much these streamers know everything, and only when it's convenient they shut the fuck up or speak out. Now listen, Void is giving me chucks and bits more recently, but they are a bit of a schizo, and some of their tweets kind of a bit of a miss for me. But you know, let's have a look at this.
Oh, she didn't want to. Amaranth, did you know Dan and who's the girl who was queefing online before getting banned? Did you know Dan and what's her name? Who's the girl who got banned on Twitch? Wanted to riot against you and ban you so she could steal your views. And Amaranth, this was the party you were going to. So Panda was very for it. And did you know Dan and what's her name? Ah, fuck.
Indie Fox, I think he's trying to say, right?
Queefing and
Indie Fox, yes.
Girl was farting on Twitch and shit. Indie Fox, did you know I was? Now you know. Dan loves to tweet about I was in person with Heel Mike, called Twitch staff and moved his ban to the next day. She deleted that tweet because she got a lot of hate from it. But Amaranth, did you know that I was also in the same room where Dan and Indie Fox and another woman?
My big question is, how does this all fit into Zerka fucking 18-year-olds? It's got, because Dan Dangle is involved in that drama too. What's all that about as well? Yeah, he was tweeting about it. He said he likes fucking 18-year-olds, and it was like, okay, what's that in relation to? Apparently it's some drama he's having with Dan Dangler.
Woman who I'm not going to say because I don't want to get her part of drama, wanted to mass report you because she thought you had motherfucking connections with Twitch. Now you were stealing the views. So, but you were at Panda's party, and she was promoting that. There's more things that go along. Do I have connections with Twitch? You know I have connections with Twitch? Because Twitch understands that I'm not just trying to plug in this and plug in that. Like, isn't it crazy, bro? This is, what a life we live.
So, obviously this is Heel Mike. talking about this. Evidence, perhaps? Well, Adriana shared these. Like, what is this drama starting bullshit? I am Team Woman. And when I said, let's do it, I was referring to a collaboration, not bringing a girl who's banned on my Twitch, which is against TOS to trash someone. You guys should start finding better idols to look up to. But I didn't want to just come on and not invite them. Oh, in time. So this is apparently from Indie Fox. But this is a iMessage situation. Like, it's tricky because is like I'm presuming it's Indie Fox. Like, I don't know why Adriana would make that up. That seems like a crazy thing to make up. So I'm presuming this must be Indie Fox, right? When you're ready to do the podcast, I have a way to get her banned. If we get enough viewers, they will naturally mass report. Once I show them how she's breaking a TOS. Let's go. Tell me when I'm ready. I'm on your side, backing 200%. I'm ready when Adriana's ready. Action Man is coming over if you want to. I can text Adriana. So who is this? Who is the person that's messaging Indie Fox? They're referencing Adriana in the third person. Fuck me, man. This is confusing. Dan. But why has she got access to Dan's messages then? But how? Okay. Oh. Oh, I see. So Dan's... Right, it's explained in the next fucking image. I'm an idiot. So Dan messaged Adriana the screenshot of her interacting with Indie Fox, right? Allegedly. She's wondering if you want to do a podcast about ammo with her. You can come over also tonight, by the way. Let's do it. I would tonight, but I'm under the weather. I'm free next week. Sounds good. When do you want to do the indie thing? So Adriana's claiming that she's saying let's do it in reference to the podcast, but not to the way of getting a ban shit. Call me cynical, but yeah, I'm not fully on board with that. I've got to be honest with you. Call me a cynic if you wish. But I am pretty skeptical of that, to be totally 100% with you. And then, obviously, we got the Amaranth ban. Whether or not that is related to this, I'm not sure. When are these messages from? Do we have a date? Yeah, I don't know if that can really be linked in any meaningful way. But yeah, anyway, I'm just gonna... That's all I've got on this particular piece of drama. I think I got sent something else as well. What's this? In the first 30 minutes...
I do not have the energy.
When does it start?
Don't tell, don't spoil. That's a spoil. What? I just got in chat. How are you trying to spoil already? What? How are you trying to spoil already?
Oh.
That's crazy. Jesus. Yeah. Let's go to Adriana Crazy Pool stream last time around. Thanks. I had so much fun, but my voice is... Oh, sorry, pork. See you under there. My voice hurts. I think going on Heel Mike's stream, taking shots from his mouth to my mouth gave me a little bit of throat irritation. They just got some antibiotics for it. Because I don't want to get sick. I'm paranoid of being sick. Yeah. Probably not.
Who is she? Adriana Chechik, ex-porn star turned Twitch streamer extraordinaire.
I don't know. I'm not saying he has anything. I'm just saying. I thought it ended so beautifully. I also really liked the whole season of The Mandalorian. I thought the whole season was really great.
Well, I've not seen it, but apparently it sucks.
And who's that, Zero? Cool, right? Okay. I've got dandelion tea with peppermint tea. Dandelion peppermint do anything today. I'm really fighting off getting sick. This is just what we're doing. I got some medicine though. I got antibiotics today. I just picked them up. So hopefully, I don't know if you guys remember, but like you've all seen my butthole, so it really doesn't matter if I share this because it happened on stream. Last time I took antibiotics on stream, I ended up having to get somebody to come talk to you guys for like 30 minutes because I had to go like poop. Because I had no idea I was gonna like make me like miserable for a good 20 minutes of my life. So I'm just now regretting. I'm like, oh shit, maybe I should have started the live after I waited like a half an hour to see what these antibiotics would do to me. So let's hope that nothing.
Make the Lord Keepers timestamp this. Well, this is Neon Sniper Panda sent me this. Apparently Twitch chat started the beef. Oh, what's this he sent me as well? You're just good for that shit. Don't let chat derail with half stories. Mike's house is a shithole. Chat is manipulative and dumb. I mean, obviously chat want the juice, don't they? Obviously chat want the juice. They want to know what's going on with all this fucking shit talking drama shit.
Weird happens. Like last time. Oh my god. I'm gonna get the diaper. I'm just recovering from this stupid flu. It's terrible. A lot of people I know have the flu right now, like just a regular flu.
Yeah, I don't know. When does she start to say?
Oh, I should have gotten some NyQuil, but NyQuil kind of fucked me up.
I want the juice, the drama.
Yeah. Well, I don't have anything else besides like the sore throat, cough, and runny nose. And like if I push on one part, antibiotics, and then if gives me allergic reaction to where that really messes with me.
Did he mean 30 minutes in?
Sorry. Okay, it's a little better. There we go. I think it's just like phlegm and stuff. I don't know. Something gets in there. It's really sore and it's swollen. I'm definitely... You can see my nose. You see my swollen nose? I've got nose.
It must be 30 minutes in, right?
Continue with local save. Wait. Okay.
On. So the Order sent Jedi to...
It's crazy. It's in the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm done with all of them. Fuck them. I'm blocking every single person. I'm doing it right now.
Here we go. Here we go.
Especially because Dan texted me, so showed me a picture saying Indie Fox wants to come on your stream and do a podcast about ammo. And I'm like, listen, I'm not trying to take Amaranth down. Like, it's not my fight. Like, that's not my fight. I said one thing. This is not my fight. I don't know who Indie Fox is. I don't want to talk to her. I don't want to get involved in this girl drama and try and take her down because it's not like...
But wait, hang on a minute. But she didn't say that in the messages. Unless, I mean, surely she would share the part where she said that and not the part where she's like, yeah, let's do it. Which could be in reference to just a podcast in general.
How women are supposed to be, right? I'm going to block this person.
Oh, blocking.
Block her. I'm going to block every single person. I'm going to block stupid Mike. I'm going to block all these people. And I'm going to move on for my fucking life after that.
Jesus.
And I'm changing my number next week, so fuck it.
Make it rain!
I don't care if chat's telling me half the story or not. Fuck it. They don't need to deal with this. In the past 4 days, I've had so many people text me about drama that I've just like never even like, wow, it's not even worth it.
I mean, to be real, I mean, she started it when she started shitting on Amaranth. I mean, like, I don't know, like, apropos of nothing, she just seemed to, like, come out with all this shit about Amaranth, which is fine. I don't mind her talking shit on Amaranth, obviously, but, like, yeah, don't say shit if you're not going to like the outcome. I don't know, like, just don't say anything then. Just leave it. I don't know. I don't understand how you can start all this drama about Amaranth and then leading to other creators messaging you saying, hey, come on and we'll destroy Amaranth. And you're like, nah, can't deal with this. I'm blocking it. Like, you started this shit. What?
Eli texts me the next day. Doesn't even text me anything nice. You know what he texts me? I wake up to text from him, so hey, are we fucking today or what? Like, what the fuck is that gonna get you?
Who?
The first time we did a scene, you couldn't even hold it together. Like, what the fuck? Like, all of you guys are just so weak. You're
What?
so weak. Wow,
Huh?
weak.
He's a porn star. Okay. That is... Oh.
People, all blocked. All blocked, all deleted. We move on. I didn't say anything back to him when he said that. And I also am like, I don't know. People are just crazy. Okay. Search the compass on Koba. Search for a compass on Koba. So we have to go to a different island. Which way is our ship again?
I'm guessing
This
that's
way?
it.
Hold on, let me see. What is the
That's it, I think.
Ignore
Yeah.
the Revenge of the Fifth. We got stormtroopers to kill. So
Okay. We're watching Adriana Chechik talk about some drama that she instigated that doesn't want to deal with it anymore and is blocking the people that have been messaging her. Very weird that, you know, she instigated this crazy drama about talking shit about Amaranth and now she's like, I don't know, like, I don't want anything to do with it. Now people are reaching out to me and I don't like it, I'm blocking them. Very weird. Also very odd how she was literally just on the Sniper Panda show and then just turned on him immediately and talked a load of shit on him. Very weird. Very strange. I don't really understand exactly what's happened here, but I think that she's kind of being a bit disingenuous in how she's presenting it and didn't seem from the messages that we saw. Didn't seem to be like completely against the idea of doing this, and now it's like post. Like surely she would show the message. She goes, "Don't. I'm not going to do that to Amaranth. I'm not about that." But she was like, "Yeah, let's do it." It seemed like she was a lot keener at the start. Like, look at these messages. So she sends the message where it's quite clear there. She's saying about, you know, getting a band. She's wondering if you do a podcast with about Ammo with her. You can come over also tonight, by the way. Let's do it. I would tonight, but I'm under the weather. I'm free next week. Like, this seems to be her saying yes to the Amaranth podcast, which is about destroying Amaranth. I don't know, man. And now she's like, nah, I wasn't about that. Like, why did you share this message where it looks like you are? Yeah, this seems like complete bullshit from her, honestly. This seems like complete cope and bullshit. And now the fact she's blocking everyone involved. Very disingenuous behavior. Very disingenuous behavior. Anyway, there's that. There's that. I also got sent this video, which I've been meaning to watch for a long time. And I guess I'll tag it onto this segment.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to some more esports talk. We had a situation with Dan Dangler, that is a Warzone streamer who is also a captain of the World Series of Warzone alongside the likes of Nadeshot and Tim the Tapman, where recently she did a charity stream that is a stream raising money for breast cancer awareness.
I had a run-in with this guy a little while ago. He had a pop at me for talking about Mizkiv's suicide bullshit, and I called him Down syndrome Jake Lucky, and he didn't take too kindly to that, to be honest. He didn't take too kindly to that. What was funny about it is he used my clip in his tweet and then tried to fucking Humegalol me. It's like, bro, if I'm some Humegalol, why are you using clips of me, you little fucking bitch? What's that about? Dude, are you serious? Fuck me.
You guys, so today, if you guys donate 7 subs today, so first off, 50% breast cancer research because it's breast cancer month, awareness month. So if you guys
Oh, hey.
get stuff inside.
Hey, man, how's it going? I've literally just covered all the drama that you were involved in. I just got into it all. I'm ending my stream in a sec, but if you're around in the next couple of days and you want to come on and give your side, I'd be interested if you're up for it.
I will draw you with boobs and put you on the wall. I wish more streamers raise money for stuff like this. Oh, there's tons of streamers out there who do charities.
Yeah, I don't... Listen. I looked at it already. I got confused. I didn't realize she went 30 minutes in. I looked at it. She went and blocked everyone. I said it seems like she's full of shit. It seems like she did want to go on the podcast and shit on Amaranth, but then acted like she didn't. Yeah, this is pretty disingenuous. 50% of earnings go to breast cancer. Like, you're enriching yourself. Do you know what I mean? You're enriching yourself at the same time, though. Was this what Circle was referencing? I mean, the leukemia thing was a meme, right?
And they just because you don't see them doing it doesn't mean they don't do it. Like they might do it behind the scenes. They might do it, one day a certain year or once a month, whatever. The fact that they do anything at all is nice. I think some people could do nothing at all. So.
Now, after the stream, we actually saw Faye Santana come out on Twitter to call her out. He said, the other day, I witnessed a streamer do a breast cancer awareness stream, but only donate 50% of the...
I mean, yeah, I guess if the rest of the video is just going over, that's fine. We've heard enough. Listen, we've heard enough of Down syndrome Jake Lucky, okay? Also, I don't want him to try and fuck with my video. I'm very sensitive about copyright at the moment, especially from people that... Anyway, yeah, I mean... Seems like pretty shitty to me, right? I don't know. Like, to me, it's yeah, great. You're giving money to charity, but then you also, the more people give, the more you're getting as well. Seems a bit like you were trying to enrich yourself off that charity drive. I'm willing to accept like you get a bit of clout and stuff, but directly profiting off giving money to charity, yeah, it's kind of fucked. But then again, I mean, she's saying it up front. You know what you're getting. You give her $10, $5 is going to her, $5 is going to the charity. Yeah, they're up front about it, I guess. Like, you know what you're getting, right? You know what you're getting. So at least there's that element. But yeah, it's almost. I mean, I don't know, man. This is like from when? October 2021. Quite a long time ago. Yeah. Well, coming up on 2 years. Anyway, there we go, guys. That's stream. That's stream. Good stream today. I enjoyed it. I think the 6 stuff I probably... Oh, okay. Listen, Neon Sniper Panda, if you're around in the next couple of days, I sent you a DM, didn't I? Yeah, I've got to go now because I'm ending my stream. But if you want to come on in the next couple of days and let me know about all this shit, I'll be happy to speak to you. I'm interested to hear your side. I'm going to need the truth about the dick sucking, though, all right? We need to know the truth. But yes, let me know. Tomorrow, Saturday, I'll be streaming on Twitch, so... Now she's reneged on the deal. Right. Okay, guys. Thanks for coming by today. I had a good stream. Honestly, I spent too much time on the 6 stuff. I think it was good to cover it, but I spent like 4 hours on it. Probably too long. And also I had loads of problems that just was... All the fucking energy problems. I had an energy crisis. I had a little energy crisis. That was annoying. But I'll be back tomorrow. Things are stable now. So tomorrow's stream should be all flying colours. Okay? Yeah, we can talk about your stalker too. Yeah, it was just because I was, I don't know, man. It got to the point where I was like, look, what are we even saying here? Over 30 minutes was too much. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, it's going to make a good YouTube segment because you can put LAV and people love watching LAV get shit on. But unfortunately, in this case, it's a flip reversal. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Adriana's streaming now. I'm not going to raid her. Dan Dangler's... Wait, Dan Dangler's streaming too. What the fuck? I'm getting recommended all the e-girls now. Oh, no. Disaster. Anyway, there's absolutely no way I'm going to be raiding an e-girl. Okay? It's not happening. Go and watch Canute, all right? Go and watch Canute right now. That's what you're going to do. No e-girls. Ever. Yeah, it's all a bunch of fucking e-girls with their boobies out. Whatever. No, Canute is not an e-girl. Canute is the opposite. Okay? Right. Thanks for coming by today. Appreciate the viewership and everything. I'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. East, 8 a.m. Eastern. And we'll see what's happening. See if we can get Neon Sniper Panda on at some point to tell me about all this drama. Right. Good luck. Godspeed. Have fun. And I'll see you later. Goodbye.